التحديات. نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين الصين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك الصين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8 and welcome to the main stage. My name is Banks and I am your host alongside Fancy, and we are very excited to bring you an incredible tournament with the best duos in Fortnite from all over the world.
أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، يا أهلا وسهلا وحياكم الله معنا في بطولة جديدة من جيمرز 8، بطولة فورتنايت. جايين عندنا 44 لاعب أو 44 دو من أنحاء العالم يشاركون معنا على جوائز بمقدار أكثر من $2 مليون أمريكي.
Lands are just the greatest, aren't they, Fancy? So, let's get down to it. 44 duos will be competing across 2 tournament modes. First off, we're going to have Zero Build, and then we will have Standard Battle Royale mode over the weekend.
البطولة راح تكون في قسمين. القسم الأول من البطولة أول يومين راح تكون بطولة الزيرو بيلد، راح نشوف كل يوم 6 مباريات، مجموعة 12 مباراة للبطولة الأولى، والبطولة الثانية راح تكون الستاندرد بيلد وبتكون أيضا 12 مباراة راح نشوفها خلال آخر يومين إن شاء الله معنا في بطولة جيمرز 8.
Each tournament will consist of 12 matches with $2 million up for grabs across the 2 modes. We don't mess around here, do we, Fancy? And also, let's not forget, this is the largest LAN event that we have had since the Fortnite World Cup.
لا ننسى أيضاً أعزائي المشاهدين البطولة هذه اللي نشهدها الآن هي أكبر بطولة فورتنايت صارت في العالم من كأس العالم قبل 3 سنوات. زيادة على كذا لا ننسى أنها هي أول بطولة لان رسمية معنا في المملكة العربية السعودية، فجيمرز 8 جالسين نحقق التاريخ مع بعض.
So, you know the schedule, you know the rules, you know the prize pool, and you know the players. So, I believe it's time to get started by throwing it back over to the analyst desk to bring us into the first game.
عرفنا الجائزة، عرفنا نظام البطولة، وعرفنا عدد اللاعبين المشاركين معنا فيها، فالآن ما بقى إلا نروح للاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن البري ماتش الأول، وزيادة على كذا نرجع لكم بمقابلة سريعة ونبدأ المباراة الأولى بدون ما نأخركم، فعلى طول على الاستديو التحليلي.
Welcome, Fortnite fans from around the world, to the analyst desk for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. I am your host, Kelly Link, and joining me here are 2 of my favorite people, Levin2K and Takada.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here, Kelly. It's a dream come true, not just for myself, but for all these players playing in this competition.
I mean, have we witnessed the same thing in this intro to the stadium? The augmentation, the players all lined up. I mean, I'm getting memories and I'm so excited.
I am so excited as well. Just as Barney Banks said, this is the largest LAN that we have had since the World Cup, and you know you can feel it when you feel the energy from all of these players here.
I love that you brought it up, because you literally can, as you walk around, you feel it. The players, even some of the ones who are more experienced, the ones who maybe have played in LAN environments, they are even nervous. They are feeling the pressure right now as we head into the competition, so very much an exciting time.
The vibes, the excitement, it's all there, but like you were saying, Levin, the pressure is also on. I mean, there's a lot of these players that have never competed in a stage like this before.
And it's not just the stage, it's 4 days of competition, everyone. So let's pull up the calendar to show everyone what we're going to be seeing. It's going to be 12 games for Zero Build and 12 games for Battle Royale. And this is the whole event, everyone. We have already wrapped up Dota and Rocket League, but as you can see, we got Rainbow Six on the way and so much more. I mean, this is probably one of the biggest events, if not the biggest esports event in the world.
Yeah, you don't get something like this every weekend, I'll tell you that much. As we head in though, right, of course we are here at the Duo Zero Build. There's going to be 12 games of that across the 2 days, 44 duos of course, and Takar, Zero Builds, right? It's a mode that is still quite new, still quite fresh, but these players have been competing, they have been practicing, and they'll be ready.
And that just makes it that much more exciting, right? There's so much that we have not seen yet, but we also have the Standard Battle Royale mode, 2 days of that as well, 12 matches, 44 duos, and that's the mode where, you know, it's the more standard Fortnite competitive, right? But I'm excited today. I mean, we get to see the no build.
And same thing with standard competitive. It's going to be what we see in the FNCS, where it's 32 points for a VR, 2 points for elimination. But what are they fighting for, everyone? We have here the prize pool, $2 million per game mode. First place, the duos are going to be walking away with $250,000.
It's so much money, and like I don't think people realize guys, unless you are one of the EU pros, you literally will never have had a chance to compete for this kind of money, right, if you are one of the players from one of the smaller regions. So this is life-changing money for a lot of these players.
Right, like Kelly said, this is like a mini World Cup, right? Players competing from Brazil, NA West, Asia, Middle East, and with $2 million on the line, $1 million for no build, $1 million for standard, $250,000 for first place. I mean, this can change lives.
But they're not just playing for the money, they're playing for the glory, and this amazing trophy right here, you guys. Look at that. When was the last time we had a trophy in Fortnite?
It has been a very, very long time. I certainly can't remember, and I'll promise you it's been a long time coming. We lack silverware, and so this is the exact kind of thing all the players will be wanting.
Look, we got back bling in Fortnite, but we don't have a lot of trophy bling, so seeing it here on the stage, I can't wait to see a player holding that up.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. And speaking of incredible, we have some incredible teams competing. FNCS champions, old duos coming back, and also international teams joining up.
It's crazy because it's FNCS champions from all sorts of regions, right? Which is so special. Of course, some of the teams who maybe are a bit unconventional to Qatar, players who maybe haven't dueled with each other historically, but are combining for this event. Very, very exciting stuff.
Right, there's major duos. For example, Epic Whale from NA West competing with Mali Buka, who's normally with Merstash, but now NA West on EU Action is incredible as well. We have Kanata, who's going to be competing with Janice. I mean, I can't wait to see the synergy between these duos.
And maybe we can answer the age-old question, which region is the best? And when you have a team like Aqua and Vino coming up here, first place from the last FNCS, or do you think that they're the favorite to win?
Look, they're definitely going to be a team to watch out for, right? When you have Aqua and Vino, those names involved in any competition, it's always going to be a good time. I think the big thing is, you know, Aqua is returning from an injury, right? It's why he hasn't been competing this season. So will he be at his top level? Will Vino be feeling that chemistry? Are they going to get right back into things? Or will it take them some time to adjust to each other again?
I think we'll also see how much these players have been practicing, because FNCS, for example, the tournament Aqua and Vino won, like you mentioned, that was standard Fortnite Battle Royale, right? That wasn't zero build, and zero build is different. So we have to see which players, which duos have been prepping enough for this.
You're right. I'm getting ahead of myself right now. And looking at one of the more recent zero build tournaments that we had at DreamHack, it was solo, so a little different. But I believe second place was Vidil, who's teaming up with Amar.
So that's one of those combinations that's interesting, right? Because obviously you have Vidil, who is just a top Fortnite player, period, right? But still showing what he can do in zero build competition. And then on top of that, he's playing with Amar, who's obviously a massive content creator, somebody known for the vibes, the energy, you know, just creating exciting moments. So that combination is still going to be a very scary one in this lobby.
Look, and also speaking about content creators, we have Arab who's playing with Bloomy. I mean, they've got like a combined age as a duo of 52, so they're up there, but I want to see what they can do, right? They'll got the vibes, they have the excitement, they have that energy to do everything they can, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of these duos, either Amar's duo or Arab's duo, take home a VR in the no-build mode.
And we're going to be talking more about the duos in just a moment, everyone, but we want to look at the schedule that we have specifically for today. As we've already said, it's going to be 6 games right now, but as you can see, it's going to be 45 minutes between each match, Levin.
See, that is one of the most interesting dynamics about this competition, because when you go down on spawn in this comp, that's it. You're out for 45 minutes. You have to sit there for a whole 45 minutes and contemplate why things went wrong. As a Fortnite player myself, that is a long 45 minutes to be waiting just to play another game.
Look, coming from that perspective, it is difficult, but it also has its positives. You have more time to prepare and see what is needed to be done to come out on top.
And of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsorships. So thank you to Aramco, and another sponsor that we have there is VOV. Again, thank you so much for being a part of Gamers8. And guys, I believe we actually have our hosts on the main stage ready for an interview. So gentlemen, let's go and see what the players have to say.
Welcome back to the main stage, where I am in and amongst the duos, and I am joined by Arab and Bloomy. Arab, I'm going to come to you first, bro. Okay, so zero build, first tournament, first game. What's the strat?
48 is the strat.
Can I get you to reiterate what 48 is referring to?
The combined age of both of us, the oldest players in the room. We got the brain, baby.
The brain is the strat. That's what I like to hear. Okay, Bloomy, what have you guys been working on as a duo leading up to this tournament?
We spent a good 20 minutes yesterday talking over our strategies, but 20 minutes to us, like you said, we're very old. 20 minutes to us is like 20 hours to everyone else, so pretty confident going into this.
I love the confidence. Okay, Arab, I'm going to finish off with you. coach, content creator, pro player. Seems like there's nothing that you haven't done. Do you feel like you're more experienced, more ready, and more confident for this tournament?
I feel like I got a lot less to prove than everybody else here, so we're just here to have some fun, and you know, if they let us show up against these players that are playing 18 hours a day, I mean, come on, guys.
Well, best of luck to both of you. Everyone in the audience, please give it up for Arab and Bloomy. Okay, we're going to throw it over to Fancy. Who are you here with, mate?
Thank you so much, Banks. We are joined here by Falcon Spy and 01 Esports Hero. حياكم الله شباب. ودي ابدا معك على طول يا هيرو. اول بطوله لك لان تكون رسميه وبهالحجم. علمنا عن شعورك انت وجودك معنا في المسرح.
الصدق والله متحمس مرة البطولة بما اني اصلا قد شفت التنظيم هذا من قبل ببطولة روكيت ليج. تنظيم كان جدا حلو وان شاء الله تكون بطولة ممتعة لنا.
يعطيك العافية ونورتنا. The player is very excited to be here. He already witnessed a lot of things that happened in the previous Gamers8 tournaments and he's very excited to be part of the Fortnite one. Spy, ودي اسألك على طول في البداية احنا كنا نعرف ان سباي دائما يكون موجود مع لاعب ثاني كدوو مو مع هيرو، لكن هالمرة هذه نشوفك دخلت البطولة مع هيرو واللاعب الثاني موجود عندك في المسرح بيكون خصمك في المباراة، وش شعورك؟
والله الموضوع انه كان فكس هو الدو حقي بس اني ما قدرت العب التصفيات الاولى فسوى في الواحد وتأهل وانا جاني انفايت فصارت خيره الحمد لله وبالعكس يعني الموضوع خير كان.
نورتنا والله بالعكس وكلنا واثقين انه ادائك بيكون جدا جميل في المباراه، لكن ودي اعرف بالنهايه ايش توقعاتك للمباراه الاولى؟ راح نبدا بعد قليل، هل انتم جاهزين؟ هل انتم واثقين؟
ايه طبعا جاهزين وان شاء الله انها تكون فاتحه خير لكل البطوله.
هيرو نفس السؤال، هل تشوف انكم واثقين ان شاء الله في المباراه الاولى؟
ان شاء الله نبيض وجه السعوديين كلهم ان شاء الله يا رب.
Thank you so much, Hero. Thank you so much, Spy. The guys are very excited. They are very confident, and they're looking forward to the first match. So let's throw it back to the analyst desk, and we start the first game.
Thank you so much. And I just love the confidence coming out of these players. And Eric maybe a little too confident, but we'll talk about him in just a moment. The first duo we got to talk about, though, Amar and Vidil.
Amar and Vidil, it's just a beautiful, beautiful combination. You have the firepower of Vidil and the funniness of Amar, per se, right? These are two people who just are revered in the community for the vibes they bring, and so I hope they can bring that to the competition today.
Look, I really can't wait to see. I wish I could hear it on their comms, see what they're saying, because Vidil is going to be coming left and right, what to do, what's happening, and Amar's going to be there like, oh my gosh, what's going on? He's going to be losing it. It's going to be amazing.
And here we can see a lot of the duos that we're going to be looking at right now. And coming from NA West, I'm excited to watch Epic Whale.
Epic Whale is literally the best from the West, right? He is somebody who, you know, even as an EU, you know, analyst per se, I'm always watching Epic Whale to see what he can do, to see how he pushes the boundaries of Fortnite.
Whoa, 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 whoa. There's Snacky competing here as well. And if you're talking about duos, you have to look at Snacky.
Of course. And I think that's the beautiful part of it, is that we do have a lot of the best players from these different regions, and everyone's going to bring their own different sort of flavor. Of course, still, I am looking for Epic Whale. That is my guy. And playing with Malibuka, someone who's never really played with before, and someone who's a top EU pro, such a combo.
Look, you got Big Brain working with Big Brain for Epic Whale and Malibuka. I'm sure they'll have the strategies, especially with a new Storm Surge. They've got everything planned out, everything ready. But a duo, which I wouldn't be surprised if they play a bit more aggressive, is Canada going with Janice. That is an interesting mix-up from Europe and NA East. So if they can pull it off, I mean, I'll be impressed.
The thing is, I think a lot of people maybe don't know why it's so interesting. This is a duo that literally had like beef. Like, this is a genuine rivalry that we've seen in previous competitions where, you know, both of them land Greasy Grove. You know, they don't really like each other too much. Well, we thought they didn't like each other too much, but Janice invited Canada, and understandably, if you've seen Canada play this season, he is literally one of the best players in Fortnite right now. A very scary duo.
Well, maybe it's one of those things, you know, you keep your friends close, but you keep your enemies closer right now. And I have to agree, Canada right now is the favorite to win with Agers for Chapter 3, Season 3. But guys, this is going to be zero builds. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different than the Battle Royale mode that we're used to seeing. So what are some of the differences we can be expecting?
I think when it comes to zero builds, of course, you have different things that you have that are important, but you keep the core fundamentals of Fortnite competitive there. you know, awareness, positioning. Two huge factors in today's competition.
Look, mobility, mobility, and mobility. We're going to see players making good use of those shockwave impulses of the vehicles that are on the map, because those aren't in the standard build mode, not in those competitive playlists. So having zero build now with vehicles, with all these mobility items, we're going to see players flying left and right and making use of those rotates.
Well, you know the shockwave grenades are definitely going to be making these players flying left and right. How is that going to be part of the competition?
It's honestly one of my favorite moments, right? Like the final couple of zones where, you know, the player lobby, you know, starting to drop a bit, and you just have teams just chucking their shockwaves, sending people flying, sending themselves flying as well, right? It's very exciting, and it's a key part of things, but you can't get too brazen with it, right? If you're shockwaving out into the sky in a place with loads of players, you will get shot. These guys have the best aim in all of Fortnite.
Look, speaking of that, the Porter Rifts are also in zero build, so you might see players flying around, but if I'm a comp player, right, we have players like Thomas HD here. He is not gonna miss a single shot. He's gonna hear the Rift cue, look up to the sky, bop, 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 boom, 2 free elims, 4 points on the board.
Oh, that is 100% going to be seeing the aim come out of these players right now. But we're kind of focusing on the end game right now. Let's talk about the early game and drop spots. Which drop spot is going to be the main focus for a lot of these duos?
Well, I think if you are anyone who's played Fortnite this season, you'll know that Rave Cave is always incredibly contested, and that doesn't change today. We have approximately 3 or 4 teams that will be landing there. Of course, these kind of things do change over the course of the tournament, but Taste and Thomas going to be landing there. They will be very confident about their chances. It's a bit harder in zero builds to just straight up W key teams, right? But I still expect to see that team getting very aggressive at that POI.
Look, drop spots are incredibly important, but what I think is more important is the routes you get from those drop spots, right? The preparation these duos have done beforehand and their plan to get enough damage. You're gonna have to do a lot of damage to do more than the Storm Surge requires, right? Than that threshold, depending on the zone. So we'll have to see which duos have prepared enough, have their routes, and are ready to do what they need to do.
And obviously with this being an international competition, there's probably going to be some teams sharing drop spots that they're not used to. So what do you think we're going to be seeing contention-wise? Are there going to be some teams moving from their normal drop spot?
I would expect to see that at some stage, right? As you get deeper and deeper into the games, maybe not too much in day one, but certainly you'll have teams moving. You know, you said it there, it's such a big part, right? When you're in your own region, you have a general idea of how the teams around you in your POIs play, right? You'll know, okay, if there's a team over there, oh, that's probably them. Oh, yeah, but they're going to move. You don't really know that right here, right? So you're sort of having to guess and research on what they've done there, but in this environment, it's so different. The nerves are so high. The pressure is a different level to anything we've seen before. It's going to be a lot of adaptation needed.
Look, what's going to be interesting is 2 duos that are not playing the regular drop spot. We have Arkham and Falconer, a duo that actually competed together in the World Cup that are more used to Coney Crossroads, but they're going to be in the Daily Bugle, as well as Jelty and Vico. Vico normally playing with Jackson and Jelty with Krizix in the Jonesies. However, now Jelty's going to be up in the Daily Bugle contesting Arkham and Falconer, who both duos are not used to that drop spot, so I'm curious to see how quickly they're able to adapt and learn the drop maps, the loot paths, and everything required to dominate a POI.
Well, we all know that drop spots with a lot of verticality and a lot of height are going to be highly prioritized in this game mode, so excited to see how that is all going to be playing out. But gentlemen, I have to ask you, for game number 1, what is your prediction?
Oh, it's so hard. I don't want to act like, you know, zero build is just all RNG. It's not, right? If you've been paying attention to some of the competitions we've had already, it is, you know, definitely a skill gap to it. My prediction is that I expect to see Taser and Thomas do incredibly well. Thomas,
you stole mine.
He's just shown to be such a top zero build player, and I don't expect that to change even in that environment.
I was talking to Thomas HD before this match is going to begin, and he told me he's taking home zero build. He's winning it, so Tayson, Thomas, I'm not copying you, Levin. I saw the confidence in Thomas's face. I know that he's here to compete.
Everyone, the game is going to be ready to go. The battle bus is getting loaded up, so let's head on over to our casters.
Thank you, Kelly. It has been a pleasure prepping for this event. Man, we have some incredible competition going into this, but one thing I want to start off with, right? Okay. Levin mentioned he's very confident in Thomas HD as his prediction. I love the guy. Great dude. We talked to a bunch of players before this. I don't think it's going to be him. I really think it's going to be Arab and Bloomy. I'm telling you, there's something about this duo. That combined age of intelligence, man, is something different. And zero build is not the traditional BR, right? This is not your standard competition that a lot of these players are used to. So I think that's going to be an advantage for them going into this because they truly understand what a BR is. But I got to ask you now, prediction. Who are you thinking is going to come out on top?
So we talked to a lot of players and they were all super confident. So it's hard to pick one, but if I have to pick one, it has to be someone that is in the trio that's been dominating everything. We've seen Thomas HD, Anas, and Queasy win almost every Zero Build Cup. So I have to pick one of those three. And for me, it's going to be Queasy and Hen that are playing together in the duo. And I think those two are going to be so good and consistent throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. I think Queasy and Hen, we got to talk to Hen yesterday, right? We were sitting there with him, and he was like, look, Queasy is one of these players in the Zero Build space that is just coming out on top consistently, right? Just knows and understands this meta and this type of BR more than anybody does. So that's why he's feeling really confident. So I can see why that's a good pick. You know what? I'll give it to you. I'm still going to stick to, Arab Bloomy. But regardless, it's going to be a great competition. So many incredible players like you see here out here ready and rearing to go for Zero Build. Now, remember, we got 2 days of Zero Build, 2 days of the standard BR. So much excitement and action coming through, and I can't wait to bring it all in.
I can't wait too, and it looks like the players are loading in right now, so I'm super excited. We're about to be jumping into the first match. Panda, we have to talk about all these differences between the Zero Build and the traditional build mode. A lot of players are coming in really rock solid at the build mode. Some of them, amazing Zero Build players. And now they have to find that balance. You get this first 2 days, like you just mentioned, of the Zero Builds. And if you're going to be jumping in, do you have a general strategy, or what are you thinking is going to be the play here?
Ooh, look, we've heard some of the strats. I'm not going to leak too much from the player's perspective, right? But I definitely think one of the advantages going into the day is the amount of mobility that we see here in Zero Build in comparison to the standard BR, right? You got rifts, you got shockwaves, you have so much more just at your advantage in this mode versus that standard BR, which is what's going to make this so much more exciting. I love the loot pool. It really feels like traditional Fortnite when you're going into a Zero Build match in comparison to something like a typical FNCS game.
Yeah, a lot of that positioning is what matters, getting there early, using that mobility at the right moments. But no longer are we waiting. We're getting into match number 1 of day 1 here for the Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. We're seeing where everyone's dropping. This is the first time everyone's kind of claimed their spots, but sometimes they claim certain spots and go elsewhere. So we have 2 teams that qualified through yesterday. That's going to be a little bit of a switch up here. They are going to be landing, from what they told us, Shuffled Shrine and the Sanctuary. Now, it does look like they're heading in that direction, and we're seeing all these players scatter throughout this map.
I'm really interested to focus in on Dubs and Bizzle. Now, this isn't a traditional team by any means, but the FaZe duo together here on LAN, they definitely have the LAN experience over some of these other teams. But now we tune in. It's Vico and Jelty. Arkram is down. Falconer left as a solo player, needing to clutch up here for his team, and it doesn't matter. Jelty gets the cleanup onto Falconer.
And the first eliminations come through for Jelty and Vico, taking down Falconer and Arkram. The first ones to go down. Hey, now you have time to figure out what went wrong, where you want to switch it up. But if you're Jelty and Vico, you're winning that quickly. You got to be feeling good. Now we're looking over another contest happening over at the Rave Cave. Kai already has 1 elimination, and he's searching for another.
Searching for another. It's Kai and Dreftel up here on the Rave Cave. So, okay, now we kind of know where they're landing here as far as Rave Cave goes. They're going towards the top, right? Whereas traditionally, a lot more teams go towards the bottom because there's a lot more loot to work with. But now we switch over. It's FHD and Yonks here together, looking to connect some shots here early. Does look like there is another team here contesting them. So this could be an issue depending on how they've prepared their loot path. But regardless, right, it all comes down to who will win the drop.
And we do see Phantom over there. That's one of the duos that qualified yesterday. So this is what I was talking about, that team that now has to contest and change things up. You were going in, you were given the invite where you qualified months ago, weeks ago. Now, all of a sudden, Phantom's coming off spawn, and he is a top player in the region. He has won multiple FNCSs, and he is by no means a slouch. This is not a guy you want contesting you. Along with Gentile, he is a solid player. As we do see, it does look like they're going to start backing off and try and play a little slower here in game 1.
You know, and honestly, that's the play, right? You see that common intelligence from so many years of playing the game coming into play in that moment. Just deciding, you know what, we got some tags in. Storm Surge might be a factor, and we'll talk about those Storm Surge changes here in a little bit. But Storm Surge might be a factor, so getting those tags in early are good, and then it's time to disengage. Because remember, positioning and getting yourself in a zone is way more important at this stage in the game.
It is, and this early looting stage, a lot of players trying to claim that space, especially here in these first couple of matches. Now, there's so many options here, Panda. You have a bountiful loot pool. Like, I mean, more than you can ever want to carry. And it's going to be so interesting to see what these players are going to prioritize. Is it going to be movement? Is it going to be heals? If it is movement or heals, what are you choosing from that? As we do see Unhydra, his teammate went down earlier. He's waiting, trying to make a play to go grab his reboot card to get his teammate back into the game. So Unhydra, you're going to play it slowly, hide, relax for a little bit, and then go eventually try and play the card. But someone playing a little slowly here is Adapter, just hanging out, waiting for their moment.
Waiting for their moment to strike. Honestly, this is kind of what you do in zero build, right? It's either this or a bush. But as I say that, Milan immediately getting taken out there, and it's going to be Kakarot first, able to get that full elimination. Now Mitro left as a solo player, going to need to try and at least create some kind of pressure here towards this team because they needs them to rotate away so you can potentially get Milan back in the game.
Yeah, he threw the tree, broke the builds. He's putting pressure back on, taking shots, getting that damage in early. This high ground is so key. He's going to be in an advantageous position, just looking down on these players. But ultimately, it's a 2v1. It's going to be hard for him to force this fight and really just hope and wait for Kakarot and Adapter to move on out of here to grab that reboot card like you mentioned.
Yeah, look, at this point, Mitro only has one option. He needs to try and get his teammate back. We know how valuable in any BR it is to have your teammate there by your side, and this is no different. That's why Mitro has not backed down. I'm actually kind of surprised he hasn't attempted to break the tree that they're behind, right? You could back up at an angle, right? Hit the tree, take that out, and then you got no coverage down below. But regardless of the case, Mitro still trying to land some shots. Kakarot returning those shots as well, and the Portafort comes out. You already know, as soon as you see a Portafort, it's wraps there for this team.
And it does look like Thomas HD is going to get a knock there. But historically, Mitro was one of the most aggressive players in Fortnite history. He's not one to back off from a fight, and more often than not, he's a player that's trying to force a fight. So we do see he is going to continue to put pressure on these players, and even as they try and leave, he's like, no, you're staying here. If I can see you, I'm going to shoot you. You made a play on my teammate, now I'm going to hang out here and let you know that that's not okay with me.
Well, and you know, again, it speaks to Mitro, like you mentioned. He is an aggressive player, but he's also a player that doesn't just sit idly by and let somebody take out his teammate for free. And that's what we're seeing here from Mitro. The shots just raining in, continually connecting too, mind you, because Mitro does have some incredible aim here out of all the contestants. But now it does look like Kakarot and Adapter are going to be able to get away, and it looks like Mitro should be able to pick up Milan's card.
Now we're heading over to the center of the map here. We see Man City, Helnata, as well as Tripper and hanging out. This is EU versus Brazil. A little action going on here at Coney Crossroads. It looks like Helnata and Tripper have taken the high ground with that Portafort. And there's another Portafort that's been thrown, but it's kind of just hanging out. It's not being used right now. Now we're tuning in with a EU and a West duo of Epic Whale and Malibuca. I'm really interested to see how these two do, because this is such an interesting combination.
Well, and look, when we were talking predictions, right, I almost picked Epic Whale and Malibuca. You already know, NA West, they got a special place in my heart, right? And then pair him with Malibuca, probably my favorite EU player. It's kind of one of those teams that, in my heart, I know they're going to do well, and I think they're going to do great. But man, just Arab and Bloomy, man, just something about that mentality going into this is exciting. But now, speaking of excitement, it's the controller duo and Okus and Nut. Now trying to connect some shots here in the distance. Gonna have to slide down the hill. so they can rotate forward. But will they be able to get a good position? That's the real question here, because they're pretty behind here.
It was really interesting talking to Okus, because most players at this level play claw, paddles, or a combination of claw and paddles, but he just uses a regular controller, no paddles, no claw. And I was asking, how do you do that? That is so impressive. Hey, he is clearly at the top of his game and continuing to do so. So we're going to see them rotate in the zone. We're getting that northwest pull. This is super advantageous to those teams that landed in that northwest corner, especially the Daily Bugle, because you can either position in the buildings or go up onto the sides of the mountains and claim that space already. But we're going all the way here to the corner, Panda.
This is a tough zone here for these players. If you landed on the west side, on the south side, you're struggling right now. This is not easy. And remember, folks, the best way to rotate in is going to be on the dead side of zone, but that dead side is going to be so difficult to get to with all of these teams set up where they are. But here it is, Arab and Bloomy in it to win it. And actually, good play on his part. You know what? Look, it's obviously not ideal spending any time in Storm. However, you see him go back for the car and immediately now rotate away, because look at this competition taking place. It's Chapix, Andy Z, and now actually chasing after Arab.
Yeah, and they're going for it, both using their own vehicle. That's an interesting move. Not sure most teams will be doing that. We do see Bloomy and Arab rotating on out. They're using a vehicle. They have the Chonkers tires on those vehicles, which is a huge advantage because it goes quickly through the water. As we do see, Hen was able to get an elimination there on the Polga. So as the zone closes, players are going to continue to get closer and closer. Those fights, whether or not you want them, are going to be forced as zone forces you into the next team nearby.
That is it. Who will be forced to make a play here to try and stay alive? That's the question, because remember, zero build, it's just so different. Positioning is way more key than staying out here on the dead side of zone, and that's what we see here. And it's actually, wait, they don't realize.
No.
Jintel just hanging out in the barriers, and he's going for the shots. Ends up taking out Blake. Now it's a fair 1v1. The Portafort comes out. He looks to connect here with the other player, and man, scoped, kind of scrambling, does end up going into the Portafort, looking to connect with him, but he actually disengages. Now shots rain forward. They're exchanging here quite quickly, but someone needs to go down here in these final moments.
And they both just keep doing laps, searching for one another. Gentile gets their shots there, and he's going to take down both Scoped and Blake, and that's a big double elim and a nice little sneaky, tricky play.
But look, Storm Surge has presented itself, and that was why they did it, folks. They are now above the threshold and comfortably above that threshold. But players now in this lobby, they're going to be scrambling, because remember, there's been some big changes here to Storm Surge. Now 64 players need to be down 2 here in the third zone. So it really comes down to who's kind of struggling here for Surge and what plays they're going to be able to make.
We see Z Andy, Chapix taking a split. Falcon Spy trying to get out of that range of other players. That's Merstache taking tags. The Portaforts are coming out, using 2 of them at once. Okay, that's an interesting move here. We see they're going to go back up onto the higher one. And this zone is pulling out half water, half land. This is an even more difficult task. This is a tough zone to rotate with build. It's even tougher with zero builds, as there is nothing to hide behind while you make these moves.
Nothing to hide, but the shockwaves are definitely going to be a factor here. You see him holding them in his hand as he moves, but with Bad Sniper, one of the best aimers in EU, taking shots here in the distance. It's going to be tough. No one's going to be able to rotate freely if Bad Sniper has you in their sights. But as I say that, somebody pops into their Portafort and ends up shockwaving them away. What a play there.
Yeah, Macwood shakes out both players from this Portafort, able to heal up and steal their position. Bad Sniper and Merstache were just forced out of that. But Macwood is down to about 50 HP. He gets taken out. He's going to get knocked. I don't see where his teammate is. Going to be in the distance somewhere, but now Bad Sniper and Merstache able to reclaim what they wanted as their castle, and we're going to see this zone. A couple of teams all the way out there playing heals in zone, playing it slowly, trying to get themselves in. We're going to see where third zone pulls and where every player is going to have to be. This is a great pull, Panda, unless you're one of those southern teams.
It absolutely is. Pulling back closer towards the Daily Bugle, what interests me is what's going to happen in zone 5, zone 6, zone 7, because depending on where those those half and half zones start to pull, it kind of is anybody's game, especially where there is some sincere elevation going around that area. But now focusing in on Merstash and Bad Sniper. Again, the Kings up top of their castle, just looking to connect any more shots they can. They see some players rotating forward. This could be a huge knock, and it is, as Merstash takes out one. Oh my gosh, the double dink headshot there from Merstash to almost clean up the second player. Now it's all about getting engaged, and that's what you see from Bad Sniper. He's going in, he's confident. 2v1 is the story of this game, and they should be able to come out on top.
Yeah. We see MF Reels looking and relaxing, trying to make a play. He goes right and jumps on Merstash. That's a knock. There's a bunch of solos in this area, and they're all getting involved. Zone's going to force them to move, but right now, it looks like Malfin is going to be able to hang up on top. Bad Sniper taking a rest, trying to understand, is he going up? Baits the rift, but now uses it, gets one tag, and is gonna look for the movement. He was hit before he used this, so not a total 150 plus HP. Bad Sniper looking to follow in his footsteps or in the air.
You know, look, I think I understand why Bad Sniper didn't necessarily go for that rift there. It's a little risky. Remember, all the players that are closer to the south side here could end up taking shots just like Reels here, just continually getting some eliminations. This is a massive game to start off this competition because this is only game 1 of 12.
And we see Frosty Ridley looking on the backside, trying to find players that are going to rotate late, already taking shots. And we do see a quick replay of what happened to Milan in the early game. Now Ridley and Frosty, who were just watching, they're going to be forced to make this long rotate and hopefully not get seen. Another player in a similar position here is MF Reels.
Yeah, but look, Frosty and Redley still in this game, still in it, and huge tags come through, forcing the rift here. Another rift from Reels, and he's actually going to immediately go down onto a porta-fort, but not without taking a ton of damage first.
Yeah, he's getting pressured from multiple angles. This looks like it's only a matter of time. Going to use the shockwaves to buy a second, but that's only he's going to get. Down he goes. That's Mansoor going to pick him up. And they're on the edge of zone. They see a couple of players in the distance, especially above them, that are using a rift. We do see Arab and Bloomy also positioning themselves, going a little late here in the zone. And they're going to run into Frosty right here. But I just heard a snipe come through. That was a big shot. That was Ridley getting the big shots there on to Arab's teammate, but Frosty goes down.
Frosty goes down, but Arab's still in this, and he's looking to just kind of hang out and hide as well as he can. That's a really good position for him to be in, but he does need to make sure he stays with Bloomy, gets them healed up, because Bloomy does need some shield here in this situation, and now they take over the porta-fort. But with so many players here still needing to rotate forward, it's going to be tough to see who can actually make it in.
It is going to be tough, and there's a lot of solos around this map right now. Ridley's just being a nuisance here to Arab and Bloomy. They took out his teammate, and he's not going to let that go without, you know, fighting back a little bit. We've seen that a couple of times here. Looking for the position, almost going to be able to get Frosty back, but can't get under there fast enough. Nutify is going to take out Fizzle, and we do see Threats will get the final shots there. But Ridley continuing to hit some shots, trying to use that sniper to pressure these players as they rotate into zone, but now he's going to be in the same position needing to make this rotate.
Yeah, see, this is going to be tough. There's a lot of players that are not in the zone as of now. A lot that are going to be struggling here on this rotate as they move forward. I think everybody's waiting to hear a rift, right? I think that's kind of like the saving grace that these players are looking for, but no rifts are getting active. So that just tells me one of two things. Either these teams are saving that rift for the end game to try and hang out in the air as much as possible, or they don't have them, which will be interesting going into these final zones.
And there is that rift, just as you say it. You hear the audio cues. There's players up in the air. We hear the heavy snipes coming through. Arab's going to go down. Bloomy's all by himself. Duke's going to take some shots. Bloomy is not going to be lasting long. It won't be Duke taking him down, but now Bloomy's going to be forced into the sights of somebody else. It looks like Antilex is up there in a great position on the side of Bugle. He's playing with Scram, and they're up right on the edge of zone on top of Bugle, and it looks like Seti and Cammy are in a similar position. So we see both those teams holding this high ground position, looking down and watching the chaos unfold below. And there's another player going down. That's Refsguard and Kovacs picking up that elimination. And now they're searching for a duo.
Searching for a duo. You know, look, I want to talk about this because we haven't really seen it too much here in game one, the Boogie Bomb. That play led to some great eliminations, and I'm hoping we get to see some more of that in these moving zones.
Now Cal just waiting up in the air. Right now, no one's shooting, so you can just hang out. No one sees me, I'll be fine. Let me hang up in the air, let me get my placement if I can. Now has to dive down, was starting to get fired upon. Cal goes down, tries to land in a tree. That's not gonna be enough. Thomas HD taking him out, and this is not what anyone wants to see. Thomas HD and Tayson just staring at you while you're trying to hit the ground, and it's not gonna be good for anybody. SJ gets cleaned up there, and it's just more players trying to make this rotate. This is so dangerous for everybody else.
So dangerous indeed. You already know Thomas HD, the top of the leaderboard, in my opinion, in the world when it comes to aim. Now just trying to connect some shots, but as I say that, gets knocked down and is actually getting completely punished by these other players. Fortunately, he is going to find his way into the porta fort, heal up here a little bit, but no, as I say that, immediately gets dropped down, and Thomas HD is out.
What a play with that snipe. That's going to force a team that looked to be in a good position and put them down back in the lobby. We see Thomas goes down, Kai goes down, Tayson follows, so many players falling. Giannis is going to throw up the porta fort, try and get some security, and then we see Scram up above taking shots there on Redley. That's going to be another elim, and they're looking to claim this high ground. That's Pilkey up above them. He's looking for another position, but right now he's holding the best position in the game. Scram can possibly make a play, but Pilkey just playing this nice and slow.
Nice and slow, and that's kind of what we heard from him when we were talking to him before the game started. But unfortunately, maybe that slow gameplay is going to cause some punishment here as he ends up going down to 1 HP. Okus now, though, throwing a porta fort. Porta fort's dropping left and right just as players scram. Now down, Tripperin left as a solo player here. Hellfire is out, but huge pickup there with the Chug Cannon.
Yeah, that is huge to be able to heal up and constantly have those heals. We see so many players going down. All these eliminations are coming through. Refsguard is going to take out Tripper. Now another player comes in. Kovacs is going to take out Nullify, but Okus is going down there to Refsguard. It is chaos here on this edge of zone. Kovacs somehow manages to survive this. He's going to be okay. Possibly look to get out Refsguard, but no, Refsguard gets cleaned up here by Lecce. Polga goes into a fight here with Lecce and Sulium. Now it looks like Polga is going to be the next one, but Steno's just hanging out. He's in the vehicle with Lucy, and they're in a great position. Looks like the last vehicle in this lobby.
The last vehicle in the lobby, but probably the most effective in the whole game. You actually see them using it to continually just hide as they sit here behind this porta fort, and they're not moving, right? So that is such a smart play from them, but now they're forced to move. They're forced to start rotating in, but no one is focusing them. Everybody's focusing the rifts. This means they can easily begin to rotate, but no. I thought for a second they were going to drive that into the rift, but they're just going to continue to sit here. But Steno getting a little impatient, actually pushes Hen, and Hen hits him with the shockwave.
He shockwaves the vehicle. That's going to make them take some weight damage. Hen's just jumping around, trying to stay alive, shockwaving back and forth. He's taking a lot of tags, but somehow still manages to get up. Steno and Lucy still hanging out, but right now, it does look like Pink and Anas are the kings of this lobby, up in the porta fort, looking down and trying to claim this first match.
Trying to claim it here. So many incredible players. Epic Whale just getting absolutely punished after that rift. 1 HP in a dream here, still surviving. Anas looking to connect some more shots, just trying to find anybody he can here in the surrounding area. Malibuka now close as well. So many players, so many talented players up in the air here, but will they be able to survive? That's the question. That's the name of the game.
Down goes Edgy. Anas picks one up. He's not even going to reload, just switch to that SMG, trying to get another one. Now the pressure comes through. He is going to get forced out of that porta fort. Steno and Lucy just hanging out in this vehicle. A player goes up. Anas comes down. Now he's looking to punish those players. Get out of my car. Get out of my lobby, he says. And it's time to make plays to force everyone out.
Forcing them out of zone. Huge tags come through, and Anas actually almost gets the elimination, but Steno gets the rift off, going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer here in this game. But now Seti attempted to go for a play. Cammy shockwaving him in the storm. Anas, though, still up in the air, looking to connect some shots with Acorn. Could potentially take him out, but Anas, Cammy, all getting rifted.
It's just a cycling rotation of players rifting, coming down, and right now the one on the bottom is Lucy looking up. If the shots come through, this game may be his. Now it is all up to him to hit them. Anas, Acorn, Cammy just cycling up in the air. Now Lucy and Steno down on the low ground, looking to make the rotate. Kovacs grabs the high ground, drops down. Anas is gonna dive into Storm, make a little play, and he wants to rift again. Or wait, does he? He realizes he has a moment to relax, to heal. But it's chaos still down below him. Anas gets an elim there on the Steno, and Acorn now is looking up, trying to find Anas.
Here it is. Acorn potentially ending this game here from the sky. Anas dropping down rapidly. A huge elimination actually comes through for him, but the shockwave play, Acorn is going to be knocked, and it is all over. Anas, Pink, they take game number 1.
What an incredible play, cycling through all of those rifts that he has, staying up in the air and allowing him to survive, outlast everyone. Just hanging out in this lobby long enough and claiming that first victory royale.
And what a first victory royale it was. This is such a great way to start the day. EU always confidently saying that they're the best players in all of regions, and they're showing exactly why that is here in game number 1.
Yeah, if you're Pink and Anas after that first match, you have to be feeling on top of the world. Literally players from all over the world. You're taking game 1 and you're saying, hey, we're more than just build players. We'll take any mode you throw at us. We're the best.
They are some of the best. And listen, when we have the best of the best here competing, this is only game number 1, and I can't imagine it's going to slow down anytime soon. Man, what a way to finalize this first game. It really just sets up the pace for every other game to follow.
Yeah, that game lasted longer than I expected. These players were using the shockwaves, using the different rifts to stay alive, shockwaving other players in the zone. It wasn't simply just a defensive measure. They were using them offensively, and that was kind of how Cammy and Seti got taken out. We saw Pink and Anas using those offensive shockwaves, and then defensively using the rifts to stay alive just long enough.
Just long enough. You know, honestly, the Portaforts came in clutch there in those final moments. Those ones that were already existing there and just chilling, hanging out. They were able to recycle that and then get some major tags there on not only on the players down below, but the players up above, because the rifts were such a key element to a lot of these players' gameplay. But honestly, when you take a rift, it's kind of 50-50. And that's what we noticed there, because if you don't get noticed, great. You're not going to take too much damage, right? But if you do get noticed, unfortunately, you might be the target for some of these great, talented aimers.
Hey, my man Panda, I'll take my chances up in the air rather than just standing on the ground, you know? If you get somebody else, you're able to find another rift, you rift them with you. It's like, all right, hey, maybe you go down, maybe I go down. I'll take my chances with that.
Yeah, taking chances. That's the name of the game here in Zero Build, because honestly, your chances are way slimmer if you just sit there on the ground. We learned that very quickly.
Yeah.
So definitely some great plays coming through, and I just can't wait for game number 2. Now, look, going into that, obviously I said Arab Bloomy, right? They did go down a little earlier than I was hoping for, but I still think they have what it takes to come back in these next few games. So I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on them. But we actually have a special player interview for you all at home.
Welcome to the main stage. I'm joined by the winners of Map 1, Anas and Pink. Congratulations, you guys. I mean, what an incredible ending. Anas, I've got to come to you, bro. Like, what an amazing map. I mean, what were your thoughts going into that? And do you feel now more confident that you've won the first map?
Yeah, of course, it's a bit nerve-wracking coming here, first land, and there's a lot of people, a big crowd. But after this good start, I think we're going to do very good.
معنا من فريق جيلد أنس وبينج قدروا أنهم يفوزون الفوز الأول بطريقة جدا جميلة صراحة. نسألهم عن ثقتهم في الجيم، وكانوا يقولون أنه بالعكس هذا أول لنا الجمهور موجود والجمهور كبير، زيادة على كذا المسرح كبير وإحنا متحمسين. بعد الفوز الأول صار عندنا ثقة كبيرة أن نقدر نأدي أداء كويس في البطولة.
Well, your consistency hasn't gone unnoticed before you've come into this tournament. So what have you been working on before you came here?
I mean, we've been a duo for like 6 months, 8 months. So like, it's not been like just working on before coming here. It's just been the whole 8 months. We've been like playing with each other. So we know like each other, how we play. So it's not like Saudi land. Now we need to practice. We've been practicing type thing. So we're ready, we got the chemistry, and hopefully we can keep it up as well.
اللاعبين يقولون انه احنا ما كنا بس نتدرب عشان البطوله هذه، احنا صار لنا 7 إلى 8 شهور تقريبا احنا دوا مع بعض، وقدرنا ان نبني الكيمستري والتناغم حقنا بشكل جدا كويس، وجينا البطوله وحنا جاهزين، فهذا اللي تشوفونه الان هو شغل 8 شهور من التدريبات.
Well, what a great way to start. Now, I just want to end this interview by just asking you, who do you think, coming into this interview, who do you think are the duo to beat, other than yourselves now?
Gotta give it to Tayson and Thomas. Thomas is like the best at this game mode, so if there was one team, it'd be them. But
Kami and City as well. They're also a very good team.
Yeah, but one thing before we leave. For all you guys saying Anas isn't good, look at him. Clutching, best player. Top G.
زي ما شفنا أعزائي المشاهدين، احنا زي ما تكلمنا عن اللاعبين انه شفناهم يفوزون المباراة الأولى، قلنا ممكن نشوفوا إذا في أحد ممكن تخافوا منه. الدو توماس كان هم خايفين منه أكثر شيء، لكن زيادة على كذا اللاعب حب يصرح تصريح يقول إنه كثير من الناس ممكن يشكوا في أنس إنه ما يكون لاعب كويس، لكن شوفوا الحين أنس قاعد يأدي أداء مرة جميل.
I mean, just to reiterate what Pink said, if you all thought that Anas wasn't worth it, well, you can all eat your words now. Everyone, please give it up one more time for Anas and Pink.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
So we're going to be throwing it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down before we go back into our second match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
راح نروح فاصل بسيط أعزائي المشاهدين ونرجع لكم على طول في الجيم الثاني من بطولة النوبل، فخلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية في الجيم الثاني.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome back to the analyst desk here, joined by, of course, 11-2K and Takada. And we have to talk about that statement from Pink. Anas, I can't even imagine that players were ever doubting him to begin with.
Trust me, people do, right? And Anas does get a lot of stick for maybe not being the most mechanical, you know, he's not the flashiest of players, but Pink showing up and just telling the world, right, that his teammate must be respected, and I agree, and that's one of the most solid, reliable players you will ever have in Fortnite. He deserves his flowers.
That's what you love to see, right? The duo synergy, hyping each other up, and not only hyping each other up, showing that they can make it happen. Taking home game one, I'm looking to see that momentum continue forwards.
Yes, I love it right here. Anas and Pink together, and I love these augmented realities. First place, 10 eliminations. That is going to get them 52 points after game one.
That's the perfect start. That's the exact kind of start you want to be having. We saw so many big names in those final moments, and so as a player, just being able to come out on top of that, start the day off sort of how you mean to finish as well, it's a brilliant, brilliant start to the day.
Look, placement's one thing, but being able to get placement alongside those elims is one of the most important factors, and it being 2 points per elimination, just like you said, Kelly, 52 total points, 20 points just from elims.
And obviously there was a lot of great players there, a lot of it coming down to solo, and I thought Acorn actually had it for a moment there.
Yeah, he got knocked out into the storm, but these are the kind of players we were talking about, Kelly, at the start of the day. Players will just get knocked out when the circle is that small. If you do have a couple shockwaves left, why wouldn't you, right? Knock your opponent into the storm. They're going to be taking storm damage, trying to get back into the zone, and then you can just take shots at them so easily. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
Speaking of zones, let's talk about that Daily Bugle zone, because that got scary for a moment. I thought we were going to have a mountain fight for a second.
Yeah, so we can actually head over to the telestrator here, and I'll show you what it's about, because this zone was incredible. There was a lot of interesting factors to look at here, so I'll bring it up on the map so you can see it. And I'll actually pause. So if we take a look here, you can see that the zone did pull all the way to the northeast here, which made it very difficult for a lot of the duos that were on the south and were on the west side of the map here. However, due to having these vehicles, the rotations could be done quicker. And in Standard Battle Royale mode, there's a lot of talks regarding dead side and congested side. You might have heard Panda, you might have heard SBG bring this up, but you have to be careful, because when you're in the zero build game mode, it's a little different. Now, if you're looking at the map here, the dead side is completely on the east. So this would be where the dead side is. The congested side is where all these players have to rotate into. Now, the issue is, in zero build, you want to have to rotate as least as possible. You want to be the most centered you can. And with the Porter Forts, with all the natural mobility, these duos that had a position on the Daily Bugle and were able to maintain it were the ones that came out on top in the end. So that's very important to kind of look towards in these next matches, is how you can set yourself up in that center of the zone. Dead side is important, but it's more important to be in the center. Make sure you're using the Porter Forts, creating the natural environmental coverage for yourself and not just using the Daily Bugle hills. I mean, with a lot of that opportunity of the Porter Forts, you want to make it to good use.
Thank you so much, Takada, for that breakdown there. And I love having the telestrator on this desk. It just brings us so much more information, and also to the players probably preparing for game number 2.
Yeah, look, Takada makes a great point, because at the end of the day, you know, as much as you don't want to put everything down to luck, because it's not, zone pulls in Zero Build are so important, right? And when you look at that zone we just played, it's a bugle zone. It's the perfect zone for Anas and Pink, right? They literally land towards the stunny steps right to the top right of the bugle, right? So it is their home zone. It's where they're going to be most comfortable. It was the best sort of circumstance for them to start off the day. But even with them, right, I wouldn't doubt them to do well if the zone pulled a bit further away, right? It's not going to be only zones that determine how good and how well a team does.
And I want to ask you, something that the caster said is that this is a longer game than we expected for Zero Builds. How much is that due to the Portaforts?
Right, so the issue is with Zero Build and the Standard Build mode is you get more into the moving zones in Standard Build mode. There's a lot more materials, you can cover yourself better. But in the Zero Build mode, you have the Portaforts, which can be used, but you only have so many, right? What we saw being used a lot were the Shockwave grenades alongside those Portaforts, launching their opponents into the zone, and this caused the players to get eliminated quite quickly, so we never even got to those later moving zones, so it doesn't really last as long as the Standard Build mode.
Another vital item, especially towards the end game there, was that Rift to Go, where we saw 4 or 5 individuals up in the sky at Zone 8.
Look, it is sort of a get out of jail free card. That's how these players will use it. When you're in dire straits in the final moments, it's your best bet, right? Send yourself up to the side. It's like the casters were literally saying, I fancy my chances up there than I do down below, right? And it's so understandable when you have so many teams up there in the sky and the people down below are having to make a choice. You just gotta get lucky, right? Start wiggling in the air, making sure, you know, you're not the easiest target. And so I expect to see that be a trend throughout the day. But even like you were saying, Kelly, yeah, that game lasted a bit longer than you expect typical Zero Build games to last. And I think a big part of it was the Portaforts. We saw them being used so much in all these different types of battles. It's clearly gonna be one of the key factors today.
Oh man, I just have to talk about that one highlight we saw where I believe it was Falcon GNTL who was hiding up into the rafters, taking down 1v2 against Scoped and Blake. But everyone, here we have our ranking by STC, and of course, Pink and Anas in first place, but look how far ahead they are than the rest of the competition.
I'll be honest, this is a very, very nice. If Pink and Anas can see the leaderboards, I'm not sure if they can. This is a very nice place to be on. I'm not gonna lie, I just have to do it because it's me and I'm 11-2K, it's what I'm known for. There's a lot of EU teams in the top 10. A lot of EU teams, a lot of EU players. Not a big surprise for me myself, but I would like to see a lot of the other players from other regions getting involved. They definitely had their moments. Of course, you can see, you know, of course, here on the second page, right? That's where you start to see a bit of them come into the fray, and they definitely did impress.
We have to talk about it, Takada. Tayson and Thomas, although they did grab 5 eliminations, down in 20th place.
Look, the importance of eliminations is high, but you need to get in that top 5. You need to secure the big placement points. What we saw Pink and Anas do was the best of both worlds. They had 10 eliminations. I mean, if you looked at the rest of the top 10, there was not that many duos even close to them. And these duos further down the leaderboard that were able to secure a few elims, they just didn't have the placement to match it.
Blake and Scope, that's the duo that I was talking about. They got 1v2'd, and you know that they're going to be looking up from now on when they enter a building.
100%, right? We talked about awareness being so big, and awareness is always a big factor in Fortnite, no matter what level you're playing at. But especially at this level, going down like that is painful because you should. As a top player, you should naturally just go into every single shack that's like that and just look up. Just to be sure, just to check. It doesn't take a lot. It's not going to affect you. It's not going to, you know, off-center your rotations or nothing like that. Just look up. Save yourself.
You never really know, right? Sometimes it's just a spider hanging down above, and you don't check it every time, but those bugs can be dangerous, and that's exactly what we saw Gentle pull off. Not only getting 1 elimination, but the 1 versus 2. I mean, I'm impressed.
I'm very impressed. I'm also impressed with our sponsors, everyone. So I do want to give a shout out to the Saudi Arabian Airlines. Thank you so much for sponsoring Gamers8. And then, of course, we have to give a shout out to Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib. And there's so many more incredible sponsors that makes all of this possible. The largest esports event in the world, everyone. But for right now, we're going to be taking a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. It's still me, Kelly Link, joined by 112K, but now we have Spaceman joining us. How you doing?
Doing great. It's a lot of money. How could you not be happy about what's going on? Fortnite's popping. I love it.
Well, you know who's really happy right now? Anas and Pink, after those 10 eliminations, VR, setting themselves ahead of the competition just after game number 1.
Yeah, they were going off, right? So many eliminations, they were just going after the game. It's one of these things, right, where I think people sleep on this team when it comes to their ability to get eliminations. This season, though, they've been on their game. They've evolved as a team. They are much more on it. The synergy's there, and Nas is more confident in fights. Pink is making plays like he always does. It's the perfect combination.
And it's just a combination of Guild not only having strong starts now in tournaments as well, but again, I think the patience down the stretch is going to pay dividends for a lot of teams. Getting started early in game 1 as well, 52 points. It's a ridiculous start.
And talking about starting early, I think by Zone 5 they had close to 6, maybe even 7 eliminations. So the fact that most of their eliminations came at the halfway point is huge.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that would be towards, you know, the zone pool that they had, right? Being able to sort of just have a position up on the bugle, just chill, look at everybody in the distance rotating their way on in. It allowed them to just sort of sit there, pick people off. But again, it sounds easy to do. It's certainly not easy to do.
Yeah, and you made that comment earlier, like, look, if you have that positioning in the bugle and the zone starting to move, this is an opportunity to close this game out, and they absolutely did.
And also, we've seen Anas do well in Zero Build before. He got 6th place at DreamHack Zero Build there, and now joined by his duo mate Pink. I mean, that's just going to set him up so much more, especially when we see the love between those two teams during the interview.
I'm just happy we are just all giving Anas his flowers. That's all I really care about, because he doesn't get them enough, and he certainly deserves it. Of course, you know, we don't want to jinx anything, right? There is still quite a couple of games to go, and so they have to maintain this path, but of course, a good start.
Yeah, and I was genuinely surprised in game 1 how quickly a lot of the investment from the quick pops was going to be from the Rift to Goes, because you're looking for a lot of that edge guard, but even near the end, it was a lot of quick decision making from those teams in scramble time, and that's really what pays dividends down the stretch. You're going to see that consistency from some of the best as well.
Gosh, I mean, just to see Anas being so low right there and still just being confident, being cool and collected, and being able to grab that VR.
That is Anas in a nutshell. He is known for being cool, calm, collected. I hope at some point they actually show him like while he's playing, because he literally plays like leaned back, right? Like he's not, you know, right in the screen or anything. He plays leaned back. He is not nervous about anything. It could literally be the biggest tournament to ever happen. The day before, he'd be like, "Oh, we playing tomorrow? Yeah, all right, cool. Let's get into it." You know, he's so cool.
And that's a big thing. I mean, I know a lot of us were looking to Thomas and Tayson for performing there, and they still did well, but just not as well as we thought. And a lot of people don't realize that tournament jitters are a real thing.
Yeah.
Being able to play at home at your computer in your setup where you have your sandwich and your drink ready to go is totally different than being in such a big stage like this.
I mean, granted, it's game one, so a lot of those stronger competitors are still getting going. But if you are one of these younger teams, if you are kind of an underdog per se in the conversation, this is the time to make that jump. This is the time to get ahead of some of the better shots you have in this tournament. Because at that point, you can just play off the back foot and play your pace. You're forcing everybody else to make a move.
Also, I don't know why, but I was like, oh, it's only 6 games. No, it's actually 12 games. This is a long gauntlet.
Yeah, there's a lot of games to make your mark on the lobby. I think you guys talking about that makes me sort of think about some of the players who maybe we have seen do that in the past, right? We've not mentioned him. King is playing in this competition, a player who played in World Cup, and he impressed so many people for doing just that, right? Stepping up when people maybe were a bit nervous or were a bit jittery, and taking fight after fight and winning fight after fight. Will there be someone new who does that? Will it be King again, maybe to come through and do that kind of a thing? I certainly do wonder, but yeah, the chances are there to make your mark for sure.
Yeah, and that's a variable that's going to be fine-tuned as well, because a lot of these players do have LAN experience, but for a lot of them, not so much.
I love the players having fun right now onto our screen right there. We got Dawkins right there, just like hiding from the camera a little bit. Oh, but now he's happy and excited.
Yeah, it's good to see the vibes up, do you know what I mean? Because we did talk about how it is a long way. Like when you go down, it's certainly a long way.
45 minutes.
45 minutes to wait for the next match, right? It's an exciting wait in terms of, you know you're going to get into something fun, but you know, if you don't go down in the best of ways, if you are Blake, if you are Scoped who got 2v1'd, right, what does that conversation look like after? Is it like, oh, you know what, bro, you know, we messed up, it's good, you know, quick little, it's good, or is it dead silence, you know, staring at each other into the space, you know, what do we do?
Well, it's only game one. I mean, I would hope they don't get too down on themselves, but I think at the end of the interview, one thing that Pink brought up that was really important is he talked about kind of the chemistry that he has with Nas. And I think that's huge, because if you don't have to constantly communicate and you can have that synergy, that will carry you through the rough times of this tournament, because like you said, it's a gauntlet. You have to find a way through.
Well, let's talk back to what you were just saying there, you know, this wait time in between games. What should they be doing in these moments? How can they be preparing?
Honestly, I think is exactly what Spaceman was alluding to, right? Just staying cool, you know, not allowing yourself to get too worked up, because at the end of the day, it's still early, right? Game one, there's so many games. Even if it is the later games, right? You can never afford to just lose your cool if you maybe need to, you know, go use the bathroom real quick or whatever, you know, just don't get in your head.
Well, what do rookie drivers do all the time? They overcorrect and they make wrong decisions. So given the fact that it's 12 games, the last thing you want to do is stray away from a play style that's gotten you here. You want to make small audibles throughout the game, and then from there, you make adjustments. That's what the best players do in this tournament.
So let's talk about what the main thing of Zero Build is that we saw there, and what were some of the items that were like utilized in that game?
Well, we can't ignore Porterfort, right? I think in literally almost every single engagement, everybody who had a chance to carry one carries one in, understandably, right? It's Zero Build, a mode where you can't build. You have something that allows you to build. I'm certainly going to carry it, right? We saw how effective it was in battles.
It was especially utilized early game, just how quickly you wanted to get that damage to avoid any extra encounters, but I was also looking at how quickly teams were hitting that rotation and trying to set up, like we saw in the Daily Bugle. Altitude's going to be important regardless in Zero Build, but you're not going to see a lot of teams having to get that towards the end game. So how quickly you set up is going to determine your success.
And even in panic situations, right? We saw so many teams, right? One of your players is knocked, drop down the Porterfort, right? Make sure you have that protection as if you are building yourself and you can get the revive off.
I mean, there's so much to learn from in game number 2 there, or game number 1. Speaking about game number 2, because we're ready to go back to our casters, everyone, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly, 11, and Spaceman. Look, game number 1 was extremely exciting. We talked about it, they talked about it, but game number 2, I imagine, is going to be no different. But one thing I want to comment on here that 11 kind of mentioned, I'll throw it to you here in a second. He talked about the importance of Porterforts. But I noticed that a lot of teams that had the Porterforts, they were instantly getting focused by the remainder of the lobby. So I'm curious, in your opinion, how effective are Porterforts, and maybe is there another item that might be a little bit more important?
I think it depends on your position. If you're going to go for those high ground positions and try and claim that space, it's going to be a little more important to try and have a Portafort to be able to protect yourselves. But then there's also those like anti-Portafort weapons like the heavy sniper that we've seen. It breaks builds, it's going to knock players down, and it caused several issues of players that couldn't get back up into their Portafort and then had to struggle and find a way. So it works, but there's also counters to it, which is really interesting. You have that play, then you have the counter, and there's a couple of other items in this match and in Zero Build that you can play or play against.
And one thing else I wanted to mention was it was Thomas HD carrying 2 assault rifles and a sniper rifle. This is kind of an interesting play here, and I understand the thought process, right? Especially when it comes to Thomas HD. That man can hit his AR shots and sniper shots, right? Oh, yeah. So for him to carry 2 ARs and a sniper makes sense. But also, if you're shooting a lot, if you're targeting a lot of players, that ammo count is going to decrease rapidly when you're carrying 2 of the same item.
Yeah, and you need to choose when you're going to spend all that ammo. You know, there's only so much that you could use in Fortnite. But we did see in that end game, when players were up in the air, him and Tayson were punishing everybody. But now it's time. It's game number 2. Let's get into it. Let's see where all these players go. Is everyone hitting the same drop, or are we switching it up? What are you doing after game 1?
Ooh, you know, I think game 1 is a little too early to switch drops, especially with 12 games in total. Now, if this was standard 6, right, maybe I'd be looking back at the VOD, looking at a replay, trying to understand where maybe some of these players didn't necessarily go, or who struggled a little bit more off spawn looting, or where a place that realistically has enough loot to make work and continue moving forward. But interestingly enough, it doesn't look like we're seeing too many changes here as of right now. But this is game 2, folks. This is where you really start to make your mark. And if it's still not working for you in the second game, I think the next game you got to make some changes.
And we're going right back here to Daily Bugle. It was where the first elim happened of game number 1. We saw Arkram and Falconer go down. So now playing a little differently, not going for the straight 50-50 off spawn. We're going to be in 2 separate buildings, grab some loot. Arkram, Falconer holding that central building. Then we actually see a split there by Jelty and Vico playing different positions, different buildings. And it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to engage this fight, because you won off spawn in game number 1. Now, do you decide to force it, or are you just going to be comfortable taking whatever you can get and moving on, trying to play for placement after this?
That's the real question. What are you going to do after this moment? But honestly, with every player that we see in this lobby, we probably have almost a different answer, because the variety of minds that we're seeing here. Just like here in threats, we see one of those strats coming out there in the tents and being able to utilize some different weapons there, carrying from game to game. So definitely going to be interesting to see what loadouts persist from them going into these next few. But it does look like they're not the only ones, because Steno here looking a little stacked there with those 2 rifts.
Yeah, they were one of our best teams, and utilizing the same thing that just got them to that end game. We see the mud flap. They didn't have the tires this time. They'll probably find some along the way, but using the vehicles, utilizing the mud flap is so strong. And we saw it there in game 1. If you're able to keep this thing up and prevent anyone from destroying it, it is so useful during these end games.
I mean, listen, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Like, and this is something that worked for them, and they're going to continue to use it until it doesn't. But speaking of things that are now working for Arkram and Falcon, they find themselves on the high ground here in Daily Bugle. This is definitely a huge change for them, because they're still up, right? They did not go down immediately like they did in game number 1, and they should be able to at least have a bit of a better advantage on some of these teams in the area.
An interesting thing about this duo, this is the only full duo that competed together during Duo World Cup, so they have that experience competing at a high level against top-tier talent, and also doing so together. They may not be the freshest right now, but still, I will take that experience. If I'm coming into this, I would much rather have that experience playing together, playing in the spotlight, rather than this being my first LAN, because for a couple of players, this is probably the first time that they're in front of a crowd and in front of their peers. Now tuning into this fight here at Coney Crossroad, we saw it happen last game. Tripper, Thomas, going at it against King and Siun.
And they're not the only players here in the area either. So Hellfire now going to need to take a back seat for a second and just focus on healing up. I think that's one of the things that is overlooked often here in Zero Build, but shots just rain in. Tripperin not missing a shot. FaZe King gonna go down. Now his teammate left to try and get him back in this game. You see King doing a good job of hiding and actually returns fire and knocks Tripperin. Now it's Siyun gonna be able to get his teammate back in the game, and Hellfire now needs to try and get Tripperin.
Just trading the knocks, but it looks like Siyun's gonna be the one that wins that trade because he's able to get his teammate up quicker, and he's going for this finish. He's trying to get involved here, but only one weapon in the inventory. I say only, but that combat AR is so strong, it's going to be able to get significant damage. Now we do see everyone has seemed to slow down. Looks like Scram and Andalix are nearby, but nonetheless, Siyun not going to try and get this finish just yet. Gonna get back to his teammate, relax, and Andalex, Scram, now peeking through the window, asking, can I serve you some shots?
Through the window, through the wall, they're looking to connect here as these players get closer and closer here to Scram. But looking at Siyun, he is actually going to break out the back, so him and King should be able to stay alive here and not try to spend too much time. But of course, as I say that, Hellfire connecting some incredible shots.
Dude, the aim in some of these players is just unbelievable. And we see the Zero builds. You can't hide behind anything if you don't have that cover. More shots coming through. Halnada just putting it all over the place. Anyone that walks by can get some shots. We do see the flare gun being used, trying to get that info, and another team comes in. That's going to be Halnada that goes down, and also look like we saw a player get knocked on the other team. Yeah, Tripperin goes down as well as Andalex, so two duos having a player knocked. Scram now having to circle back and try and get his teammate, but I don't know if that's going to be able to happen as Tripperin gets knocked and we see the full finish.
Well, remember here, SPG, the cow catcher on front of a vehicle like that will destroy anything in its path. So all he has to do is drive over the card and then run away. That's it. So if he can wait until these players are not necessarily as focused on Andalix's position, he should be able to get him back in the game. But with all this action continuing to unfold here close by, I don't see that actually happening very easily.
And we do see the full finish come through. That's actually beneficial to Scram because, like you said, he could just drive over that with the vehicle and keep on moving. But Scram's going to start shooting back, does get some shots to come through, but Hellfire going to look to disengage as well. Scram watching the disengage happen, trying to decide, am I going to shoot at this? Yeah. That's my shots. And back in my vehicle, back to try and get my teammate back up because that should be the focus for him right now. Playing as a solo, you're at a huge disadvantage. You're down 5 inventory slots. You're down a multitude of damage output possible, as well as possible HP. So we do see him circle back. He's going to try and grab the card, likely dive into Storm to a POI that is well beyond to hit the reboot and get his teammate back in this game.
Yeah, looking at the inventory of Siyun there, that combat AR is something I really want to focus on. But speaking of focus, it's Vico. Now actually getting the knock onto Falconer. So Arkham now is a solo player, gonna get jumped on here by Vico and Jelty. Huge tags come through, but Arkham just trying to shockwave, actually uses the Portafort, but unfortunately finds himself underneath, has to exchange fire, and unfortunately isn't gonna work out in his favor as Vico gets that elimination. Now 2 elims on the board here for Jelty and Vico, and honestly, that's the start you wanna see.
It is definitely what you want, and that's now 2 games in a row where they're able to get 2 eliminations off spawn, put themselves in a great position. That's 2 points per elim, so 8 points just off spawn. Now you get to continue. Now you get to start to look for those placement points and maybe see some eliminations later on. Now we see Mansour and Fahad making that rotation with the vehicle, but staying on edge, not getting too far in. They want to play towards this outside of the storm, and we can see all the players positioning fairly well spread out right now, but zone and storm is going to get smaller and force them in.
Is going to force them in, but you know, central zones don't necessarily present themselves too often. We've been watching a lot of zones here with recent FNCS, and it feels like they've been heavy to the north. So to see a central zone like this one is actually kind of exciting. So players that land tilted towers or any of those areas around there should have a pretty considerable advantage. But speaking of advantages, it looks like King is going to lose his as Polga now left as a solo player, and it looks like it was actually potentially Rogue Shark that was able to pick that up.
Yeah, some shots came in the distance. Now Rogue Shark and Knight looking to sneak here into the Rave Cave. We see some players in the area. That's Queasy, that's Hen on the outskirts of the Rave Cave. But they're not the only ones. Thomas HD, Tayson. It's a party here down in the Rave Cave. Everyone loves to blast some music and hang out. And we see now Rogue Shark and Knight looking to get involved as Macwood's going to get there a knock on the Chapix. We see that in the feed as take a look at what the vision is from Queasy. And it looks like two players just staring right at one another, waiting for someone to make the first move.
But speaking of teams waiting, it's Z Andy and Bloomy both finding themselves in Storm here. So this could be a possible 2v1 here for Arab and Bloomy if they end up seeing Z Andy close by, but it really depends. But also some other teams here close by here just on the edge. It's actually Macwood, Chapix, and Threats. These are some top tier NA talent on top of obviously Chapix being from EU. Not necessarily rotating, not necessarily fighting either. But Arab now looking to connect any shots that he can as they rotate through a Storm.
Yeah, they're just playing in, waiting till players move out of their way and trying to get a freer rotate. That's something that Arab's known for, is playing in Storm to avoid being seen and using that to his advantage to get the best rotate or the freest rotate possible. It's not always the best, but you know, some may say if you don't take damage, that could be the best rotate. Now tuning in with our phase duo of Bizzle and Dubs here, making the rotate in. A lot more cars this game, Panda.
A lot more. I think people are starting to realize the value in the vehicles, because if you think about it this way, obviously in standard competitive modes, which is where most of these players come from, they're not used to having vehicles readily available for them to drive with. So for a Bizzle and Dubs, this is definitely going to be a change, but not only a change, an advantage in the inventory for this duo. We talked with Bizzle beforehand, getting his insight and going into these games, and his game plan is very effective, right? It's very effective, and it should keep him towards the top. And I'm interested to see if that game plan is going to be able to unfold here in game number 2.
And not only does he have a plan, as we see Queasy did take out Knight and Rogue Shark there in the feed, but Bizzle is also one of the most experienced in-person gamers. He has the experience, he has the accolades as well, not only just experience, but also succeeding when he plays at a big event like this. So we'll see whether or not that continues for him, but historically, he's one of the best that you could ask for, as we do see Bloomy, Arab, staying on the outside of zone once again, looking to play this slow, not necessarily looking to get in, as we see some Falcon and Falcon Crime. FHD taking out Spy, and they're battling as well.
The battles continue on, but for Bloomy and Arab, they're going to try to use their first rift of the game. Interesting timing, right? I do understand that there was quite a bit of contestation on that rotate, but still feels a little early for a rift play, especially with the value in the rifts there going into the end game. But regardless of that, now the focus is on getting to the center, and look at that zone. This is going to be tough. The elevation here is really, really important for these teams, and it looks like somebody has already positioned themselves ready to go.
Yeah, you see that those two yellow arrows in the middle of the zone, in the middle of the screen. Those guys, they're kicking back. They're like, I couldn't ask for a better zone than this. Likely going to be a team that lands tilted towers, because it's going to be hard for anybody else to get that position fast enough. Now we're tuning into the outside of this zone. Scope and Blake looking to try and perform better than they did in the previous match. They went down a little early. Definitely have the caliber to stay up, as we see Acorn able to get a knock there in the feed. But talking about caliber, Queasy and Hen, they're my prediction to win this thing here, Panda. And I mean, Hen is so confident, really believes that he can do it as well.
He definitely does, but listen, I believe a lot of players here believe that same exact thing. We talked to him, right? Going into this, it was probably some of the most confident players I've ever interacted with going on to the day. So it's going to be interesting, right? But like Hen mentioned, he is not only confident, but he also has one of the strongest duo partners in zero build history. So it's definitely not only confident in his gameplay, but confidence that his team cohesion here with Queasy will be the deciding factor of them taking home the win. But now we switch over to Andalix and Scram. They're taking out the vehicles left and right, and that's what you need to see as players go down. Mansoor now left as a solo, but unfortunately gonna end up going down. So that is a huge duo going down here pretty early as Scram and Andalix end up picking it up.
Yeah, Fahed and Mansoor were one of the duos that qualified yesterday, so coming in really strong, able to have a great performance in the qualifier and then advance to this. So you have to think the momentum's there, but again, this is a different kind of lobby. These are the best players that are going to continue to make it difficult every single rotation. Now we're tuning in with some teams going back and forth, trading tags. Looks like Cal and Nema taking some shots there on Mitro and Milan, who aren't necessarily a fan of that, but they're gonna have to hold this position as Cal and Nema need to make this rotate into zone.
They definitely do, and it looks like the blessing in disguise in that rift coming from Mitro and Milan is gonna allow them to start moving. But speaking of teams that need to move, it's Vidil hanging out here. Unfortunately, gonna be the focus here of some of these other players and needs to be super careful. It actually looks like it was potentially Thomas HD and Tayson kind of focusing in, trying to land some shots. But speaking of shots landing, it's Hen. And you see Hen on a porta fort, all I gotta say is run.
As you see Vidil getting knocked there, Nema trying to make a late rotate in the zone. He's looking for Amar. They got the elimination there onto Vidil. As we look back, see what happened to Fahed and Mansoor going down there to Analex and Scram. Solid rotates by Cal and Nema here. Can't exactly get Amar just yet. He's making the rotate in, but now he's right out in the open. If Cal is able to find him, he's gonna go down, but that's not gonna happen. So he's gonna get away from it from now, but he's still just right out in the open. Nema, Kyle, gonna have to make a rotate as we see some more fights happening. It's Dubs and Bizzle jumping on Kanata and Giannis is gonna hit the rift. He's 1 HP, he's gonna go down to the next shot. We'll see who's gonna be able to hit that because it is only a matter of time. There it is, he does touch the ground, but who knows for how long.
Touching the ground, touching grass, but unfortunately not going to be able to stay alive as Giannis is now out of this. And it was Thomas HD going to pick that up, but he's not done yet. Picking up, it looks like Mitro, but Milan actually getting the knock there onto Queasy. So it is a 1v1 here. Hen just trying to stay alive. He has so many things in his inventory to use, but unfortunately, it does look like he might end up going down, but no, he actually has slipped away as Thomas HD and Tayson end up taking that commanding position.
Another great position right here on the edge of fourth zone. This is where you want to be positioned just for a little bit. They're going to start taking shots at players in the air. We saw this in game number 1. Andalex is going to take out Acorn, and Acorn's actually going to take out Scope. So lots of action going on as Nut and Oak is just trying to rotate on in. They may wind up running into Tayson and Thomas HD, but it's actually Pilkey and SJ on top of this zone. They look like they were the team, but a fight going on right here. Thomas and Tayson hold their ground, turn aside Nut and Okus, and you're not coming up. It's actually going down. Tayson's dropping in. He's trying to get the elimination. There's one. Thomas HD looking to clean it up, and Nut's just going to hit the rift and try and get himself into a better position. Tayson will clean up Okus. But it looks like Thomas was chasing that one. I don't know if he'll come back down. Thomas is trying to clean this one up, and it's only a matter of time here for Nut.
Ooh, what a play there with the shockwave, but it's not going to be enough as Nutify ends up going down. You know, that's one thing I want to see more of, is using the shockwave to not only start a fight with a porta fort, but also break the bottom of it, causing them to drop down. So that could have been detrimental there to Thomas HD and Anas, but or Thomas HD and Tayson. But now Anas has his sights set with the heavy sniper in hand. This could be dangerous for Thomas HD and Tayson.
And they already have 3 eliminations just on Anas. So continuing that hot streak. Game number 1, as we heard by our awesome analyst desk, that was no fluke. These guys are really good at this video game. As we see Pink and Anas just pressuring Thomas and Tayson. This is some EU on EU action, both duos, some of the top players within the region. We do see the heavy snipes come in and really putting a damper on this Portafort. The rotate's gonna have to come out in only a matter of seconds. As we see pressure continues, Anas gets beamed. He's gonna go down. That's Thomas HD cleaning this one up. And Pink might be next if he doesn't find a way. He actually goes in the wrong direction and he gets cleaned up as well. So Thomas, oh, Amar's gonna clean up Pink. Amar's still alive.
What did I just see? What a way to take them out. So Anas and Pink are game 1 winners, now out of this competition here in game number 2. And of course, it's at the hands of Thomas HD. 5 eliminations on the board. This is the comeback game. This is what Levin was talking about. He said Thomas HD, the most winningest player in zero build EU. So for him to be doing as well as he is, it is no surprise to us.
Definitely not. You see him consistently placing on the top of all these zero build cups. Another player goes down, but look who is in the mud flap, and they have the cow catcher on the front. It is Steno and Lucy just hanging out in their vehicle, and no one wants to peek out and take some shots on them, but Steno says, I'll peek out. You're coming for my vehicle. That's another knock and elim for him. Call it 2 on this game. Looks like Tayson's able to get one. Falcon FHD goes down. So lots of players, the action's being forced. Everyone in this zone as it shrinks.
As it shrinks here, Andelix now holding on here. The legendary heavy sniper in hand. Definitely part of the reason they've had some success in this end game. But now Lucy just driving around. You see the gas can. You see the repair torch from his teammate. This is a combo that will keep that vehicle alive for much longer, but now using the Rift to go. Interesting play. They'll probably drop down on the truck again, but no, Vico, now 1 HP in a dream, ends up trying to use the Boogie Bomb, and a Rift comes through. Now Vico left alone. 2 HP in a dream. Jelty now getting back to his teammate, and now going to be able to get him some heals that he desperately needs to stay alive.
That's the support you want. We see Seti just hanging out in the vehicle. No one's home. Jelty's taking some shots at players above. And everyone's now jockeying for that position within these Portaforts. Everyone wants to be able to claim this. It's Merstash and Bad Sniper, Jelty and Vico trading shots, going back and forth. Now Endelex and Scram jumping down below are going to take out Pilkey. Dubs and Bizzle are right there. They're getting involved. This is a 3-way fight down below, and Merstash, Bad Sniper, just sit up here. Let it happen below them and enjoy the view.
Enjoy the view, but speaking of a view, Andelix has the view on everything going on. He's looking down here, all the players fighting. This is actually a really good drop for him. Though Bad Sniper now realizing so many players rifting, he's gonna try to connect anything that he can. But I think the focus of those shots are more to keep people off of his Portafort and keep people in the air or going towards the ground, because that's way easier to hit. But now, speaking of hits, it does look like Merstash actually picks up an elimination there just moments before. Dubs also getting an elim there too. Vico landing here, but still very, very weak. Actually uses the Portafort yet again, but now on Hydra, rifted, or actually shockwaved into Storm. He needs to be careful. Will he be able to make it back? It does not look like it, as Bad Sniper now floats down.
So many players are so weak. Naid goes down. Now it's Dubs just sitting on the bush. He gets called out. That's some big shots that come through. It's Seti putting out the damage, but Seti gets it right back, and he's sent back to the lobby. It's Andelex sitting up top. They're in a great position. Him and Scram look to be trying to close out this game, but Vico and Jelty closing in, trying to grab their own position. Merstash goes down there to Jelty. Andelex looking to shoot back over to his teammate, but Scram looking for some shots. Down goes Bad Sniper, and it's just Vico looking for a play. Lucy goes down as well. Scram and Andelex are cleaning up this lobby. It's Vico in their sights. There is one more player. It's Jelty. Down he goes. Oh no, he stays alive and puts it up. Oh my goodness, Jelty.
The NA West Pro, Jelty, cleaning up game number 2. What a way to finish the game. I mean, come on. It does not get better than that.
I thought for sure Scram and Andelex had that, but Jelty says, no way, I am not going down without a fight. Shuts the door and takes game number 2.
Man, Scram, I feel for you, buddy. That was so close there in those final moments, but Jelty just connecting the more impactful shots to end up walking away with the VR. That's what you love to see.
What a clutch. Like, if you're sitting there, you're Vico, you gotta be hyping up your teammate. You gotta be getting up, screaming, getting them ready. He just clutched up a victory royale, and you can't ask for any more than what he just did.
You can't, but one thing we got to mention, a team that didn't necessarily get the VR, it's Thomas HD and Tayson. They had quite a few eliminations in that end game, so I'm interested to see how that's going to impact them on the leaderboard, because you know eliminations are very, very important in this zero build competition.
Definitely is. Like 2 points per. That's how these teams separate themselves. A lot of teams are making these end games, and if you're not getting the victory royale, if you're not picking up those high elimination games, you're not separating yourself from the rest of the pack. Even though Scram and Andalex did go down there, you have to be feeling good. They had so many eliminations in that end game, still able to pick up that second place. Yes, you want the victory royale, but sometimes it doesn't go your way. You have to be happy with the game you played and the points you just earned.
You absolutely do. And for Scram, that is a extremely important game to be proud of, and it definitely will make an impact on the leaderboard for them as well. So I'm so excited, man. This has been incredible. We got one more game with the boys here, and then we got some special other casters coming through. But man, going into game number 3, I'm excited to see what changes are going to play out, because like we were talking about before when we were going into this game, we were talking about how these teams that aren't necessarily seeing success, they're going to have to make a change. One of those being Arkham and Falconer. We see them continually going down early, and that's definitely not what they want to do, right? So maybe Daily Bugle is in the spot for them. Either way, I'm excited to see how this is going to continue to play out.
But the tough thing is, even if you leave Daily Bugle, where are you going? Everyone has claimed spots on this map, so you may be leaving one contest, just the team that won that last match. So it's not like, oh, no, they're a great team that you're contesting, but you're going to contest another great team, which is really tough. We have to talk about Cammy and Seti, because they were in that last end game. Seti sitting in the bush, hiding, trying to find those snipe shots, and did grab a few elims. They were also in the end game in the first match. So while they're not coming in the top 1, top 2, they are still picking up a ton of eliminations, a ton of placement points, and once we see the leaderboard, I would highly expect to see them up on top.
Yeah, I definitely will. And Seti had a bit of a misplay with the Rift to go, but regardless, it is all down to this. It is time, though. We have a great player interview for all of you at home.
Welcome back to the main stage, where I am joined by the winners of round number 2. It is Yelty and Vico. Well done, guys. An incredible performance, I have to say. You know what, Yelty, let's just come to you first, okay? This is such a carnage. I can't think of any other word, but the final circle is just so mad. How do you keep your composure?
Well, I don't know. I was just following him. That's all I was doing.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، عندنا يلتي وفيكو موجودين معنا في المسرح بعد فوزهم في المباراة الثانية. حبينا نسألهم السؤال الأول، إنه الدائرة الأخيرة كانت مرة حوسة الوضع فيها، بس بنفس الوقت قدرتوا تحافظون على أنفسكم وتخلصون من المباراة بشكل جدا جميل. كيف قدرتوا تسوونه؟ يلتي يقول أنا كنت ألحق فيكو بس ولا سويت شيء ثاني.
Vico, describe the stage, the crowd, the experience, the nerves. Like, how is it all?
The experience is really great. I can't lie. My nerves are really like. I have to have like nerves of steel right now, so it's like I have to keep calm. So yeah, I mean it's really cool. It's a nice experience and all that. It's really nice playing in front of like people. Yeah.
فيكو كان يتكلم عن تواجده معنا في المسرح، يتكلم على انه قد ايش يبغالي انا انه ما اكون متوتر، ولازم اني يكون عندي يعني اعصاب من حديد عشان اقدر اني بس احافظ على نفسي واقدر اني ادخل المباريات بشكل كويس.
So Yelty, a lot of the casters and all of the people at home, I think they want to know, what's it like meeting all of your fellow Fortnite pros? I imagine you haven't met a lot of them in person before. What's it been like to experience that?
The experience has been amazing. I couldn't believe meeting all the pros.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، كنا نتكلم مع جلتي على موضوع أنه أول مرة يقابل كثير من المحترفين لعبة فورتنايت، وكان يتكلم على أنه أنا ماني مصدق إني أنا جالس أقابلهم وإني جالس أتعامل معهم وأشوفهم كل يوم.
Men a few words, but they do their talking on the battlefield. Please, everybody, give it up one more time for Yelty and Vico. We're going to be jumping into map number 3 very shortly, so don't go anywhere, and I'm going to hand it back over to the desk.
خلصنا من المباراة الثانية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، الآن راح ندخل على طول المباراة الثالثة، لكن قبل كذا عندنا استديو تحليلي نتكلم ايش صار في المباراة بالذات السيركل الأخيرة، ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية في الجيم الثالث.
Welcome back to the desk, Fortnite fans. It's me, Kelly Link, your host, and of course, I'm still joined by Levin, 2K, and Spaceman, and Jelty coming out on top, representing Latin America and NA West.
Yeah, and of course, Vico there with him, right? He did say he was just following Vico then, which is kind of hilarious, but obviously phenomenal stuff from those two. It's funny, right? Because the game started and the whole Twitch chat was literally just Jelty fans just spamming hashtags.
Of course.
So to see him actually win the game is great.
Yeah, in the start, it was really Vico kind of taking over and using those shockwaves to gain advantages. And from there, what do we talk about with NA West? They're showing up. Yeah. I love that this finally we get some respect on NA West. I love the finish there in the end as well.
Oh yeah, it's a bit bittersweet for me, like, you know, moving on from NA West to NA East, but now seeing them shine so much, that's exactly what I wanted to see right here. And you know, there was such an incredible like in-game in that last moment. I feel like we didn't really know who was going to win until the very last moment.
Well, look, Scram certainly thought it was going to be him, right? And I did as well. He was going crazy in the final moments. And, you know, a lot of people, we've all been there playing Fortnite, right? You know, you think you're about to win, then boom, something happens, you don't get a victory out. I'm sure they'll be bouncing back though. Scram's somebody who, you know, has maybe not been quiet per se, but, you know, we've not seen him in the biggest stages as much as we maybe would have wanted to. So to see him popping off here online is really, really nice.
It was genuinely surprising because we entered in Zone 5. You got 5 elims for Thomas, all the utility as well. You got Zone to your back. You're thinking he's set up perfectly. But the kill feed starts to come through, and all of a sudden the eliminations fall. And at the end of the day, it's the straggling players, the players who rotate in late and find those scrappy kills. They were the ones who picked up those eliminations.
Well, we got to talk about one of the players that you just mentioned there, Thomas and Tayson, grabbing 6 eliminations by Zone 4?
I did say at the start of the show, you can't really like W key the way you would in like, you know, regular builds, but they're just proving me wrong, right? We saw them going at teams, right? They take down Pinkin and us, they ran at them, they're running at other players as well. Clearly these guys are in their element, and again, it's early days, but it's a scary, scary sight. If you allow Thomas and Tayson to become comfortable in this lobby, yeah, it's not going to be too long until they're up in first place.
And for a lot of these teams, the early game, especially in games like 3, 4, and 5 coming up, that's where the consistency is going to be most important because you want to build some establishment of points moving forward because teams starting to pull away now. You've got 2 different winners in 2 different games. Now is the time to find that rhythm.
Although I will say that we have seen teams almost flip their performances from days 1 to day 2. And I know a lot of these players are going to want to be celebrating tonight, but it's the hardcore players that are going to be going back, VOD reviewing and practicing for tomorrow.
Yeah, and there definitely is a lot to work on, right? We're seeing teams in certain moments maybe not having a great understanding of each other, even in certain fights, right? And so, again, as you take time, these things will improve. Of course, the nerves are there. Even Vico, right, he's just won the game and he's talking about how he is nervous, right? And so he's having to sort of temper that. Yeah. So I'm sure as we progress, you know, we'll start to see teams finding that rhythm.
Yeah, the longer it goes on, the proof of concept for the strategy for a lot of these squads is going to come to fruition, which is big. But just looking at the match ranking themselves, they jump up into first place with that second game finish, and now they have a lead. Can they build upon it?
And of course, thank you to STC for providing our match ranking for us right here. And I do want to remind everyone, this is just the match ranking. We are going to have the overall ranking for the 2 games after this. But yeah, Jelty and Vico up on top, of course. Alex and Scram with that incredible run. 10 eliminations as well. Is going to be in second place. But I think we need to look to this team, Steno and Lushi. They were able to make it to the end game in both games now.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to be in first place, right? If I was going to guess before we head to the overall rankings, because that's 2 games now where they've made it very, very deep into the game. We have seen what they've been doing, right? They're using those vehicles, using their trucks, and everybody's sort of letting them go by.
Yeah, they've kept their mobility up throughout the majority of the starts of these games, but that's the teams in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot that you're going to really want to keep your eye on.
Sorry, I was shocked for a moment. 11 eliminations coming out of Tayson and Thomas.
That is honestly silly. Silly stuff. Look, like, it's weird because I feel like we spend so much time talking about them and hyping them up, and this is why, right? Like, they come into these lobbies with the best of the best players from all around the world, and they make it look like pubs. Like, they walk around, they don't care who it is, they will just roll you over.
But what do they have to do? What do they have to change, Levin, to be able to make it into the end game? Because although eliminations are great, 11 eliminations gives you 22 points. A victory royale gets you 32.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them is, you know, sort of understanding once you have gotten a bunch of eliminations, like it sort of felt at a certain point that they were just going on and on and on.
Yeah.
Right? It's essentially, you have to realize, okay, we're going to play to actually just win the game now.
Well, the pace seems to have been stunted a little bit when we looked at even the sniper fight they had against Anas in the prior game. Thomas was making all the moves, but in the end, it took a little bit too long to develop, and from there, they had to play off the back foot towards the end game. So they're playing correctly, just taking a little bit extra time to get themselves in position for a win.
I mean, I am really excited to see these overall rankings once we get to our last page here for the match rankings. And Arkham and Falcon are down there again.
Yeah, slow start for the boys, but you know, hopefully they get back out there. Even the likes of Hellfire and Trippin, right? You would have loved to see them much higher, but nevertheless, there's still plenty more games. Overall rankings, though, Kelly, looking good.
Oh my goodness, Anas in pink right now with 72 points total. It's going to be Andalex and Scram in second place. Steno and Lushi, we're talking about them, going to be sitting in third place. And then, you know, it is a lot of EU players, Levin.
It's a lot of EU. I'm telling you, because look, I spend a lot of time talking to these boys and asking them, like, for real, guys, are there real strats in, you know, zero builds? Are you, because when you look at the leaderboards for the zero build competitions we've had so far, it's a lot of the time the same teams at the top, right, that you'd expect. And so these guys, they have been putting in the work. They understand zero build clearly a lot more than other people. And so what you were saying earlier, Kelly, teams having to go home tonight and actually VOD review and really figure out what other players are doing will 100% be happening.
And for teams that are looking at like a duo like Seti and Cammy, it's going to be tough to beat their work ethic as well. Like that's going to be a factor for a lot of squads that run into their sides. But for some of these teams, like 11th through 20, this is the middle part of the game where you're jostling for position. You're vying for a spot in that top 8 if you get there. So it's all about, again, making the most out of these middle stretches because this is where you're going to get the bulk of your catch-up.
And you can see teams in 16th place like Pilkey and SJ Cash where they don't have a single elimination, but they're able to survive into the end game.
Well, it's funny, right? Because that's actually one of the teams that qualified with heal off, right? It's interesting that back then they were, you know, doing well without any eliminations, and now again they are doing quite well with no eliminations. Clearly in a different type of style, not the full heal off that we were seeing before, but certainly a surprise team, maybe.
Absolutely, and Bloomy being all the way down there, I believe like 26. That's also a little bit surprising.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just 2 games. We got 10 more to go here. Anything can change. And speaking about change, what do you think some duos are going to be changing up in the game that's coming up?
I think the biggest thing I'd expect to see is maybe people being more aggro to vehicles, right? We've seen, you know, players like Lush do very, very well and they're almost going by unscathed. Of course, they do have blow torches which they can use to repair their vehicles when they do get shot, right? But just making sure that if you see a team with a vehicle, you don't let them go by easy. You really make them have to work for it.
Yeah, and how quickly are you going to capitalize on a lot of those third-party rotations? Because we've seen teams hesitate towards the end and then they try to capitalize on that chaos. It works early game, but as teams start making adjustments, you're going to need to start moving a little bit quicker.
Moving quickly, and we're going to be moving very quickly into our next game, but we do have a break. But before I get to that break, everyone, we have to give some more of our sponsors some shout outs there. So giving a shout out to STC. Thank you so much for being a part of Gamers8. And of course, in case you guys are hungry, why don't you try some Doritos, another one of our sponsors here for the largest esports event in the world. But for right now, everyone, we're going to be taking a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to be talking about game number 3.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
welcome back once again to the analyst desk here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. I got Takata joining us back once again, and then of course Spaceman. But Takata, I know that you are feeling pretty good right now.
Look, you know I am feeling amazing. I was watching the last match in the backstage. Jelty coming from Mexico. Like, there's really only 3 words I can use to describe it. Jelty le gana.
So his eyeballs blow up when he came on stage. I'm like, oh, here we go. But it was impressive throughout, and just kind of getting your perspective. What stood out to you most, whether it was a common denominator or a variable for Jelty that has propelled them into that first place finish in game 2?
It's definitely being able to work with whatever player he's put with. Vico is an incredible mind in Fortnite competitive, and Jelty was able to follow along. You even heard it in the interview. He said, I was just following what Vico was doing, right? And he made it happen, and they secured that victory royale as a duo.
Well, we'd like to talk about roles here in Fortnite, and although IGL is important, it's almost as important for the other player to follow that IGL and to be able to play and support them.
Right, and the most interesting factor of this is Jelty actually is an IGL, and being able to change and adapt between playstyles, it really shows how impressive Vico and Jelty both are individually as players.
Yeah, and it's impressive when you can see it from players who don't even have to communicate to one another. They just understand kind of their inherent roles. You're looking at even a couple of games ago, like Merstash's range game and being able to set up the aggression from Bad Sniper, pushing in and getting those quick eliminations. Those are the types of plays that you don't have to say a lot to your teammate. You just kind of know what role you have to fit immediately.
Oh, and you know that Andy and Scram have the energy as well, and it almost looked like it was going to be their game at the very end there, but when you have Jelty, I mean, come on.
Look, you never really know, especially in no build too, right? Yep. There's players rifting from above, using the shockwave grenades to fly around the map. I even saw Dubs there in a bush hiding, just looking around, getting elim after elim. I mean, anything can happen.
And in so many times you're seeing the quick rifts to get themselves into cover, like you just talked about. Like, they're trying to wait for everything else to calm down, then they make their move, and that is where the fine-tuning comes in for a lot of these players.
Well, let's talk about that fine-tuning then. When is the right moment to use a rift to go? Because it could also be a giant target in the sky for you.
Look, game number 1, we saw what happened to a lot of those people using the Porter rifts. I mean, Tayson and Thomas, they were beaming the players out of the sky, right? So you have to know when it's the right time. Normally, the Porter rift is used when you have no more options. You're getting shot from multiple angles. You have no environmental cover. You have no Porter fort. You have nothing more you can do. You pop the Porter rift and you try and stay up just a bit longer.
It's a bit of a dartboard early on with a lot of these engagements. So when it comes down to the final zone, if you have no options, you create one with the rift. Now, granted, it's a 50-50. You get tagged, good luck. If you don't, good luck as well, but it gives you at least a chance to get back into the play.
And obviously, we're looking towards Andy, and we're looking towards Jelty in that end game, but we do have to look to Thomas and Tayson as well. 11 eliminations, but still not able to break into that end game. And I asked Levin the question, but same thing for you. What do they have to do to make it to the very end?
Look, it's one thing about Fortnite is adapting to the lobby you're playing in, right? We haven't seen a lobby like this in an incredibly long time. Players from NA West, Brazil, Middle East, Europe, NA East. I mean, we have all these regions competing together, and now you're kind of might not be too familiar with your opponents, right? Because you don't compete against them on a daily basis. So knowing what your opponents do, learning the map, learning how the rotates work, and being able to adapt and, I mean, use that to your advantage over time as the games go on.
And that's the constant, is the volume of eliminations they've had through 2 games. They're not getting first place, but they will eventually if they keep that up.
And, you know, you never really know what's going to happen, especially in the early game, if a team's going to drop on you. So being aggro, getting those eliminations is almost more important than getting placements right now.
I mean, and it's paying off for Thomas and Tayson, right? They didn't have a great first match, but in game 2, even though they weren't in that last zone top 5, they had an incredible amount of eliminations, and that has boosted them up in the leaderboards.
And when you're getting to the end game, you're reading through your progressions more appropriately as a squad, so it opens up opportunities that otherwise weren't there. So if they're putting up 10, 11 per game, all of a sudden everything else becomes neutral, and they can just play through the aim that they have, which we know Thomas best in the world at that.
Easily the best in the world right now. I don't think that's deniable from anyone else, but let's talk about game number 3 and what our expectations are, or maybe what we want to see.
Look, we've seen a lot of action happening around the map. One of the main factors is what we've seen in the Daily Bugle, right? We have Jelty and his duo partner Vico, who just took home game 2 going against Arkham and Falconer. If Arkham and Falconer, they have to think of something to change, right? They have to refine their current strategy to do something to come out on top. Because if you get eliminated so quickly in the early game, you get no placement points, no elim points. It's the worst possible thing to happen.
And Levin talked about it just prior, where the vehicles are going to come more into play now. Like, the mobility is going to be huge for a lot of teams that are sitting 3rd through 8th in the standings right now. Game 3 is massive. This is where momentum can really kick in for a lot of rosters, so you're going to be looking at those rotations and transitions to get yourself back in this one.
I mean, anything can happen, everyone. That's just 2 games out of 12, and we're going to be going into game number 3 in just a moment, everyone. But before we do that, we have to head on over to our casters, so take it away, Panda and SBG.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Look, game number 3. The halfway mark, essentially, after this game. Will there be some dramatic changes to the plays now that these players have gotten to play 2 games and maybe not necessarily found their footing, or if you're Thomas HD, find more ways to connect some shots, because that man just don't miss.
They have 16 elims. That's the most of anybody through 2 games. They're slaying out. But if I'm going into game 3, I'm gonna keep with my game plan. It's a 12-match format, so it's not panic time exactly yet, right? You can try and play what your game plan was, maybe 1 more game. Unless it's just absolutely not working, then I would probably change it up. Nonetheless, I do think we have plenty of opportunity to come back, because 72 points. I mean, a Victory Royale is 32. We see teams easily putting up 5, 6, 7 elimination games. So you do that together, a 50-point game is 100% possible. And all you got to do is have 1 solid match and you're right back in it. But, Panda, the longer you wait to have that solid match, the longer that it takes for you to have a great match, the further you fall behind and the more pressure that mounts on you.
You're absolutely right. I think for these players, this is a really important factor, a really important game for them. This should be a staple game on the day, because remember, when you end day 1 here of a 12-game competition, you want to find yourself in the top 10, right? That's how you feel comfortable going into day number 2. So for a lot of these teams, they're quite outside that threshold. So they're going to have to make some changes, adapt to some of the stuff that these other players are doing well, they're finding success in, and implement that into their game, because it's time. Game 3 is now, as we load into the portal and watch these incredible players drop.
Here we go. It's game 3. We're going to see, is anyone switching it up? But, like you said, you want to find yourself in your top 10 at the end of the day. If you're picking an us, you want to keep that lead. You're hanging out at the top of the leaderboard and securing so many points game after game. So just keep doing what you're doing, and hey, eventually you're not going to have a great match. But if you keep up this solid play style, they're going to be finding themselves in that top 10 that you're looking for. Now we do see, here's the lobby splitting out. One of the things that I find super interesting is the teams that do contest each other, are they fighting off spawn? We have seen this fight happen once off spawn here, but typically this has been a more slow or patient one. But now talking about off spawn, down go Arkram and Falconer. Jelty Vico, after winning the first game off spawn, winning the second game off spawn, and then winning the game, now say, 3rd game's mine? You guys should figure out somewhere else to land.
Yeah, and I think at this point they have to. Look, I love Arkram, Falconer, the West boys. You already know. Like I said before, I got love for West. But at some point, you got to make a switch, and I think now's that time, because you just went down, and obviously with the success of Jelty and Vico there in game number 2, that shows that these off-spawn engagements not only are helping them with eliminations on the leaderboard, but they're also huge motivators for them to go into the in-game and do something special.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for anything better, and then that momentum is huge to continue to play that well. If you're able to do that game after game, I mean, 8 points a game, 4 points a game just to start off before most teams even have their loot is incredible.
It is incredible, but honestly, what else is incredible is the loadout here. We've only been in the game for a few moments. Look at that. You got cow catchers, you got that charge SMG, you got the Rift-to-Goes. Like, that's a solid 0 build loadout if I've seen one. But looking here, we now see the flare gun. I gotta say, I love the touch of the fireworks coming off the flare gun.
Oh yeah, you gotta celebrate. And we do see the flare gun is going to expose where Gentle and Phantom are, and these two are just going to keep playing this slowly, grab whatever loot they can, and it appears almost every time they've walked out of this POI, look to disengage, now tuning in with 2 more players just hanging out, but they got a wolf friend coming for him and may not even realize that they take some shots onto Malabuka there, but the wolf comes in from behind, now shooting back at Epic Whale. They're not in the best position, but that bush, it's really hard to fight. So Epic and Malabuka likely just going to look to disengage this because you don't want to be shooting back at a bush, but no, those players accidentally jump out of the bush and the shots come through. Look like Epic Whale's going to be able to get an Elam, and the other one's up in the air.
This is what we wanted to see from Epic Whale and Malabuka. We wanted to see them have a little bit more success in the early game so that they could be set up for success in the late game. Now, for Epic Whale, he does tend to have a slower day one. It's historic how his day ones, no matter who he's playing with, seem to start out a little bit slower, a little bit more cautious, maybe going down early. And then day 2 is where he truly shows up in incredible fashion. So this is kind of speaking to that history we know from Epic Whale, because he's had a slow start so far. But speaking of people without slow starts, it's FHD here getting massive tags on the Phantom.
And now Gentle trying to shoot back for his teammate, but Phantom is going to go down. Yonks is going to be able to find the last couple of tags there, and Gentle might have no choice but to grab these shockwaves and get out of this fight. It's really hard to 2v1, especially in 0 builds. So FHD continuing to put shots on. The revive may come through, but likely it's just going to be Gentle hoping he can walk out of here. And actually, Dukes and Clicks are right above, so Gentle has to be extremely careful. It's not just one duo, it's 2 watching him every single move.
Every single move. This is kind of important, right? Look, Clicks and Duke have the position to take out not only Gentle, but FHD as well. He needs to be super careful, and that's where the shots are leaning in. Yonks end up going down, so see FHD, Yonks now out of it as Frosty appears.
The Brazilians walking in, trying to get the eliminations. They quickly throw down that Portafort to try and get covered, and it looks like Seti and Cammy are coming in, trying to get involved in this fight. Seti is going to be able to clean this up once they walk into the Portafort. Frosty's just going to hit the rift, get out of here, and put themselves in a position to play for that reboot or try and play as a solo. Frosty is exposed for a moment. Cammy not able to hit those shots, and just simply gonna grab whatever loot they want and continue to play the rest of this game out.
Seti and Cammy are some of the most consistent players across the board, across every game mode, across every region. And so to see them here in the top 10 is exciting, but I know it's just moments away from them just clutching up and having that incredible game that we know they have the potential to take. It may even be here in game 3.
Yeah, back-to-back solid matches from them, and that's why they're currently sitting in our top 5. So after 2 games, they're consistently making that end game, and like you mentioned, Panda, they're going to pop off one game. It's only a matter of time, but a team, a player, Mitro, Milan, going and getting aggressive, but they actually get tagged up from multiple different players, both sides, and there's no choice here, but Mitro just has to hit the rift, try and back on out of here. Milan is now all by himself in the bush, and he's knocked. Mitro's gonna try and jump in the bush, but only to hit that rift, and now, I'm sorry, man, your teammate is gone.
Your teammate is gone. But for Ronaldo, it's a good refresh for him. Mitro actually gonna be able to make it out barely with what looks like just a few HP. So that is honestly surprising that he was able to survive that, but this could not be the end. Remember, Milan had gone down in game number 1 pretty early as well, and Mitro was able to still kind of stay alive and get some points on the board. So I imagine we'll see a similar fashion here for them now, but now Amar is down. Vadil looking to pick up the players, pushing forward. It's actually Fatch and Carry both looking to get involved. Huge tax. Fatch is going to go down, but Carry cleans up Vadil there, not only getting the refresh, but also being able to get his teammate back in the game.
And we see quickly throws down those cow catchers just to give himself a little bit of protection. You know, maybe there's no one around him. We know that because we can see the mini-map and other players, but he doesn't. So immediately making sure he's as safe as he can. French-Canadians able to pick up a couple of eliminations, and now back together, gonna heal up and put themselves in a good position. But a team that consistently is finding themselves in a good position is Lucy and Steno, always in that mud flap, and we see why. They have 2 of the repair torches, which allow them to continue to stay in there. Yeah, you could damage it, but they're going to out-heal you basically every single time.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? We haven't seen too much of the repair torch ahead of this in these zero build competitions. So to see him wielding 2 and being able to keep those vehicles alive here in the game, that's so important. And I think we saw there in game 2 that a lot more players were adapting that same mindset. They were grabbing a vehicle, they were grabbing the repair torch, and there were so many more vehicles there closer to the end game. So I'm interested to see if that will continue to be the case. But speaking of cases, it's Edgy and Acorn looking to maybe take a case here towards Cal and his teammate. Huge shots come through, but unfortunately, no one ends up going down.
Yeah, just gonna slow down for now. Acorn Edgy looking for some shots there as we tune in. Looks like Threats and Macwood see Vino and Aqua in the distance, and they're just trading some shots. Like Threats is winning the best of that one for now. More shots continuing to come through. That's actually some big tags. They're gonna be able to get both Aqua and Vino in that one. And another team, we see the repair torch and the mud flap with the cow catcher on front. I mean, you're rocking a fully tricked out vehicle.
Fully tricked out indeed, and it's kind of interesting, right? Macwood, Threats, 2 players, absolutely incredible from the NA East region. They do quite well in these kind of like high pressure situations, these high pressure lobbies, but unfortunately I don't think we've seen too much from them as of yet. Macwood does seem to be going down quite a bit here in these games, leaving Threat as a solo, so it'll be interesting to see if that continues. But speaking of continues, it's the story of Acorn and Edgy just trying to connect shots on anybody that they can, and now the victims seem to be Knight and Shark.
Malabuka just knocked Merstache. If you guys don't know, they play duos together, so you know that there is going to be some comms that happen after this game. Oh, you have to love it. You know, a lot of these players have switched up their traditional FNCS duos, some playing with their duos, but when you see that, you know, it's that fun. It's that little banter that you get to have now with your friend after the match ends, or when you get back to the hotel and hanging out. Either way, Malabuka, Epic Whale, able to pick up their first elimination in the game. Now, Panda, I want to, you've been hyping up Clix and Duke. You've been saying that they're going to be one of the best duos here. The zone pulls in their favor for the first time today. How are you feeling about this match for them?
They win. Game 3 is theirs. You can call it now. But speaking of calling it now, it's Adapter just trying to stay alive and doing a good job. He actually ends up going down as I say that. Kakarot left as a solo player. Now it is a 1v1. Shark versus Kakarot. Shark, though, going to be able to get the truck and just fully disengage. That is definitely a huge advantage for him. And you see Adapter immediately dropping additional heals here for Kakarot, just in case that fight continued. Such a smart play. But wait, the fight does continue because Shark is not done yet.
Yeah, Shark going behind, gets back to Knight. Wasn't looking for the disengage. It was a little pump fake there, trying to go around, then comes back, gets behind the players, and now Adapter and Kakarot are getting sprayed from another team. This is a difficult position, but once again, we see those cow catchers getting used. It's actually Hen and Queasy in the distance, taking shots, putting pressure on, not allowing that heal to come through, and looks like Kakarot will get finished up along with Adapter, but you're not out of the storm yet, literally and figuratively. Rogue Shark and Knight have to get past Queasy and Hen, who are one of the most difficult duos, and Knight goes down. Now, Queasy and Hen are not gonna let this one go.
No, the relentless pressure comes through as Queasy and Hen just continue to target Shark and Knight. But now the rift comes through. Will they actually push it? No, it does look like they are going to disengage, just focus on getting in the zone, which in my opinion, that's the play, right? You can't just keep spending too much time in Storm, especially with Storm Sickness being the way that it is. It could really end up ruining somebody's game.
Yeah, we do see the disengage comes through, and the favor of Knight and Rogue Shark. They got to be loving that rift when it actually happened, but now they have a far rotate themselves. We see Queasy and Hen have to look for their own position now. Everyone's already claimed space, and they're going to have to continue to rotate on foot. We see Mitro and Milan right in front. Queasy's going to be jumping into this bush. He sees the team. He finds Milan, but Mitro is still here. He's going to go down. That's Fatch picking that one up. Mitro and Milan do go down, but there's a duo up on the high ground in a great position looking down. They're going to have the rotation available, and also they're going to be taking tags as everyone tries to rotate themselves.
Yeah, look, the statue there is probably the best position to be in, because not only do you have high ground, but you have free mobility. When you jump off that, it has that wind tunnel that pushes you in any direction that you want to go. So having that is going to be a huge advantage for the team above, but it looks like Hen, Queasy, they don't care about that advantage up above. They're just going to take advantage of the position that they have and just try to pressure any of these vehicles. So smart for them to try to take out vehicles as quickly as possible, because all it takes is the players to come up. But speaking of players coming up, it's Carry and Fatch looking to get involved. They end up taking down Hen. Now Queasy, left as a solo player, needs to do something to stay in this game.
Queasy trying to fight them off. A quick surprise play there by Carry and Fatch, able to get them. It does look like Thomas is able to knock Clicks. Scope goes down. Clicks is going to get fully finished. FKS is now going to get finished as well. Queasy is a solo. Several solos trying to navigate their way around, and Queasy is one of them. Just sitting in the bush, waiting for the right moment, whether it be to rotate or to find a play to get revenge here on Carry and Fatch as they try and move forward into zone.
Moving forward, that's the question here. That's the statement that these players have to do. It's the action that comes next. But for a lot of these players, they're going to struggle to move forward, because some of the positioning I'm seeing right now in the current zone, these players have been here and they're ready. They're ready for people to fly next to them so they can take any shots that they can. But surprisingly enough, Carry and Fatch does look like they're going to be able to find a nice little spot here. But as I say that, it looks like Fatch ends up going down. So this could be tough for them. Andalix now as well, looking to connect some shots with these players. Honestly, it's anybody's game.
It is anybody's game, but Knight is all by himself. Andalex taking the shots. He's jumping around from vehicle to vehicle, and he is the vehicle of choice today as everyone is trying to take shots. But no, it appears that Knight is going to find a sweet spot behind the building. For now, he gets a breath. But you know who won't get a breath? Anyone right in front of Andalex and Scram, as they see Queasy right behind the battle bus as they just continue to take some shots. Queasy takes some damage as well, and we can see exactly where everyone is on the map. Zone is going to pull in just a matter of seconds, but that north side, surprisingly easy for those rotates, and Zone does pull fairly center, so a good or favorable zone for most players.
Absolutely, and the nice thing about this zone is the cover. Remember, in zero build, it's very hard to have any kind of like natural cover, especially rotating on our current map. So to be in the area of the Jones is tons of trees. That's going to be a huge advantage for some that still have to rotate. But if you're already in zone, you take that heavy sniper out, you take out some of those trees, and you're easily going to be able to pick up an elimination or two.
And we see that appears to be what Andalex and Scram are doing. They're just clearing out this lobby so that anyone that rotates is doing so out in the open. But it's going to be King and Siu taking shots on players in the air. I don't believe they're going to be able to get that final tag. That's actually Epic Whale and Malabuka up above, stealing that elimination away. A lot of the damage done, but now it's up to the north. We see Bloomy, we see Spy and Hero, Swilliam. So many players right in this area. Spy and Hero going to clean up Swilliam. Looks like Bloomy's just hanging out. Probably sitting in the passenger side of a vehicle, waiting for someone to make the rotate in.
Yeah, look, it's kind of the key is patience in this moment, right? And Bloomy probably has more patience than I have, to be honest. Oh, okay, shh. But you can't let these other players close by know. And wait, somebody has found him. Somebody has seen Bloomy there in the car, immediately tries to take shots, now allowing this other team to know that there was a team or a player close by. Now just trying to disengage, find a nice place to hide. And fortunately for Bloomy, does look like he does
For the moment, though, looks like Creo and Ronaldo are just in the corn right next door. If they decide to make a play, oh, it is going to be coming through. Creo is going to hop in the vehicle immediately and rotate on out. They can't tell if it's a single player or one. Nator actually gets extremely lucky that he has that Portafort to protect himself very quickly. We see Hero goes down the feed, Hellfire goes down to Thomas HD, and it looks like Thomas is going to be picking up another massive Elim game.
This is huge. The consistency from Thomas HD. He's been in every fourth zone. He's been the one lighting up the elimination feed. And now here in game 3, that seems to be no different. But one thing that is different, it's Epic Whale here in the end game here with Malabuka doing a good job of getting a couple eliminations on the board, if I do say so myself.
Oh, just 5 here on Epic already. And, you know, he's flexing the 6-time FNCS champion. You know, Epic 6X. He always lets everybody know how many total FNCS championships he has based on his name, as we do see Siyun and King here right on the north side of zone. Not exactly the best position, but it's a position where they get to survive and live for the moment. Now, Steno, Lushi, the team that seems to always be in a vehicle, once again, but no, Polga goes down. So Malabuka has 2 elims, about to get a third if they can clean this one up. And just like you mentioned, they're slaying out this game.
This could be a turnaround game for them. Honestly, with the positioning that they have and the amount of eliminations they have, it's, in my opinion, it's comfortable to say that they could potentially take this game, and that's what I'm going to call. Listen, I thought it was going to be Clix and Duke, but after seeing Clix go down, I got to say it. It's Epic Whale and Malabuka on the hunt and ready to go. Malabuka cleaning up 2 more players. That's 9 total eliminations for this duo. Will they be stopped?
Another one. Throw it in the bag for those 2. We do see Cammy and Seti still alive in this endgame chat. You can see Andy looking to make a play with the car and actually jump onto another duo. That's going to hurt, but everyone's in that vehicle down below, and another by Epic. He gets another knock, and they are not stopping anytime soon. Everyone is in their sights, and no one is safe with these 2 in the lobby.
No one is safe. Just think, on this side of the lobby, we see Epic Whale, we see Malabuka. But I gotta imagine that Thomas HD is on the other side. So there is nowhere you are safe here with these powerful duos on both sides. But now the Rift plays come out, and this is just the start here in these moving zones. All these players in the air, they're ripe for the picking here for Epic Whale and Malabuka.
And we see Epic Whale hesitant to take the shot, but he does get the tags. Ref guard goes down. Malabuka picks up Tripper, and so they're just racking them up. Gloomy is another one in their sight. They were patient at first, but once the tags started to come through, they couldn't stop hitting them. But it is actually Draftel up on the high ground in another position. They are looking really strong in that Portafort over on the other side of zone. But we see King and Siyun, another aggressive duo, continuing to grab those eliminations as Thomas HD gets another one.
Another one comes through. Another one. Now, it looks like Malabuka is not slowing down. Huge tags, another elimination. 7 eliminations here, SPG. This is an incredible game, and now it's time. They have to move. They can no longer stay stationary, and the Rift comes out. So they're going to be looking for a new spot to continue this relentless pressure. But as I say that, looks like Siyun actually connects with Bloomy.
And they're doing the same thing just on the opposite side of the zone. They are now holding the high ground, but right up above them, it's Creo and Ronaldo that have grabbed that space. We do see Malabuka and Epic Whale now finding their position within the zone. But right now, this is not a good position to be. They do get some tags. Oh, they got tagged up a bunch, but hit the Rift and now find themselves in the air with their opponents.
This is going to be huge. Will they be able to make something happen here, just as Kai looks to make something happen with the Shockwave? But Creo actually gets Shockwaved off the Portafort. So does King. This is not looking good, folks. They are all getting Shockwaved into zone, and Kai ends up going down. Malabuka, Epic Whale still holding it down here in the sky, but this is huge. Now they can 2v1 here towards Macwood, and they're going to do it. They land on him. Will they be able to get the elimination? No, as I say that, Macwood actually has to rotate there with the Shockwave. Epic Whale still alive here in zone, but Malabuka has gone down. It is all up to Epic Whale here to clutch.
Now we see Draftel driving around. He's in in the vehicle. Macwood jumping around with those shockwaves. So many knocked players just hanging in. Macwood gonna go into the backside of Storm, but that's a slight misplay. He's gonna go down. Epic is up on the high ground. He has 8 eliminations. Cammy's in his sight. They have another top 5, but right now it's just Epic Whale cleaning up this lobby. The shockwave comes through. He's gonna send him back into Storm. He has one more. Can he make a play to put him in zone? Yes, he does. Can he find another elimination? It's Cammy, and now it's up above. It's Epic. He's getting beamed. Oh my goodness.
Listen, Epic Whale goes down, but what a game that was from them. Now Steno on the high ground, 4 eliminations himself. This is huge. This is massive. As they finish it out here, will they be able to hold it on? We've seen how consistent they've been. Top 3 going into this game, and now they finish it off with a beautiful victory royale.
Lucy, Steno, every single game making these end games, finding ways to stay alive, and they say, no longer are we just staying alive, now it's our game.
It was their time to seize the moment, and they did it. What a way to finish the game, folks. Man, woo, that was some hype first 3 games, man.
That was incredible, and we've seen so many different plays. It seemed like last game was a play of the shockwaves. We saw everyone throwing them offensively, defensively, throwing players in the Storm, trying to get back in, and we don't even know where these plays are coming from or what's gonna happen next. These players are absolutely incredible.
Absolutely incredible indeed. And honestly, if I've learned anything from the day, it's that if you're not stacking like 12 shockwaves there in those final moments, like you are definitely causing a bit of a misplay, right? And for them, they did it. They were using those shockwaves effectively, got the high ground in the final moment when it was just them and one other team, and ultimately cleaned it up. That's what it's about here, folks. The consistency and waiting for that moment to strike was all there. So fortunate for Steno and Lucy. What a game to be celebrated.
Like secretly, the best duo that we've seen. I mean, they may not be the biggest names, but they're proving right now that they deserve to be on this leaderboard and talked about with everybody else in the lobby. They're proving we have the strategies. We've thought through exactly how we want to play the 0 build. Maybe people are going to start realizing we need 2 repair torches. We need 3 repair torches. Maybe we need 12 repair torches. No inventory slots, just repair torches.
Yeah, Ben, that's been the huge play for them, right? That's how they make it to the end game so consistently is they use the truck. Then they have the repair torches. Then they have the heals. I mean, like, their loadout is literally perfectly split between the teammates. And because neither one of them seems to go down in the mid game, they have everything, and I mean everything, they need to be successful in those final moments.
Man, talk about creating a plan and then operating in the way that you set out. I mean, these 2 have played incredibly well, and shout out to you, Lucy, Steno. That is so incredible what you've done and the performance they've been able to put together just in these first 3 games. Yeah. You have to be feeling good. I mean, the vibes have to be up for those 2.
Listen, look, all I'm saying is when I win a game of Fortnite, I'm feeling great. Now, imagine winning a game of Fortnite on probably the biggest stage since World Cup and in front of all of these people watching at home and here in person. I mean, it really doesn't get better than that.
It doesn't. Another duo we have to talk about, Cammy and Seti, somehow found their way into the top 5 once again. You know, they may not be racking up all the eliminations like we saw from Epic Whale and Malabuka, but nonetheless, that consistency, another team with a plan that is operating with such efficiency.
Yeah, and look, one final touch. Those eliminations for Epic Whale are incredible, but I hear it now. We have an incredible interview for you all at home.
Welcome back to the main stage. I'm joined by Liu Shi and Steno. Congratulations for winning the 3rd map. You know what? I have to tell you something, okay? With that map win, you are now in the lead on our leaderboard. 114 points in total. You're 6 clear of Epic Whale and Malabuka. Come on, I got to ask you, how does that make you feel?
It feels good. It's so nice.
أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا 2 من اللاعبين اللي فازوا قبل شوي الجيم الأخير. زيادة على كذا هم قدروا أنهم يرقون إلى التوب ليدر بورد مع 114 نقطة. ما في أحد منهم قريب من المنافسين اللي عندهم في المباراة. سألناهم شعورهم عن تواجدهم في المركز الأول. قالوا أنه شعورهم كان جدا جميل ومتحمسين للباقي.
So sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now, how does it affect your confidence? Like, how confident are you feeling now for the remaining few matches?
I mean, it's kind of the same. We know we have a good strat, so
we know we're gonna do good, like almost no matter what.
سألناهم عن نقطة أنهم بتواجدهم في بداية الليدر بورد أو في المقدمة، هل الشيء هذا بيأثر على ثقتهم ولا لا؟ كان جوابهم أنه لا، بالعكس أن عندنا استرات كويسة والشيء هذا ما راح يأثر على الثقة اللي عندنا، وبالعكس بنقدر أننا نكمل بدون أي مشاكل.
I like how confident you guys are now. You've already mentioned strats, so does the strat change ever? Because you say you got your strat down. Do you think people will start picking up on your strats?
Yeah, we actually thought about that, but we'll see. I think it's gonna keep doing good.
سألناهم على موضوع الاسترات اللي هم قاعدين يسوونها، بما انهم هم متركزين على استرات واحده، هل الاسترات هذه راح تتغير بما انه خلاص الناس عرفوا الاسترات حقتهم؟ قالوا لا، احنا فكرنا بالشيء هذا، لكن بنفس الوقت ممكن انه حتى لو كملنا على نفس الاسترات راح نأدي اداء كويس في المباراه.
Well, congratulations for the win once again. So let's see if you can stay at the top of that leaderboard. Please, everyone put your hands together one more time for Lucy and Steno. Okay, we are going to be diving into our next match very soon. I'm going to throw it back over to the desk so they can discuss things a little bit further before we dive into match number 4.
المباراة الثالثة خلصنا منها أعزائي المشاهدين، والآن ندخل المباراة الرابعة، ما بقى إلا مباراتين فقط زيادة على المباراة الرابعة اللي بنخلص فيها اليوم، ووقتنا بنعرف مين المتقدم في الليدر بورد، فخلونا على طول نروح للاستوديو التحليلي ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية في الماتش الرابع.
Thank you once again to our wonderful hosts there, and to Lush and Sten, giving us an incredible interview and incredible gameplay. I mean, we saw it in games 1 and 2. They may not have grabbed the VR, but they were able to make it into the end game every single time. And then finally, that strategy finally pulling them into that first place spot.
It's all about that consistency, Kelly, and that's exactly what this duo is showcasing. And not only that, 13 elims, so they are getting the consistency, they are getting the eliminations, they're getting everything you need to be a top team.
And Panda brought up an excellent point. The mid game was about as unproblematic as you would have wanted. So when they get all that utility to be utilized and invested, finally when the zone starts to close in, they have all the options available. They use the shockwaves for great zoning, and in the end, they just found ways to get the high ground and close it out. And that's really the recipe for success.
And to keep going on what our casters were talking about, the repair torch, I almost feel like because we haven't seen vehicles in competition in a while, that they kind of forgot about the repair torch, although not them.
Right, and it is crucial to make use of this repair torch, especially if you're taking advantage of the vehicles in the match. When you're doing the rotations, you're going to get shots taken at you if you're driving a vehicle, and having your duo partner ready to repair your car instantly is very important. However, you do have to be careful, because when you go to repair the car, you jump out of your window and it brings up an opening for opponents to take shots at you.
And of course, you're going to be exposed, but you're going to have to make that quick call. And whether or not that happens when you're getting pulled into a gunfight, regardless, those are the types of small decisions you're going to have to make. And that's where some of these teams start to stretch away. So when we're looking at that consistency, it's always going to be a variable. But we are looking at how they basically propel themselves through those obstacles. And in the end, it just seemed that Steno and company just had too much they were able to work with.
Let's talk about the opposite of consistency with a blowout game. Epic Whale and Malibuca. I don't know if anyone can possibly grab as many eliminations as we saw right there.
I was actually losing my mind. Like, they were just taking people out of the sky, on the ground with shotguns, flying around the map. I mean, they were doing everything you have to do to secure eliminations. I believe they had, what, like 15 elims going into those last zones, and I don't even want to know how much they ended with.
They're scared of nothing, taking every single challenge, and we were sitting there thinking this is basically a replica of what we saw Thomas do a couple of games ago, but it just seemed that even with those consistencies and those constant eliminations, that sometimes things just don't fall your way. The cards just simply aren't there. No matter how much you try to push yourself through a round, sometimes it doesn't work out.
And a vital part of the competition as well in duos is being able to have a solo clutch, and that's what Epic Whale did, getting down super low, losing Malibuca, but still able to grab elim after elim.
Look, and that's what you can see from these duos that have two IGLs together, two players that have a great understanding of the game working together. We have Jelty Vico, we have Epic Whale, Malibuca. I mean, these duos are performing incredibly well, even when they lose their duo partner.
Yeah, it's definitely a trade-off for a lot of duos as well. Like, do you have someone who's solely an IGL and then you can kind of direct the traffic, or do you elect to go for a more kind of even, cool approach? It seems that sometimes it works out for that aggression, but other times when things get chaotic, both players need to step up and make those calls for each other.
Right. I mean, it is very important to kind of stay on top, right? Yeah. Make sure you're always ahead of the game, and especially having 3 matches, 4 now being played out, you know what your opponents are doing and you're ready to step in.
And I want to talk about another team that we see pretty consistently in the end game is King and Siyun. Tell me a little bit about this duo right here.
So this is a duo that you might have seen way back. King actually performing very well in the Fortnite World Cup, but now seeing them here today in 7th place in this match ranking, it's kind of going to give them that boost, that momentum to carry it to the overall leaderboard.
But of course, Steno's team currently in 1st place. Creo grabbing 2nd place in that game, with Draftel and Kai, a new team, jumping into 3rd. And of course, Epic Whale and Malibuca with 17 elimination. Spaceman, absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the disparity between the elimination count, even just looking at how consistent Malibuca has been. Some of the top teams are averaging maybe 5 or 6 a game, and even there, it's come down to the late game push. Can they get themselves extended throughout the timer? And with that, you're seeing in the current score, I'm just genuinely surprised at how large that gap is between Malibuca and everybody else.
I mean, I'm blown away from Epic Whale and Malibuca. Like, you talked about it yourself, but 17, it really is incredibly difficult to do that. But what's important now is the consistency, maintaining that momentum from this last match and bringing it forwards.
I think it's important to remember that for a lot of these rankings, as they start to jostle a bit around, again, brought to you by STC, I think the big factor, again, like we've hit on a couple of thousand times, we're going to keep doing it, the consistency in that late game push. It's so important. Can you talk a little bit more about how some of the adjustments that are being made through games 3, 4, and 5, how that can help a team in day ones and no builds?
Definitely. So the big thing with Fortnite competitive is you have to adapt, right? And these players, they've had a lot of time to prep and get ready for these matches, be it no build, standard mode, everything about it. However, when you're playing throughout the matches, things change, right? Players switch up their drop spots, they get a little more aggressive, they haven't done enough damage, and they ended up going down to Storm Surge, so they end up pushing more people in the mid game. So it's important to adapt in these situations and make sure you know what to do depending on the scenario. And these veterans of Fortnite competitive, the Kings, the Epic Whales, the players that have been competing since World Cup, know how to do this very, very well.
Yeah, we've seen even some interesting POIs where, even looking back to the last game, Crossroads heavily contested, so many teams getting pulled into the zone for those engagements, and well, sometimes it just pays out to a current situation such as this, with Vico and Jelty now sitting in 31st after that last game. And it's surprising, though, they take home 2nd in game number 2. They struggle in the follow-up, but looking at just Valdine and Amarty, like, that's, you know, it's a tough game to be in for sure.
Look, the good thing about Fortnite, though, is you can always make a comeback, right? Especially when we have 2 days to be played out. There's 6 matches today, 6 matches tomorrow. So even if you don't do too great today, you have a lot of matches to make the comeback and even time to prepare and see what you can change from day one.
Thank you for that incredible breakdown, guys. And we do have a special guest joining us right now, Pink, the winner from the Game 1. And I mean, how you doing, Pink? Thank you for joining us here. I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here right now with you. And after game number 1 VR, that confidence must be pushing you guys.
Yeah, we're confident for the last 3 games of today. We need to, we got pushed down the leaderboard a bit because of an inconsistent game from last game. But last 3 games we'll push through and we'll get back up.
Well, then tell me a little bit about that. What happened in the last game and what changes are you going to be making for the second half of the day?
We didn't get a tent out of our whole off spawn. So we were like driving around looking for a tent, and then we got one, but we were in zone too much. So we just like greeded over a tent too much. So we just hope to get more tents and hope that RNG is with us.
I mean, RNG can be a big factor, but it's all about overcoming it. But I have a question for you, Pink. I mean, you and Anas have been competing so long together, right? But you've been playing these FNCSs mostly online, right? But now you get a chance to do it in person beside your duo. Tell me how that feels. How's that experience?
It's definitely different, like looking across after a good game, even a bad game. It's like really, really nice when you win a game, of course. You look around, but when it's a bad game and you look across, it's also a bit worse than when it is online, you know?
Do you think you can kind of get more momentum from the crowd and the stage? Like you're popping off in person. Do you think it kind of helps you like build up and feel more confident?
Yeah, for sure.
We've been in these positions before with players. We've asked them kind of what their experience is, specifically being so young. What is it like being in Riyadh with all of these different advancements we've had so far in terms of setup for events? What's it been like for you in this experience to get this kind of professional play on LAN?
It's definitely nice. Like, LANs are slowly coming back, and it's only my 2nd one, I think. So it's definitely different and a better feeling than online, I think. But yeah, it's pretty normal. It feels pretty normal.
Well, let's talk about game number 4 and what your preparations are, especially after not grabbing that tent in the last game. Do you guys are going to be changing up your strategy at all? Obviously, you're not going to be changing up your drop spot.
We're just gonna, if we don't get a tent, not gonna greed for it. Just gonna play out the game with the loot we get.
And I'm curious to see how you're feeling about no build, right? You're so used to competing in the standard mode. You have builds, you know, FNCS. You have a lot of experience in that. But no build, it's kind of new, it's fun, it's exciting, but it's very different. How are you adapting to it?
Well, Anas has won like every trio no build tournament, so he knows like a lot about how to play it. And then I know a bit as well. So with prepping for it, we played the qualifiers to qual for this. We didn't get invited, so we had to practice and learn as well. So I think we adjusted pretty well and we know how to play it.
Going into this tournament, I saw a couple of players on Twitter talking about they wanted to hot drop kind of southwest of Greasy. They want to take a lot of challenges early on. Is there any kind of mind games that goes into some of that preparation, thinking you want to take some of those engagements early?
Mind games, not from me. I'm just playing my own game, focusing on myself.
Well, Pink, we want to make sure that you are prepared for games 4, 5, and 6. So thank you so much for joining us in this interview. And although everyone knows exactly who you are, where can people find you online?
On Twitter, it's just @Pink. On YouTube, it's Pink. Instagram, PinkFN. And yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pink. And we're going to be pulling up the overall rankings right now, everyone, just to show where we are at the halfway mark for day 1. And there we have it. Of course, Steno and Lush up on top, 114 points. It's only a 6-point difference between Malibuca and Epic Whale, who placement-wise hasn't done that well in game 1 and 2, but just by the eliminations, Takada are up in second.
And speaking about placement, look at 4th place, Seti and Cammy. This is a duo that's all about consistency, about those placement points, and you can see it from this 7 elims, but they're in the 4th place spot, and that shows that they have constantly been getting to this late game, and if they even just keep this up throughout the 12 matches, that is going to be crucial.
Yeah, there's a huge argument you could make about that duo, that they're easily going to get top 5 finish, but they're only 0 points behind 3rd. They get one good game, and you get lucky with Tayson and company. All of a sudden, you're looking at top 3, and it's a race to 1st.
And what I'm noticing right now is that the top 5 has a pretty decent lead against the rest of the competition, with 6th through 10th only being less than 10 points away from everyone else. So at this point in the competition, it is still just 1/4 of the way through the zero build competition. What is everyone from 5th down going to be changing up in these following games?
Look, seeing that it is day 1, like you said, 1/4 through, and we have the rest of the day and tomorrow, I think we won't see any big changes today. We'll see refinements of their current drop spots or little tweaks. However, the big changes, that's going to come day 2.
I think really also Occam's razor, you got to get more eliminations for a lot of these lower teams, because that is just free points on the board that if you don't get near the end game and you don't get that bonus for finishing top 3, it's going to be very difficult to keep up with everybody else.
And we do always say this, consistency is key. Jelty did grab a VR, but they're not in our top 10 right now. So although you might have one great game, it's all about making it to the end game, grabbing those eliminations every game you can. But everyone, that is going to be it for us on the desk for right now. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be game number 4.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظره لو على الحلاوه عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي،
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk here for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, one of the world's largest esports events to date. And joining us once again is Levin 2K and, of course, Takada. And Levin, that interview, you missed it. I was so sad because that's your boy.
Yeah, Pink, that actually is like my friend, you know. Like, we play games with each other outside when the tournaments are done. I watch all his tournaments, you know, help him keep his mentality in check and all that. But he's doing well, so he's making me proud.
Look, you got to let him know to do well tomorrow as well, and the next day, and the next day, and there'll be more chances. But from what we're seeing now, I wouldn't be surprised if they do just that.
And one thing that we heard in that interview is that they were kind of aggroing the Porta Fort a little too hard there, and that's part of the reason why in Game 3 they underperformed a little bit. And he says if they don't find it, then they're just going to keep on moving instead of trying to go around the entire map finding one. What do you think of that statement?
I think it just speaks to just how strong the Porta Forts are, right? You know, we talked about it game after game. this is clearly an item that is a tournament deciding thing for these teams. And so, yeah, there will be a bunch of teams, not just that one, deciding, look, we have to do everything we can for it.
Look, I love this though, because now with the vehicles, with the Porta Force, there's a lot more opportunities for these players to make use of that natural cover. If they're not in a situation where they can use a hill, a tree, they can, you know, not build, but they can throw a Porta Fort, bump themselves up. They have angles to do tags. They can protect themselves. I mean, it gives a lot of opportunity to these duos.
And one of those teams utilizing that is Lush and Stena right here, taking a quick look at some of the highlights, and they're in first place right now, grabbing the VR in Game 3.
Kelly, they're the best snowboard players or what? Like, it's actually hilarious to me just how much they've just been able to roll through the competition, consistency game after game. I think the big thing is that they are one of the teams that clearly came prepared. They had their strats in mind. They knew that they would have had the upper edge on people, and I think they've definitely surprised people all around the world.
And that's what's important, right? Preparation. It's what a lot of these duos have to do to come out on top. But the good news is, if they weren't prepared enough for day one, they have day two, tomorrow, 6 more matches to be played out. And, you know, they can even VOD review a bit of their opponents. What have they been doing? How can they change and adapt to overcome what those opponents are doing? So there's a lot of opportunity.
Look, I don't want to, you know, make it sound like it's so crazy to hear, because at the end of the day, to get here, you have to be a certain level of Fortnite player, 100%. But if you don't follow EU closely, these guys aren't the, you know, creme de la creme, right? They're not the people you consider to win events or maybe be the ones in first place at this stage. So very impressed by how they performed so far.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about players that we expected to do really well, it was Thomas and Tayson that pretty much every single one of us mentioned. And although they are still doing well, they're currently in third place, so clearly doing quite well. They're not in that first place spot.
Well, we have so many games, so many games, so many more games for them. And I think if you were going to have to, you know, put everything on one team to continue to keep a really top pace, it would be them.
I think also actually another duo that can do that is Gamers8. We saw the example with the amount of eliminations they had versus the placement they're in. All the duos on the same position on the leaderboard in that top 7, top 5, they have way more elims than Gamers8, but the difference with them is they're up on top just with those placement points. So keeping that forwards for the 2 days, I would not be surprised if we see them slowly make their way up.
Well, I love that you bring up Gamers8 because we've been able to have some fun interviews here, bringing all these players into one area. So we challenged them to a little game of basketball. Let's check it out.
Was it many?
It was 9 years old.
I was actually quite surprised. They did pretty well.
Yeah, honestly, it was sick to see Seti just there ready to support his friend Cammy.
Look, Cammy, the only thing he's practicing has not been Fortnite. I think he's got some things going on with the mini basketball, because that first half, he was hitting every shot.
That was really good right there. Another team that's hitting every shot is, of course, Epic Whale in Malibuca. I mean, just an incredible run in Game 3. Was it 15 eliminations, 17 eliminations?
17.
Silly stuff from that team. It's weird because, you know, over the time in Fortnite, right, where we've been split up, we've not been able to have international competition, people always go, oh, if you could make a dream duo with different regions, who would you put? You always have Epic Whale, and the name that probably does get thrown around quite a bit is Malibuca. So to finally see that come to fruition, and then they're actually performing, they're actually popping off, it is magical.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. One thing is to mention it. For it to actually happen is completely different. And being in the third place spot, Epic Whale and Malibuca, I kind of feel like of the start, they've been kind of getting their synergy together, bringing, you know, the team bond a bit closer. But now that they've had a few games to play it out, they've got their practice. They are a dangerous duo in this tournament.
I mean, there's a reason why Epic Whale has that 6X in his name. He loves to show off his performance, but that was back in Chapter 2. Chapter 3, still a top 3 team, don't get me wrong. But everyone, we actually have a quick interview with these players, so let's go check it out.
Welcome back to the main stage. I'm joined by Epic Whale and Malabuka, and you may be wondering, why do we have them here on stage? Now, I had to get them for an interview before we dive into this next map, because if you didn't notice on the leaderboard, they had a 17 kill. They came 4th place, but they had 17 kills in that last map, so we've got to just have a chat to them. Epic Whale, I'm going to start with you, bro. You got 6 FNCS titles under your belt up to this point, okay? Is it safe to say that you're pretty confident coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I'm definitely pretty confident coming into this tournament. Specifically, I'm pretty excited to be doing good in the no build part, because personally I was expecting to do better in the build portion. So if we could keep up this pace and maybe even win the no build, then I'd be insanely confident going into tomorrow.
موجود معنا ماليبوكا وإبيك ويل في المسرح بعد ما قدروا يخلصون المباراة الماضية ب 17 إليمينيشنز. كان جدا جدا أدائهم جميل، وكنا نسأل أول شيء إبيك ويل على موضوع إنه هو معاه 6 من ال FNCS تايتلز، كيف كان شعوره وهل هو واثق بنفسه؟ كان جوابه طبعا على موضوع إنه ثقته إنه هو يقدر يلعب كويس في الستاندرد بيلد، لكن الزيرو بيلد ما كان متوقع إنه يؤدي أداء كويس، بس جدا مبسوط إنه أداؤه فقط توقعات.
So, Malabuka, let's talk about this 17 elimination match, okay? How was it possible, and what was the strat going into it?
I think we did the early rotate, and we claimed like the best position in the game, so everybody just needed to go to us and we killed them.
كان أدائهم في المباراة الماضية جدا كويس، بعد ما جابوا 17 إليمينيشن سألناهم الاستراتيجية اللي هم لعبوا فيها، والاستراتيجية كان تركيزها إنه إحنا بس ركزنا على إنه ناخذ بوزيشن كويس، والكل كان يجي عندنا داخل الزون، مجرد ما إنهم يدخلون عندنا إحنا على طول نقدر ناخذ إليمينيشنز براحتنا.
I mean, it sounds like a simple strat, doesn't it? But obviously harder when you're in game against some of the best duos in the world. Now, Epic Whale, I'm going to finish things off with you, okay? When you came to this tournament, who were you most excited to go up against, or who were you most excited to meet as well?
In terms of meeting people, I'm pretty sure by this point I've met most of the pros who have been around for a while. As far as excited to go up against, I feel like just most of the EU pros, because there's this big debate over like NA versus EU. Obviously EU is probably the best region, but it would still be good to prove that the top players from NA can still compete and win a tournament against other regions too.
سألنا أبي كويل على موضوع من اللاعبين اللي هو متحمس إنه يقابلهم، يقول أنا قابلت أغلب المحترفين اللي موجودين في السين من فترة طويلة، لكن بنفس الوقت أنا متحمس إني أقابل الإيو بلايرز، لأنه إحنا دائما نحاول نثبت إنه ال NA أحسن من الإيو، وهذا الشيء اللي إحنا جالسين نثبته اليوم.
NA versus EU. A debate as old as time, we have to say it. Now, thank you so much for joining me on stage. We know that you're going to keep crushing it, keep getting those high elimination wins, and we cannot wait to see you in the rest of the tournament, as well as standard build mode later on in the week. Please put your hands together one more time for Epic Whale and Malabuka. So we are going to dive straight back over to the desk where they can round things off before we dive into match number 4.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. راح ناخذ فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم في الماتش الرابع من اليوم الأول مع الزيرو بيلد مود تورنمنت.
Epic Whale selling out his own kind. And I mean, although he is in second place, he's got a point. I mean, looking at our top 10 right now, it is primarily EU teams.
Yeah, look, it's never really a surprise. I think at this point, if you haven't accepted it yet, you're probably living in denial. The big thing I will say though, and I just said this to you guys off air, right, is that Epic Whale gets respect amongst the top EU players, right? People who know Fortnite know Epic Whale is that guy. Doesn't matter what region he is on, he will perform, and he's showing that here today.
And it's not just that. I mean, the best of the best at every region has an opportunity to compete against the best of, you know, what Levin said, the best region, Europe, right? The most competitive players. It's true, right? European has the most talent, but those top tier, the best of each region, it's exciting to see them compete together. I mean, we see it right now with Epic Whale and Malabuka in the third place spot. They're doing a great job, but there's a lot of other duos doing the same. I'm curious to see if, for example, maybe Kanada and Janice can have a little comeback, get back up on the leaderboard. I know King is competing with Seyun from Brazil, so there's still a lot of opportunity for these other players to do the same.
I think we're being a little preemptive, though, when talking about the best region. And although this is zero builds, and we don't really use this as an indication of the competitive Fortnite scene, we still had 2 days of Battle Royale. So let's wait to see which region's the best before we even know which team is going to be at the top.
Well, are you predicting some wild changes then, Kelly? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Fair play. No, honestly, because we genuinely don't know, right? Last time we had an international competition this big, exactly what you said happened. We were shocked. We were surprised by so many players from all over the world. It wasn't even an EU player that won all the way back then, right? So, look, we definitely have plenty to see, and I'm sure there will be some surprises as we go along. We've had surprises here, Takar. Who would have thought Lucian's done this well?
Literally, anything can happen, right? Even in FNCS, Malibu, Gamer, Stash, the first 3 matches, they weren't doing great. Last 3, Victory Royale, second place. The same thing can happen here with day 1, day 2. A duo that's not doing too hot today could just get back-to-back VRs in the second day, huge placement, huge elims, and bump themselves up all the way to the top. I mean, literally anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but I do want to talk about what Malibuka said during that interview, is that the reason that they grabbed such a great performance in that last game is due to their early rotations and making sure that they had the best position possible.
Yeah, and we sort of alluded to it earlier on with some of the analysis where we talked about zone pulling being so important and having good positions, having good setups. And if you aren't the team that pulls the zone, you want to make sure you're rotating in early enough to grab those good positions, right? In the first couple games, it was the bugle, right? For them, they found the right positions when needed. And again, like he's literally said, you sit there and you just allow everyone to come into you, right? You can just sit there, chill, take the fights, take shots from afar, and you're going to grab your limbs.
All right, everyone. We already had one awesome video where we had a little fun, and we have another one for you guys. It's a bit of a guessing game, so let's check it out.
I don't know, but the shopping cart was the first mobility in the game. It came like season 6 or 7, I think. Not sure though. Okay. Maybe season 6.
Okay, we'll say season 7. Chapter 1, season 7.
4. What?
That's old.
Yeah. Yeah, Victor comes up there because you played so much arena and like grinded that. I remember. Yeah.
We'll say chapter 3, season 1. Shepard.
Yes.
Nice. Dang, nice.
Season 6, 5, 6, I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah, 6 I think.
Okay.
Chapter 1, season 6.
Oh, close one. But I don't know, it's still these two was only in chapter 2, season 8. So
Chapter 2, season 8.
Yeah. Oh, that's chapter 2, season 7.
Yeah, chapter 2, season 7. Easy.
All the like newer ones is easy when you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We were actually challenging ourselves there to see how well we could do, and it was a lot more difficult than I thought.
I thought I was getting it on point though. I sort of had like, it's weird because like you sort of know like the seasons like 1 or 2. So like it was like the last one, right? Chapter 2, season 7 or 8. I knew it was one of the 2. Couldn't pinpoint it, but no, like a lot of memories there.
I love to see, it's kind of like a team bonding event for these duos, right? Normally they're competing, they're playing scrims, arena, everything they can to prep themselves, but now, you know, with the basketball mini game, the interview questions, it's a good way to build that synergy as a duo.
And part of that interview that we just had was talking about old items in the game. And Levin, what was an item that you really liked that you wish was back?
Oh, an item I'd love to have back. Look, 3 years ago today, World Cup duos, why not bring back the ballers, right? Bring back ballers. Maybe we can save some careers. I know a lot of people wish they were back in the game. A lot of people did very well as a result of them. No longer in the game, and so they aren't doing as well. So bring back ballers. Maybe I'll even quote if we had ballers back. How about that?
I would love to see it. And of course, everyone, all of this here at Gamers8 is possible due to our sponsorships. So the first sponsor I want to shout out is Asus. Thank you so much for providing everything that we need to be able to run here. And then, of course, our sponsor, Razer. You guys have seen it on our analyst desk right here. We have a wonderful array of Razer products. products. So thank you once again to Razer. But to everyone watching right now, I know you're ready for game number 4. We wanted a bit longer of a break for our players to be able to relax just a moment before we get into the second half of competition. And with that being said, we're going to hop into another break. So we'll see you then. Welcome back once again to the analyst desk here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. It's still 11-2K and Takata, and I know you guys are excited for game number 4. We're going to bring that to you in just a moment. But before, we got to talk about some of the top plays that we've seen today.
We have seen some phenomenal stuff. We've seen 1v2s, we've seen crazy shockwave takes, chucking people in the zone, Portal Fort plays. We've seen a lot.
I mean, it's so entertaining to kind of see how these end games unfold, right? Like you were saying, from the multiple Portal Forts scattered all over the map to the last 5 players trying to throw impulse at their opponents, trying to launch them out of the zone. I mean, it's hilarious.
For me, it has to be Falcon GNTL in game number 1, hiding in the rafters, grabbing a 1v2 against Scoped and Blake.
It's because it's one of those things where, like, in this mode especially, you just don't expect 1v2s to happen. In build, you know, you can 1v2, you isolate someone, you know, you use your builds to protect yourself, cover yourself. But 1v2 in this mode is special, and that's exactly what it was. The sneaky beaky like play from him, crazy stuff.
That shows how players are adapting though, right? If they say, okay, I can't really build to force myself an advantage for the 1 versus 2, I gotta do something else, hide in the rafters up above like a spider, right? And it came out on top, it worked, and the 1 versus 2, it happened.
And we're seeing these teams adapt. I mean, Pink was just here talking to us about what went wrong in game number 3 and how they needed to make those adjustments.
It's going to be about making plenty of adjustments as we go throughout the rest of the games. I think, one, the players have had quite a big break now, so I'm sure even as we head into the last couple of games for just today, we're going to see a lot of change in terms of maybe players stepping up who've had a slow start, players starting to get an idea of how people are being successful. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of teams like, you know, Stena and Lucia trying to carry as many blow torches as possible.
Right, I mean, they're so effective, especially with the vehicles now, that they allow you to rotate, and if your vehicle's getting damaged, you jump out, repair your vehicle up, get the rotate, make it happen, and that's what you really got to do to stay on top.
We heard from our casters saying that the repair torch is so important that we're probably going to be seeing teams grab 1, if not 2, every single game.
Yeah, there was a game where we literally saw like Lucia have like 4 in his inventory or something. Like he just had 1 weapon and just all blow torches. So clearly it is, you know, something that is very, very strong, and for the reasons you just explained.
Look, one thing I want to bring up about those blow torches though is it's not as easy as you might think. You don't just go out and repair your vehicle. You have to be incredibly aware of your surroundings because you want to be on the side of the vehicle where there's the least amount of players looking at you. So if there's a big hill full of duos, you want to move, change seats to the opposite side, repair that side. But then there's players coming up on your right, you change to the opposite side, then you repair. You have to be aware, constantly changing, constantly looking around. It's not as easy as it might look.
Okay, so we need portaforts, we need at least 2 repair torches. You gotta have a rift to go. You're not even gonna have space for weapons, everyone, but maybe it's gonna be a different story for game number 4. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like our battle bus is loading up right now. So let's head on over to our casters. It's SPG and Panda.
Close, but not quite, Kelly. It's Rome and Shio Wager. New faces, old faces. Welcome back to Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Rome, Rogue Company, Rocket League, now Fortnite. How do you feel being here, man?
I feel absolutely incredible. This is a dream come true, being able to be here in Saudi Arabia. It's so beautiful out here. They've been treating us absolutely impeccable, and now we get to see these duos battle it out in impeccable fashion. These in-games, they have been absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's really nice. We've been watching some of these games as well. Talk to me. You know, it's always elims versus placement when it comes to Fortnite and playing this game. What today has been kind of the deciding factor for teams, the outlier for them to have control?
Realistically, right now, I gotta say it's the elims. I mean, we were able to see 17 elims coming in from Epic Whale and Malibuca. That was absolutely incredible. And now, I mean, I'm just excited to see if they're gonna be able to put on a repeat performance, because when you start cooking like that, your confidence is up, everything starts flowing, you're completely used to everything. You got no nerves, they're all shaking off, you're good to go. I wanna see if they can do it again.
Absolutely, the kitchen's gonna be smelling nice, hot, and fresh, and you can see these players too. The one big aspect of this event, right, in person, the emotion, the performances you're talking about, you can feel them alive. We'll have perspectives of players going down, popping off as well in the game, and most importantly, I know there's, you know, some people might just be tuning in, it is 0 build today, so not having the aspect, the safety of builds, all of that not going to be in the game. The biggest thing that is there for players, portaforts, a bunch of new items as well, shockwaves, rifts. You have any things that you like to see in the game, especially in 0 builds?
I mean, realistically, at the end game, I just love seeing the shockwave safe plays. I think that shockwaves are literally probably the best utility at the end of the game, simply because you can use them offensively, defensively. You can send people into the storm, put yourself back into the storm. We're seeing players literally use these shockwaves in every way, shape, and form. And I mean, realistically, it's all about these in-game kits. And they stated it earlier on the desk. If you're able to get a good kit together in the early game, able to get good rotations, you're going to be setting yourself up very, very good for those in-game scenarios.
Absolutely. We've seen Lucia and Steno do that right now. Currently our first place holders, 114 points ahead of a majority of the competition. Their story is placement today. I mean, a second, or 2/3 in a row, and then a first overall. These guys look absolutely amazing. We're going to tune right back in with them in match number 4 of day number 1. It's about to get hot.
Oh, it's going to be good. Here we go. Game number 4, 0 build, and the players are going to be hopping off the battle bus. This is going to be so, so good. Now, I got to ask you, they spoke about it earlier. Do you think any of the duos are going to be changing up their spots halfway through today?
I feel like it's always during halfway. You got that idea 100% correct, but no, it is 2 days of competition.
Yeah.
I feel like after this day, they're going to go back, hit the VODs, have a little bit of time, and then after the fact, be able to just roll it out. Also got in-person jitters. Really cool thing to pick up, though, because you never know exactly what happens for some of these guys who are comfortable inside the game.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, we've already seen two squads get taken out right off the rip, and that is not what you want to do, especially if you do it in 2 out of 3 games to start off your day. So I don't know, personally, they said it earlier, I'd be looking to land in a different spot, but that's just me. I want to see exactly what's going to happen. I want to see who's going to be getting aggressive early on, really trying to pick up these elims for their duo.
Yeah, got to see the news at Bugle. Lots of things happening over at the Rave Cave as well. We'll tune right into that, actually, see what the party's starting. Dravtel rocking it in, him and Kai looking good today so far. Had a little bit of rough times when it comes to the first few games. Thomas and Tayson, they're going to be rocking their shop too. I mean, separated as teammates due to some things when it comes to solo cash cups. Now back at it again in person together. It's amazing to watch.
Oh yeah, Thomas and Tayson, they're definitely going to be feeling good. Currently in 3rd place and definitely going to be hungry to keep on climbing that ladder. They had a rough game 1, but they were able to bounce back extremely well in game 2 and 3 and now find themselves in a very envious position. So I want to see exactly what they're going to be able to do over here, if they're going to be looking to get aggressive on a duo or not.
Might be up against Draft and Kai. Not sure if the experience is the same as one of EU's top duos and players. Big thing too to note is that a bunch of these numbers you see beside the players, usually that is their placement overall on the boards. It is being a little bit finicky right now. It's not going to be completely the case. It might just be their team tag rolling in, so pay no attention to that. We'll be giving you the insight as to who is where, who is relevant. Right now, the top 10 heavily EU stacked. Some of NA West, some of Brazil in the business as well. Reels right now is going to be rocking it over at Rocky as well, with Peak up top of the billboards.
I mean, if your name is Reels, where else are you going to land? You got to go to Rocky Reels. Simple as that. And as you stated, Peak, they've been playing pretty well as well. He's going to be looking to continue this as he's going to be laying down some fire, just trying to get some damage in, making sure that they're above that threshold.
Rocking in and seeing it's a little bit more of a stalemate overall towards the earlier games. Roman, you're talking about a lot of hot action. We're kind of seeing the opposite of that now. Everyone actually surviving. Are they learning now exactly what to do? All these surprises kind of out in the first 3 games.
Maybe. I feel like teams are starting to realize that fighting extremely early might not be as beneficial as you think. I mean, you got to be able to weigh the risk versus the reward. And realistically, the risk has really shown its head to be a greater aspect than the rewards. And so I want to see exactly if these teams are going to keep on adjusting, keep on switching things up, because already in game number 3, we saw teams completely change up their strategy, and it ended up paying off for some.
Absolutely. Want to make sure that you're able to have that switch up, make it all the way over to endgame as well, and use all the bounty, the loot that you have off spawn and off of pressuring other players to push your game all the way forward. Once again, match number 4. We do have 2 days of 0 build competition. And it does start to ramp up a little bit, especially with, you know, circumstances like this, Rome. $1 million on the line for a lot of these players. First place, $250K. That is more than an FNCS for a few of these regions, and they get to do it twice this entire weekend.
Yeah, they're going to be extremely hungry for this prize pool. I mean, even last place is still going to be walking away with $5,000 for their duo. So even if you're able to come out here and not get any elims, not get any placement, you're still going to be walking away a pretty happy camper. So I want to see exactly who's going to be able to step up above that last place and, you know, be able to get into that top 10 that all these teams are very envious to be at.
Absolutely. We just saw perfection in terms of the competition roll by your screen. Lucia and Steno somehow being so consistent inside this no build mode. Third, first. They're going up against the likes of Epic Whale, Malabuka, who had 17 eliminations last game. Imagine, Rome, getting 17 elims almost dropping like arena stream numbers in a game and still not being able to clinch first.
Yeah, that is pretty rough. I mean, they're going to be feeling good about their last game, but realistically, they understand that there's a lot more at stake, a lot more that they want to accomplish. Their aspirations are extremely high coming into this one, and realistically, if you're able to drop 17 elims in front of your friends, in front of your family, in front of all this incredible live action crowd that you've got right in front of you, realistically, that confidence is going to be through the roof.
It makes you soar. That's exactly what some of these players love to thrive in as well. This early games, we're going to see the most of the mistakes for a bunch of these players also in the Middle East region who might not have much experience inside the limelight, not much experience with so many eyes on them overall, but you'll notice that raw type of talent go up against experience in spots like the Rave Cave. Tace and Thomas, you mentioned them being a little bit rocky to start. Why do you think that could be for a few of these players? Is it mostly jitters? Is it kind of the unexpectedness of facing off against another region? You have experience with so many, different esports, Rome. Where do you think this is coming from?
Jitters definitely matter. I will say that the first game on LAN is definitely one where you got to get all the jitters out, and that realistically is most likely what happened with them. I mean, I know that probably for more than half of these players, this is their first time competing at a LAN event. A lot of them don't have this in-person event experience, so the few that do, I mean, they're going to be the ones that are going to be coming out confident in these early games, and who knows? I mean, we stayed at Malibuca and Epic. They popped off in game number 3. They're comfy.
You're talking about confidence, you're talking about experience. Epic Malibuca definitely there on the boards. Blake and Scoped just personified that with their personalities. They've been rocking around the hotels, looking really good, posting pictures up on Insta. It's looking fire too, but in game, I want that to match that status, be that confident. Hen Queasy in the business as well, beside Milan and Mitro. I'm not sure if I'm watching Fortnite in 2019. It looks good though. For now, specifically for Hen and Queasy, we were talking about it a little bit. These guys are not doing as hot as everyone would have expected. They should be in first for the whole time, I feel like, in the competition. Sometimes maybe a day 2 team. They have a lot of catching up to do.
Oh, for sure. Hen and Queasy, they are definitely going to be one of the top 10 teams that you would expect to come out on top in this tournament. So the fact that they aren't even in that top 10 right now, that is a little bit troublesome. But as you stated, we're only 3 out of 12 games through. And I must say, only 2 duos have dropped so far in this game. This is easily the slowest pace that we've seen so far out of these 4 games.
It's about to get sticky. You asked me a question way earlier on. Do things switch up halfway in terms of drops? Might not be the case. The attitude, definitely that much more resilient for all these players. Check out some of these classic items too coming through. The Chuck Cannon. I mean, you guys have been seeing it for the whole day. I'm just, getting to live this now live. It's fun to see it right back in the action. Rift's also in the business, Rome. When are those the best to be popped? Is it when you want to go for someone? Is it an escape tactic? What's your preference?
In my opinion, it's got to be an escape tactic. Realistically, you can use it to go for somebody, but that's just going to leave yourself susceptible to a lot of shots coming from below. So realistically, those Rift-to-goes, they can be good, but they can also come back to bite you. So you really don't want to put yourself in a position where these players are going to be able to really hawk you down on the ground, just looking up and getting free elims.
Absolutely. Kakarot, though, he's going to be rocking in. Rogue Shark Knight, a classic duo we haven't seen the likes of be in their natural state for a long time. The last time they were really up top in the business, the entire map was flooded with water. This time, we're in the dry lands, and they're looking really hot. Past that, though, we also had Kakarot on screen. He's been getting into a lot of fights earlier in the game in terms of games 1 and 2. 3 took a little bit of a break. Now he's kind of back in that action. We're going all the way over to Reality Falls as well. Now this zone, beside Greasy Grove, when it gets to, everything looking a little bit more funky, a little bit more neon-y overall on the map, so much harder to reverse low ground. Duke and Clicks love to play that with the vehicle as well. It's going to be tough for them.
Oh, for sure. And as we saw on that mini-map, there was only 3 duos that were inside of that zone at that moment. So that means we're going to be seeing a lot of movement, a lot of rotations, and that means we might be seeing a lot of elims right here and now pretty early on. Things might start to pick up at this zone.
Got Portaforts. We got shockwaves too, so a lot of the times once these players start to get rattled, tattled a little bit, they'll be able to have a lot of defensive options, lots of escape. Big thing though is Surge that's rocking in and has been changed as of last week when it comes to Fortnite. And it makes the game so much harder. If you guys are kind of unfamiliar with the entire aspect, you have to do damage or the server will deal damage to you in the form of lightning. It's very scary, And a bunch of these teams, if they're like Scram, if they're kind of on the outskirts, right on this edge line, almost on the dead side of zone, they're not taking shots. They're not looking for action. King and Sion, Rome, you can see it right now, that's exactly what they're focused on. They're not moving anymore. They're not even in Storm just yet, not even in zone. They just want some damage.
Yep, exactly. They want to stay above that threshold, exactly as you stated, and they are waiting, lurking in the bushes. We've seen a lot of teams bush camping. We've even seen a duo camping out in a building waiting to take out a player. That was pretty interesting in game number 1. And realistically, right now, Nutify, they're going to be looking to make a move onto this squad, and Acorn and Edgy. The question is, will they? Acorn and Edgy came into today extremely confident, but right now, things are looking a little bit dire.
Yeah, in terms of rock, paper, scissors, trees, and cars, looks like trees take out cars down on the low ground. So unfortunate for Acorn Edgy. Acorn trying his best, so this is 2 different teams he has to face off against. Got Edgy back up, so that's huge.
Yeah.
We'll have to use a Portal 4 from here. Remember, it is a 0 build, so they'll have to get creative to get out. A Rift to go now. Huge roam, but it's going to be tough. They won't have that to use later.
Yeah, realistically, I don't think that they use a Rift to go there. I mean, they're in the middle of the zone. They're chilling. Just 100%. Chilling the Porta Fort. You don't got anything to worry about. Let all these other players have to deal with that. And as we see already, players are right below that threshold. Finally going to be above it, though. They're going to be feeling good right now as Tipperman's going to be laying down the fire. 445 above. That's a very comfortable number to be at.
Absolutely. Tripburn rolling in, looking really good in terms of the way he wants to deal damage. At the same time, the best part about what Fahad just did, that repair torch. We saw Levin Takata Kelly talking about it on the desk. It is so clutch to be able to use, and they had the last second confirmation for that to keep this truck alive. The biggest thing, though, when it comes to 0 build, Rome, let me just tell you this. It's about making sure you save your resources all the way as long as possible into the game. A bunch of these teams like Acorn and Edgy we just saw use some of their Porta Forts, maybe their Rift to go. An entire repair torch used in the second zone. You will not have enough fuel to last the entire game.
For sure. I mean, looking at Arab and Bloomy right now, they've already got 6 shockwaves and 2 in the hands of Arab. So they've got 8 total. So they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable if they're going to be able to hang on. You also got the 6 chug splashes as well. So, I mean, right now, they're looking very good to go.
Depends on if their bones can hold on too. Once again, the combined age of this duo, I think, is the oldest one we have. 48. Woo! So they're facing absolute toddlers. I hope their brains can keep up with their bodies as they roll. Doc, though, rolling in with Reels as well. Everyone, you can see the delay of trying to find damage, keep things in terms of your loadout healthy as well, keep your car alive. It's tough. It takes time for you to get in the zone. Arab likes to move fast, though. Whether it's IRL or in-game, this man is looking to hunt people down.
Oh, for sure. They were below that threshold. They were able to get in some nice damage, and now they're safe for now, though. That's only the thing, because that Storm Surge, it has no friends. There is no way to... What are these players doing? I'm wondering what these players in the Storm are going to be doing. You see these 2 yellow players on the far right. Wonder who that duo is with this strategy. But either way, what do you think about this strategy from these players? Do you think it's going to end up working? It looks like they're going to be able to get back to the zone in time.
They'll roll in. They'll have a chance to maybe pick up a few floppers inside that lake, too. Yeah. It's surprising to see someone that far on the top right. We had a few up in Rave Cave. So many heals there, so it's time, or it's nice to be able to just wait it out for a sec and get in. At the same time, when you are in, things might not look the best right now. King and Sion literally burning down. This is not the best spot
whatsoever, and they're going to need to be on the move pretty soon as well. So the question is, are you going to be using that Rift to go to get out this situation? My guess is most likely. Now is when I'm okay with Rift to goes being used. It's perfectly fine to make sure you're good to go and safe in that rotation, because right now in this, oh, that was a huge knock. Unfortunate as Kai goes down. Oh man, that was a big one.
That's the fire. Chapix knows this. He's a solo. The best thing he can do right now, since his duel is down, everything's looking down bad in terms of what he has, is go for any type of elim, but he doesn't see it, causes chaos in the house. Not only does it burn, it just blows up as well. Reel's lost and his duel's down too. Halnada sees him. This is going to be tough. He's going straight back in the zone. I mean, it's fine. It's not taking for too much, but he is starting to burn.
He's got 3 medkits. So, like, if you're going to be in the zone, 3 medkits is definitely what you want to have in your kit. So it's definitely a decent strategy for him to just get out of trouble, make sure that he's good to go for a later time.
Tripper also leaves his car way back. Him and Hellfire are able to just roll in right beside the edge of Greasy, but zone's starting to move. Doesn't matter if you're healthy or not. You got to be in position at all times.
Oh yeah, and right now it's going to be getting very, very dicey for some of these teams that find themselves below that threshold. It's going to be getting very, very good as Bloomy and Arab going to be making their way up. Just going to be keep on looking for more damage. They've done such a great job so far. But right now, looks like Phantom, they might be able to spot them. These bush campers, I'm telling you, you got to watch out for them.
A storm is brewing all the way over at Greasy. And it's not just this tornado. Every single position that has shade, that has a chance of a surprise, it's waiting. People are ready, but Macwood threats, they can sense something. Heat-seeking awareness. And that shockwave cancels out the bush. Now everything's up and free. Fishing up inside the river. Gentle, forced to be able to use that Port-a-Fort. He's going to be able to stay up.
Yeah, still has an extra one in his back pocket as well, so going to be feeling okay. But looking at this, I mean, you put down a Port-a-Fort, but the Port-a-Fort is way below the other Port-a-Fort's point of view, and that is not going to be going well for Phantom as Heat goes down. The question is, are they going to be able to get the revive? Shot's going to be coming in, a whole lot of damage coming into the shield, and this might not be looking good.
It's just tough. A horror bounce house, but at the same time, a little bit of a clown surprise from the backside. It's a different fort. It's a different type of vibe, so Macwood has to get close and personal, taking everyone out. They'll have a little bit of bounty, a little bit of loot to be able to rock in with. A keg there too. Overshield refresh due to the siphon. They're looking good. Is their position fine though, because this zone is locking in.
And that just shows how quickly things can change realistically. I mean, they were looking so good. Their kit was absolutely incredible. They had 2 Port-a-Forts, and then guess what? It all goes away. In literally about 10 seconds, they get eliminated.
Yeah, the combo there from Macwood is heavy sniper from threats. Macwood then knowing exactly where the players are through the builds. That's just experience. Rattle them down. It looks good. He's making sure no one else can really creep up on him. They want to have a little bit of an escape option down towards the ground as well. It's looking fine though. Macwood covering all angles. They're trying to find Reels actually. He will go down. They won't find the body just yet. Have to move though because they're not in zone.
Oh yeah, precisely 44 seconds before you got to get a move on. You do have some shockwaves in the back pocket, but who knows? You kind of want to save those for the in-game. We've seen how important they can be. That is definitely not something you want to use right now.
Not right now whatsoever. Mizzle, Dubs, so many people riding the tornado wave. You don't see this in comp every day, not even zero build, but it's an option in the storm right now. And you know if it's mobility, every comp player wants an option.
Oh, precisely. And I mean, that tornado is going to be the best way to get around and be pretty safe realistically. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to get shot when you're inside of that.
Yeah, so where's the northeast side? Keep mind of that because the zone will lock in on the NATO. It's slightly moving and now it's gone. So no one is going to be able to stay up top for free. Everyone exposed. If anyone's looking up in the sky, you can take free shots. I guess no one wants to. Okay, makes sense. Sometimes that's how it goes.
I mean, there were so many people up there. I mean, it was about half the lobby up there. They were all vibing out in the tornado, just chilling. As right now, Dubs and Bizzle going to be looking to get an elim. Bizzle down to about 40 HP remaining. Oh man, he's able to get that Rift to go and go up top. Dubs trying to lay down some fire. Gonna need to hit a Rift to go himself. Only 10 HP remaining though. Where are you gonna go from here?
It's an option. 10 HP though, as you mentioned, Rome, it's gonna be tough for him overall. I guess the tree is the best spot. Even Duke and Clicks, they got such a nice base to work with, but they're gonna go fort to fort now. Duke 1 HP, Vino's not stopping. He's acting like he has 300, he's looking good. Somehow Clicks has been pushed off his base. Sion and King, they take the scraps down below.
Precisely, an amazing play yet again coming in. This fight is just going to keep on continuing. Right now is where the action is going to pick up, and it's not going to let up.
When it comes to adapting, when it comes to surprises, the Brazil region, I think they have one of the best times adapting to everything. King, Sion, FNCS after FNCS, teammates or opponents, first, second, over and over. They bring that experience over to zero build. They pop another fort down and get even more cover to work with, and the next zone so close by. 2 Rift to go Sirach in as well. 4 players worth of loot. We might be looking at this game's winners, but that's unless Spy has nothing to say about it.
Oh yes, and I just saw it. A-Rabby went down. Oh, it's unfortunate. I know Panda's going to be sad about that one. I don't believe he's going to be getting back anytime soon. Spy, the lone player in this duo, going to be trying to survive as long as possible, but I don't think that's going to be possible. Vino gets taken out as well, so Aqua going to be left alone. FaZe King right now needing to play this perfectly right.
This is just so nice. Sion and King are not actually playing the map, they're playing the player. Every time someone bases up above them, they use the shockwaves to go for an absolute huge surprise. Everyone now is playing this vertical game. So many players in the basements of these forts looking to be tenants, I guess, some type of squatting rights in the business. Croc as well is going down.
Oh yes, and right now you can see it's a Port-a-Fort on top of a Port-a-Fort, making it a Port-a-Fortress, and that's exactly what we want to see right here is the innovation coming out of these players, getting that extreme high ground, trying to get the advantage any way, shape, or form. And what I'm looking at is there's a lot of solos right now.
Everyone's just kind of fragmented. The up top in terms of survival of the tornado just keeps so many solos alive. All these shockwaves, I was talking about the zone as well, when it comes to trying to hide in low ground, not really that possible. So many vantage points to see inside all these forts as well. People are rift chaining for the moment. That elim feed delayed somewhat as well. That's how much action there is right now. So Careful when you're looking at that too. Aqua taking out threats though. Rest guard going down. Hydra, I guess, if a fort is exposed, find a shed. That's the next best spot.
Oh, for sure. Right now, I mean, I'm not sure many people are going to be expecting them to be in there, so that's going to be a great spot for sure. As you stated, these rifts are popping off left and right. And as you can tell right now, this one's going to be good. Merstash laying in the fire up top, trying to take out one of these players. Not able to, unfortunately. Just trying to play his life right now. Anas is going to be hitting that rift to go. They're still looking good, but Merstash and Bad Sniper, they're in this one, but Merstash is getting extremely low. Gonna need to play his life very well.
Bad Sniper here needs to land this snipe if he wants to have a chance of surviving. Queasy, Hen, they do get rattled down, taking storm damage as well. Storm gets even smaller, more rift chains. Anas and Pink are following suit. The top of VU up in the sky. This is just absolutely insane. Not sure if there's any more rifts to be able to use. No one diving down once again. Somehow Bizzle and Dubs have survived this onslaught of chaos. Macwood, he's chilling with Aqua.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, Aqua said, you know what? I might be by myself, but that is all good. I'm just going to be hanging out right here. Nobody's going to be messing with me whatsoever. Aqua feeling extremely, extremely good just chilling in this truck.
NA and EU sometimes have to hold hands side by side. It's how it goes. Merstash, though, wanted to catch up to Malabuka. Last game, they had 17 eliminations. He wants to have a say in that, too. 7 so far. This time, Pink up top of the hill. He'll still be the king. Merstash gets pulled up into the sky. Bad Sniper goes down.
Yeah, and Queasy and him just got taken out as well, and they were definitely a duo that we wanted to see perform. They were able to get at least top 12 here, but that might not be good enough to end up in that top 10 after this game. As you can see, Hydra has the high ground.
Hydra looking so good. One of the only duos that's still left. I think Luce and Steno are still low ground somewhere, exactly right there in a truck too. So another game where they might even get top 5.
Yeah, and Bizzle and Dubs just get taken out again, and now look at how many solos are remaining.
Just 2 duos. Hydra, the ones that's exposed. Lucia, the one in the truck. They're getting a bunch of these eliminations too. Hydra on top of the high ground, though. They'll be the first person to see everyone else, but at the same time, be the ones taking the initial form of damage. Spraying over at the truck of Luce. 7 different teams still remaining. Aqua and Macwood doing their best impersonation of being absolute statues. Over here, though, another rift pops towards the skies.
Stina and Lucy able to get top 3 all 3 games in a row. Looking to do it again, as right now they're top 6. Looking to keep this one going. Aqua ends up getting taken out. Naiad gonna be hitting the rift to go. Getting up top, trying to see what he can see from up top. Figuring out exactly the best way to get down low.
A pause in the movie as everyone flies in the sky, opening credits towards this end game. Macwood and Steno are the only ones down below. Not sure if Macwood knows exactly where Steno is. No, it's just Mac on the ground.
Yeah.
He's about to get different regions. Absolute titans falling on him. If there's any time to have perfect aim, man, it's now. Look for every shot. It's landing. Luce about to go down. Pump on the left side won't even land. 6 more tiers, 6 more waves of players to fall.
He was able to get Lucy and Steno is so low right there.
Another
that absolutely
rift.
anything can happen. A rift comes out again. Naiad is able to get another elim and able to take out Merstash right here and now.
Macwood forces the skies. Merstash will go down. Lucy just wants to survive as much as possible. Steno, not sure if he's alive. 10 HP. A breath will take him down. Steno beside him too. Together, they're just at 50.
Right now, this is free pickings for them on the ground. They are just looking up, getting in all this damage, looking to end this one here and now.
Naiad, please land a shot. Anything. The LMG now active. He's letting it roar. Luce 2 going down. 2 more up in the sky. Macwood cannot survive. Knight is about to see the day. Macwood gone down to the zone, getting close and comfortable. Knight now bopped out. It's the duo. They're looking good. They're securing it. Naiad, Hydra, all the way up top.
Naiad and Hydra able to clutch it up in exceptional fashion. They said, you know what, everyone's going up in the sky. We're just gonna hang out down here. We're gonna be able to put in these shots and take out absolutely everybody. Beautiful stuff coming out of them. I was impressed that they were able to take out Lucy and Steno as well. I thought they might have been able to do it again.
Hey, another top 3. They basically did almost do it again. That is the way they want to win this entire competition. Stay up top, stay in placement. It's huge. Talk about it though. Reality falls, and that was an unreal game.
Oh, absolutely incredible. It was jam-packed, exactly what we couldn't ask for anything better for our first cast. This was absolutely impeccable.
Absolutely. You can see the smiles from Naiad and Hydra as well. I mean, that was a very well-fought win. So much mobility, so much utility towards the end of that game, and they played it perfectly. Tic-tac-toe, first 3 X's, they got it done.
Yeah, but still, Lucy and Steno, they're going to be feeling amazing. They were in first place coming into this one. They were able to get, I believe, top 3 again. So, I mean, this squad is looking absolutely impeccable. They've only got 2 games left on the day. If they're able to finish out this day halfway through this 0 build event, still number one. That confidence coming into day two is going to be peak.
Yeah, a lot of these different teams are winning races overall when it comes to the competition. Steno, Luce definitely winning that overall war. Every single battle they survive. They're quiet. And I guess when it's like a library type of game, that's the best thing to be. You don't want to really stand out, stay all the way towards the very end. That game that was Zero Build, so much fun to watch.
Oh, precisely. And I'm just excited for what's next, man. I'm disappointed we even got to send it back to the desk, man. I'm ready to get into the next game number 5. But oh my goodness, there's been so many underperforming duos as well. Do you want to speak about any that you've noticed that haven't been able to perform all that great?
I think in a few of the games, it was Hen and Queez that were rocking in, and they kind of looked like they were underperforming in the first 3. But I think this one was a rise to fame for them, right?
Yes.
Taking out Bat Sniper a bit, interrupting Mustache overall too. Really nice to watch these guys lock it in. At the same time, a majority of this lobby, I feel like they're on comeback mode. You said it yourself, Rome. 88 players alive, 2 zones in. No one wanted to go down.
Oh, precisely. And I'm expecting to see the exact same thing for the final 2 games. I think these players are going to be playing extremely passive, trying to just survive until that late game. I said it earlier, Elims might be the way. No, I was wrong. These players corrected me within 1 game. They said, no, we're going for placement, simple as that.
Might just be the zone 2 when it comes to, greasy reality. It's tough to stay alive, find spots to hide. A lot of these bushes shockwaved overall as well. Mako doing a very good job at that. It's always just one little thing that cascades into so much when it comes to these games. But Gamers8 featuring Fortnite so far, that was match number 4, looking so good on the day.
Oh, absolutely incredible. And already the difference between the first 3 games and that final in game, the first 3, we saw so many shockwaves being used. It seemed like literally everyone had 5 shockwaves in their back pocket. But in this recent game, it was all Rift to go. So I don't know if that was just about the looting or what happened or who knows. But either way, I'm excited for it because whether it's Rift to goes or either way, it's going to be exciting. Either way.
When it comes to Rift to goes, there was a lot of chains in that last game as well. It was really fun to watch. Next game also getting ready. The Death's also getting ready. Just stay moments with us here. Rome, for the first one, I just feel like you just want to hog the mic. We want to hog the space. It's good. We got to do a little bit of catch up to Panda and SVG as well. It was just really nice to see a bunch of these older teams or like the lower place teams kind of rise up and try to come back. A lot of the people in front of things, Malibuca, Epic Will specifically, struggling to stay alive. I think Lucia and Steno were the only ones that were kind of all the way up top that looked so good. It was just really nice to see.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, another duo that was able to step up was, Bizzle and Dubs. They were able to have a good time. So let's go ahead and send it over to our interview at the desk right now.
I'm joined by Naiad and Unhydra on the stage after winning that map. That was an absolutely incredible one, I have to say. I think I've been saying that after every single match, but it's just so hectic in that final circle. Naiad, I'm going to come to you first. What was your expectation coming into the Zero Build tournament portion? Do you fancy yourself better at Zero Build or Build?
I'm better. We are better at Zero Builds, to be honest. We don't really play that much, but when we play, we only play Zero Builds. Yeah.
أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا في المسرح أنهايدرا وناياد بعد فوز كان جدا قوي في المباراة الماضية. حابين نسألهم السؤال الأول، إيش رأيكم في موضوع أنكم تلعبون البطولة الآن بدون البيلد الزيرو بيلد مود، لكن بنفس الوقت هم قالوا إحنا بالعكس أريح لنا لما نلعب كثير، بس إذا لعبنا نلعب على الزيرو بيلد.
I mean, we have a couple of Zero Build experts. That's awesome to hear because you tend to see that a lot of the pros here, they tend to focus on build. Now, it's interesting to say that you don't really practice that much. You just won a map in incredible fashion. So does Zero Build suit you better because you're more of an aggressive duo?
Not really. We just play smart. That's all. We just play smart. We just hide, and when we see a kill, we just go for it.
سألناهم السؤال الثاني، كنا نتركز على موضوع انه غريبه انكم فزتوا الماب مع انكم تقولون انه ما نتدرب كثير، واكيد انه اريح لكم انكم تلعبون زيرو بيلد بما انكم ما تدربون كثير. يقولون كيف قدرتوا تفوزون الفوز هذا؟ جوابهم كان يقول انه احنا بس نلعب بذكاء، ما نسوي شيء مميز، نصبر نتغبى، اذا قدرنا نلقى كل نطلع وناخذها وما عندنا مشكله نفوز بالطريقه.
Well, that round win bumped you up to 11th on our leaderboard right now. So what's your expectation after this? We still have plenty of rounds to go, including tomorrow. But where do you think you'll finish up?
We would like to get top 5 at least. Yeah. We started a bit off, but we're going to pick it up. Yeah.
بعد ما خلصوا الماب الماضي او الجيم الماضي قدروا انهم يروحون على طول الى التوب 11 معنا في البطوله، لكن بنفس الوقت ايش توقعاتهم انهم ينتهون في المطاف بنهايه اليوم؟ يقولون احنا بس الجول حقنا ان نوصل على التوب 5، اذا ما اخذ التوب 5 بيكون وضعنا مره تمام.
Well, that's what we like to hear. We're going to have loads of people at home rooting for you now. Congratulations once more for that amazing map win. Everyone put your hands together for Naiad and...
Anhydra.
Anhydra, I apologize. Naiad and Anhydra, everyone. Right, okay, we're going to dive back over to the desk to bring us into map number 5. Don't go anywhere.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين. رح ناخذ فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم الآن في الجيم الخامس القبض الأخير معنا في البطولة في اليوم الأول.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone, for Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. And I do need to apologize to Shio and Rome there. I apologize, I'm so used to Panda and SBG. But for the second half, it is going to be the dynamic duo. And I obviously love having Shio back here with us.
Of course, how can you not, man? It's Shio Aja. He's the best there is. And showing off there in that game, of course, both of them, calling the action incredibly well. And what action that was, right? We were going crazy because it was literally like aim practice for the team that was down below, just looking up with so many teams up there.
I remember at one point I was telling Levin, I was like, oh, Macwood, he's got this game in the bag. There's only 2 more players left. He looks up, 20 players up in the sky. I was like, what are we witnessing?
And we heard from Roman Shio that Naiad and Anhydra, instead of going in the rift like everyone else, they're like, wait, we're at full health. We could stay on the ground and just get easy pickings. But before we can talk about the end game, I want to talk about, I don't know, it was in the middle of the game there, the tornado. Somehow we haven't seen one till now. It was ripping through the competition just like it was through the map.
Honestly, it's actually got me again, right? Because I typically will just play arena, right? I don't really play much pubs. And I did play pubs once, and I got caught by a tornado, and I didn't know what was going on. And once again here, I'm sure there will be players who are like, hold on a minute, tornadoes, like, what's going on here?
Look, sometimes you're just farming your chest, looting up, and then all of a sudden you're in the sky, flying around. I mean, there's cars roaming, tornado, lightning, thunder. I mean, so much going on. But what I liked about it is there was players using this to their advantage, actually staying inside of the tornado where their opponents couldn't even see them.
That's the thing. It wasn't like it was just like random and it's like a disturbance. It's like actually people using it tactically to find advantage.
Well, and especially when you're in zero build, you need to use every single feature of the game to give you that advantage.
Yeah, 100%, right? And what a positional advantage that is. You're up in the sky where no one can see you. Yep, nice. Just gonna collect my placement points.
That's what I love to see these duos, these players do, is adapt quickly to the different formats, right? And one of being those pub matches, which we're doing in zero build, that has these tornadoes, has vehicles, has all these things that a lot of players might not be so used to.
And we saw that adaptation again from Anas and Pink, who we had that interview with. They didn't have the best game 3, and although they didn't make it to the very end game in game number 4, they did grab 9 eliminations by zone 6.
They were popping off. They were popping off, and again, I have to keep repeating it. This is a team, Kelly, that once upon a time, people looked at them and went, they can't do nothing when it comes to getting eliminations.
I apologize, 10 eliminations.
10, right? Even better, right? The double digits, very similar to what we see from our first place team in that game, right, in terms of the match rankings. This is a team that is now just hungry for limbs, and they are very prominent when it comes to getting them.
I mean, 54 points in a single match, that is gonna boost you very far up the leaderboard. Actually puts them in 11th for the overall standings, but in the match rank here, we can see Pink and Nos 10 still. That's in 6th place, but you have to take advantage of the placements.
And look at second place in that game. Knight and Rogue Shark. This is a blast from the past type team. These are two players who, once upon a time in NA East were, top dogs, right? The Except boys, all this, all that. It's been a while since we've seen them. They actually stopped playing with each other, right, as a duo for a long time. But seeing them do well in that game, really happy for them.
And so much can change in a single game. Naiad and Anhydra, you were saying they moved up to 11th place. After game 3, they were in 29th. Wow. So moving up 18 placements in the competition. And this is essentially a third of the competition after game number 4. We still have 8 more games to go.
Yeah, that is quite the boost, right? I'd love to actually see, right, the pricing again in terms of how much that would move you up money-wise if this was
Tens
the
of
last
thousands?
game. So much money in terms of how much it would move you up. So, of course, still many more games, but really nice positive movement for them.
I mean, it's crazy to think about, right? That one match after playing already more than halfway through day 1 can bump you up that much. It shows how much of a possibility it is to get a comeback in day 2 for a lot of these players here that are kind of on the lower end of the leaderboard, right? But this is the match ranking. You can see Epic Whale and Malibuka are 36th here. They were in the top 3 going into the match. So now having this game where they actually accumulated 0 points, that's going to drop them a bit.
And we saw it once again in the top 5, Steno and Lushi doing an incredible job staying at the very end. So without a doubt, they still got to be holding strong in first place for the overall ranking. rankings.
Yeah, and by the way, we are still, holding up for our boys, Falconer, Arkram. We're still rooting for you. We're still supporting you no matter what. No matter where you are in the standings, we still got you.
Also, we'd like to thank STC for providing our match ranking there.
You gotta believe, right? Even if it's not going too great, you can always make the comeback. We brought it up, so for these duos that have been getting eliminated a lot off the spawn, I wouldn't be surprised if they make some changes going into day 2.
And I think a team that's not going to be making too many changes is going to be Nayad and Unhydra there with that Victory Royale play. I mean, just what is it that set them apart from the rest of the competition?
I think the big thing is there, right, is composure. Right? You talked about in the final moments where they're not the team that jumps in the rift. Because it's very easy in those moments to lose your head, right? Everyone is jumping in one. You're thinking, okay, we don't want to be the only ones down here. Let's jump in. But they stayed cool. They took advantage. And for them, it's going to just be about wherever you did that last game, let's keep doing it. Like, let's just keep doing that.
You said it great. They stayed composed, right? They were in the right place at the right time, but it wasn't a coincidence. They had a lot of options. They could have run in rifts. They could have dropped down. They could have done so many things, but they stayed on the high ground. They stayed their place, taking shots above and doing that, connecting them, hitting the shots needed. They were able to secure those last elims and even the Victory Royale from it.
But I don't blame Knight and Macwood going up into a rift when they're down that much HP. It's kind of like a last-ditch effort, right?
Yeah, of course. It's literally the hope that, the other person in the sky with you gets taken up before you so that you get the extra placement points. And it does work. What else are you really going to do in those situations?
I mean, there's so many of these situations that's different from standard Fortnite competitive, so it's great to see how these players are changing their play style, mixing it up, and doing what they need to do to stay on top.
I mean, this is just the start, of course, here for Gamers8, everyone. And all of this is possible due to our sponsors. So we'd like to give a special shout out to MasterCard there. Thank you for being a part of Gamers8, one of the world's largest esports events ever. Again, that is MasterCard. Thank you so much. And to another one of our sponsors there, that will be LG. So thank you, MasterCard and LG, for bringing us this incredible event. And guys, I believe we're going to be going on a quick break real soon, but when we come back, we're going to be talking about game number 5.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans from around the world. We're here back once again at the analyst desk, and I'm joined by Levin2K and Spaceman. Welcome back, Spaceman.
It's been an interesting day, to say the least. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, I know that tornado, you know, is
It's a little
interesting. I hope to see it once again.
Yeah, I think the tornado probably will not make any more appearances today. I'd hope not. You know, the weather's been pretty nice out here. Tornadoes were definitely not in the forecast for me.
Give me the chaos. I love it. I love when people are sweating and freaking out. It's great.
Oh yeah, I mean, chaos is important, and I'm sure our leaderboard is quite in some chaos right now, but you know who's probably not feeling the chaos is Luce and Steno. I'm sure that they're going to be sitting still in our first place spot, and we're going to be pulling up the overall rankings in just a moment, everyone. But I mean, game number 4, I already said it, this is just 1/3 of the competition for Zero Build, not even considering that we have Battle Royale after that as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, it feels like we've had quite a lot of games, right? And in a good way, of course, right? But it's like the fact that we still have so many more opportunities for teams and things to change is huge.
Day ones are always kind of tough because these last couple of matches are about momentum, getting yourself into day 2, but when it comes to jostling for positions, as we see the overall rankings, it is so important to make up a lot of that ground going into game number 5.
My goodness, and the ground is needed to be made up for first place to second place because they are ahead by over 30 or almost 30 points right there. Steno and Luce just taking command over the leaderboard, and it's not with eliminations, it's with placement points.
And the big thing is that when you have a team in these kind of positions, the question you always ask yourself is, how can they be stopped? Is there anybody else in the lobby that can sort of reach their heights and even exceed that in order to catch up to them? And the answer right now is no. I don't see a world where, you know, things just stop working for them. Their game plan is set in stone. Unless a team just actually straight up contests them, I don't really see a world where they don't maintain first.
Yeah, one of the interesting conversations about players like Bad Sniper, Merstach, and Malabuka and Epic right below is it's been the eliminations that have gotten them this far. If they just close out a game or 2, you're looking at a potential first place finish, and all of a sudden these entire standings go into haywire. So these next couple of games are going to be absolute chaos.
And you can see the competition is relatively close between 4th all the way down to 10th place right there. But yes, shout outs to Bad Sniper and Merstach, of course, Anas and Pink, who we know have been doing well the entire day. And here we have it, 11th through 20th place, Unhydra and Naiad. And you would think after a VR they would be in the top 10, but going all the way from 29th place to 11th place is such a huge jump, showcasing that it still can change.
Yeah, 100%. And look, of course, they aren't in the top 10, but they will be very satisfied with the jump. And for them, it will be about making another one.
Yeah, and I've actually been relatively surprised by looking at Bizzle and Dubs. They've always seemed to be in positions in the mid-game to start making up a lot of the heavy lifting, but they get caught on the rotations and oftentimes take third-party fights they're not ready for. And they've got punished because of it, but there's still time for these matches to go on.
Wow, I'm quite surprised to see Janice and Kanata with 0 eliminations, still able to grab those placements, but Kanata is one of the top NA East players right now.
Yeah, literally in terms of form right now, I don't think there are many players in Fortnite better than him, regardless of region. Genuinely, he has been in scintillating form. But again, I talked about at the start of the show, I didn't get this duo in the first place, right? This is actually a duo of people who, they have real beef, like actual beef at Greasy Grove, and trying to join forces clearly not on the same page, which hasn't been the case all season long.
And the fact that Vidil's sitting near the 30s and he's had success in the DreamHack solos. Granted, solos don't translate to duos, but it's just surprising that it's been that lackluster today.
Are you trying to say Amar's holding Vidil back? Is that what you're saying?
A little bit.
Oh wow.
A little bit.
Oh, no. Well, what do you think, actually? I think that's a good point that, you know, solos and duos are a completely different story in this competition. What are some of the main changes as far as the meta goes?
Well, just having a pick-me-up for one. Of course, extra loot is really important. Of course, you know, you have more inventory slots as a whole to work more with that. And so I think that's a big thing, right? It means teams have the flexibility to carry all the great items that they have available to them.
And rotations become so primary when you're playing solos that you're always on the move, where you get some freedom playing in duos, but it also comes at a cost because it means if you make the wrong move at the wrong time, you're stuck in no man's land trying to get yourself back.
I mean, I'm so excited to see the next game, everyone. We do have just about a minute before we get into that. So expectations, hopes, what do you have for game number 5?
Expectations, hopes. I hope to see the teams I like and I'm biased towards continue to do well, i.e. Pink and Anas continuing to stay high in the standings. But I also do want to see some of the ones who maybe haven't quite had their mark, hit the run to have a good game. I'd love to see an Amar and a Vidil have a real pop-off game. Do you know what I mean? Just put on a show for us.
Yeah, I don't want to see players within the top 4 get a little overzealous. Those are the times you make the biggest mistakes. But now is absolutely the chance to take some risks, because if you're in that top 6, there's absolutely opportunities here to get yourself potentially in not only more money in that conversation, but overtake players sitting in that top 3. So there's chances here for the rankings to move.
I mean, we saw what Epic Will and Malabuka could do with 17 eliminations. They haven't really had a game like that since, but they're still sitting in our top 5 right now. So truly, anything can happen, anything can change. This is just a third of the competition, everyone, but game number 5 is ready to start, so let's head on over to our casters.
Heading on over indeed. Rome, it's been so good to watch that game 4. The first 3 as well, absolutely amazing. Gamers8 is not stopping with the action.
Oh, precisely. I mean, we're seeing teams really start to fight back. Some that struggled early on are starting to find their groove, if you will, and that's exactly what you want to see in game number 4.
Absolutely. First place, though, $250,000, $250,000. Luce Seno, they're running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm going to call them out. This right here, this no-build event, it's theirs to lose right now. They're up by about, what, 28 points right now? So they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable as long as they are able to place in that top 10, top 5 area that they've been doing. I don't see a reason that this team is going to give up the throne. I mean, they're looking good.
Yeah, I haven't seen them play at all, at least in that game 4 and a few of the firsts as well. They're invisible. How do you stop an invisible team taking away all the money? It's like the perfect scenario for anyone trying to rock a heist, trying to get some money and dodge. If no one can see you, that is huge, and that's exactly what's happening here at Gamers8. Past that, too, we're talking about Epic Will, Malabuka a little bit. We're talking about a bunch of the players that have had a previous game or a previous day so far that hasn't looked too hot, but then rise towards the top. Anas and Pink, they're looking so hot.
Oh, yeah, they're looking absolutely incredible right now, currently in second place. As you stated, teams are starting to rise up in those rankings, but one team that has just not been able to find their pace is Clix and Duke, currently ranked 37th on the leaderboard. That is surprising to a lot of people.
Yeah, when it comes to Clix and Duke, the synergy's there, no build energy there as well. Unfortunately, in the first few games, it's not looking too hot, but let's go right past all the confetti, past the Galaxy and Gamers8, straight into game number 5. We're here on day 1, almost halfway through all the no-build games, and right now it's looking like EU, a little bit of NA East and West, they're all rising up top.
Oh yeah, feeling very, very good as we're gonna have the players hopping out of the battle bus yet again. And I mean, we saw it in game number 4. Teams really started to slow down the pace of play at the start. So I think that that's gonna be what we see yet again, but who knows? I've been wrong before.
Could be the possibility. A lot of the times in game 5, when it comes to Fortnite, Rome, it's called the crazy game. This is where people start to do the just absolutely things that don't make any sense. It's what you were trying to ask for in game 4.
Okay.
This is where they go completely forts to the walls, so to speak, and just get ready with that action. Already I see a few explosions. I see some craziness all the way over at Shuffle Shrines. You control this spot. You have a lot of options for the mid portion of the map. You have a lot of say on where you want to rotate as well. Every zone is basically yours too. Fahad with the DMR. He's moving in. Him and Yonks, I mean, not a pretty loadout to work with, but if you keep it long range, you can have some really good action.
Precisely over here at the Shrines right now, on with FHD and Yonks. They're just going to be looking to loot on up and make sure that their kit's good to go. An important thing, so important, is getting a good kit at the start. Don't worry about fighting. Don't worry about getting elims. Just make sure that you're good to go to rotate, because you don't know where that zone's going to be popping to.
Yeah, you want to make sure everything is kind of looking a little bit good for all sides. All the way over at Bugle. This is a Rubik's Cube of a problem right now for a bunch of these teams. Every single face, a different type of color, a different type of difficulty. When it comes to Milan and Mitro, things have looked easy and able to getting out or able to just leave. At the same time, they are a little bit on the bottom of the boards overall. They can see the grass on the other side of these hills, but they can't really run in it.
And right now, Vico and Jelty over at the Daily Bugle, still looting on up, feeling good, back over with Mitros. I mean, right now, they're looking solid. I mean, you look at their kits, they've got the med mist, they've got the shotgun. They're looking pretty good. You know, I like it what I'm seeing right now so far.
So auto shotty kind of fires super fast, 2-shot, big clumps of action, and then the striker, a player's preference for the biggest damage. What do you think players should be rocking in these close range fights?
I mean, realistically, SMG all day long.
Okay, nice. I like that skill.
But also, let's talk about the Boogie Bomb bombs, I mean, these boogie bombs can end up being very, very lethal. I remember when boogie bombs were first introduced into Fortnite, it was absolutely incredible the plays you're able to make. If you get in a one-on-one situation, here you go, throwing it at you, do your little dance, and I'm going to take you out expeditiously. I want to see some boogie bomb plays by the end of this day.
I think we have Blake in scope with a few of them maybe in that third or fourth game. I also like the fact that you go straight for SMGs as well. You pair that with the boogie bomb, you pair that with any type of close range damage. It can stop a striker. It can stop a lot, especially with some of these controller players here rocking in today.
Ooh,
here's where the invisibility starts. Okay, so this is Stano and Lucy. This is their win condition getting absolutely interrupted. They are just competition winners right now, tournament leaders for the moment, passing by last game's first place.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to do. They saw that a team was starting to engage on them. They said, you know what, we're not dealing with this. We're out. See you later. We're going to be surviving till late game yet again. They understand they're in first. They don't need to take risks right now. They are the team that just needs to play safe, not sorry.
We saw in the last game, there were a few of these arrows that were way in the zone, right? We were so confused. Who's moving in from Tilted? Who's still at the Rave Cave? It was this duo. Not only are they avoiding the competition, they're avoiding playing the game. They're just tanking Storm, prior heals.
I mean, realistically, that's what you want to see as teams really start to figure out what works for them. I always say proper preparation prevents poor performance, and right now, it's looking like this squad, they've prepared extremely well. They know exactly how they want to play in this meta.
The 5 Ps, you heard it from Rome. That is just huge. I wonder how many times you have to practice that. It's just absolutely insane. I can't even attempt that one.
I've messed it up quite a few times on broadcast, but practice makes perfect, as I stated. And that's why I'm able to do it right here on the biggest stage. And I'm very happy about that. Milan going to be picking up his duo right here and now, as they found a little bit of trouble early on. Liquid Mitro and Milan having a lot of trouble right now.
They're chilling for the moment. Everyone, in terms of the limelight, in terms of the spotlight, the action, the heat, it's on Falconer and Arkram and Vico. This is Falconer's first point, I believe, of the entire tournament. They're sitting at a flopping 0, unfortunately, and it's not going to help them at all in terms of getting a prize boost. I mean, they do walk away with 5K, as you did mention, Rome, but honestly, these guys want to level all the way up. Have a rocking in, looking good. Trying to find Vico's body. They can't really right now. There it is on the other side. If they get Jelty, it can be the full finish. Arkram knows exactly where it is. For this duo, it's a little bit different of a circumstance compared to everyone else. Haven't done the most practice, haven't been playing the most Fortnite compared to the rest of the lobby. But as you can see at the Bugle, they do have a sense of control. They have a game plan. Unfortunately, Arkram's is interrupted. Mitro, Milan, we talked about silence. It strikes deadly when given time.
Mitro and Milan looking very, very good, able to use that high ground to take out that player. And that's the thing, even if you're able to pop a porta fort immediately, it doesn't matter if the team has high ground above your porta fort. And that's exactly what we saw right there, able to drop it down and immediately taken out regardless.
Not sure exactly what the HOA is in Fortnite, you know, who the housing association is, but I'm gonna apply for getting some roofs on those porta forts. It feels like it's just these rains of bullets that are, you know, an unstoppable form of weather to deal with these players is stopping everyone from playing their game.
You know, I've never seen a fort without a roof. You might be onto something right now.
Even making pillow forts back in the day, there's no chance unless you have the blanket draping over everything, right? So we got to find some blankets for these players. Lord knows maybe Mitro and Milan need it. They want to rise up those boards, stay comfortable. But that's all the action at the Bugle. I mean, there's so much more across the map. Kai, Nema, they're moving in as well. Looking good. Edgy flying right above them. Edgy Acorn kind of 5th place, I believe, right now, or kind of in top 10. It's huge for them to, you know, upkeep consistency in a lobby like this. We talked about 12 games, not that much. This first day, the aim for all these players is to be kind of top 10, top 20, and then tomorrow really push for that win.
Oh, precisely. And as you can see, Edgy and Acorn, they are chilling. This is right where you want to be. You got the high ground, you got the porta fort as well, and you don't really have to do much right now. You just got to be able to get some nice damage in whenever you can. Make sure that you're going to be above that threshold when and if it does pop, because we all know how scary that Storm Surge can be.
I really like to point out Surge with Acorn and Edgy specifically. When it comes to NA East qualifier week number 2, they were ahead of it for a majority of the time. Endgame was their issue overall. They qualified for FNCS right at a very clutch moment, 5th place, when top 5 is the only thing that takes you all the way in. So they're right there on the threshold. When it comes to clutching today, they've also been doing that. So old habits, I guess they just end up getting elimed hard. Here though, some of these Middle East players having struggle finding their identity on the map.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see right now, It's going to be Kai looking to spot anyone he can, just trying to get in some early damage. Still has a porta-fort, so he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable sitting in this bush in case someone ends up spotting him out.
Yeah, you saw a whole loadout in terms of a player that's looking to just go from bush to bush, fight to fight. Look at the difference with Dubs, right? The difference between Dubs and Kai. You mentioned boogie bombs for fights is exactly what Kai's going for. Dubs does not even have a shotgun. You mentioned SMGs for close range. He doesn't have that either. It's 5 utility, a repair torch, and that AR. Why is that?
It means that they're waiting for late game. That's all that means. They understand that they need to get these high placements, these final 2 games, because realistically, they haven't been performing up to where they wanted to be. I believe that Bizzle and Dubs are currently in 13th place, so if they can really step it up, crack that top 10 after this game number 5, that's going to be massive.
That'll put them in a great spot. I like you point that out. Right now, they're still in that good spot for the first 6 games. They definitely, I mean, we know Bizzle, the ego, it wants to be up top.
And I'm going to be honest, 13th place, not going to be that bad if that 3 end up finishing off. I mean, the prize pool, it gets pretty chunky in that top 15.
Absolutely. Want to have those boosts. We haven't really talked about it in specifics, but when you go up every 10 placements overall inside this top 50 of a lobby, you do get a boost in pricing. That first place, 250K though. That's the thing everyone's striving for.
250K comparative to last place and only 5,000. It seems minuscule, but realistically, if you say there's a $5,000 Fortnite tournament, people are getting hyped. And this one, it's got $1 million on the line for 0 builds. And right now, we get to see exactly if Andalex is going to be able to take out one of these players or not. Milan going to be using these chug splashes to try and heal on up, but his teammate is going to be down. And you know what that means. They're going to be on the hunt. Andalex, they're going to be coming in fast. Scram, they're going to be looking to finish off this duo right here and now, and I don't blame them.
Right to the basement, Mitro. Gonna be unfortunate, no chance for him to live. Scram knows, though, what his actual objective is. It's Milan all the way up top. He hijacks the car. My man is gone. That's all he wanted to do. Andalex, how much is it going to cost you? With Scram on your side, you lose your endgame type of win condition. You use your prowess, and for what? Just 1 elimination.
Milan able to get out with only 2 HP. Somebody is going to need to take out this vehicle. Only 315 health left on the vehicle itself. So realistically, Milan is going to be in very, very dire straits right now.
All he wants to do for the moment is just maximize how far this vehicle can take him. It brings him towards loot. That's vacation over.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's going to be healing on up. Just going to be using this med miss. Just going to be getting back right and try to clutch up for his squad. Now, I got to ask you, if your duo ends up dropping this early, yes, it's unfortunate, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be the end of your game. What is your main strategy, and what loadout do you really want to have if you're a solo heading into this in-game scenario?
6 repair torches and a vehicle. If you can afford it, or like an entire kit of rifts. What I'm basically trying to say is that it is so difficult to do with any basic loadout. You need some sort of miracle. Honestly, exactly what Milan was doing there. Get the center circle and hope this zone just keeps closing in on you.
Yeah, we saw in the last game, Aqua, he was just hanging out in a truck. He said, you know what, I'm gonna sit here. And then he opened the passenger door and said, you know what, get on in. I'm gonna let both of us solos just hang out in here and be safe, at least for now.
Yeah, it was Macwood, who you see on screen, who opted for that. One of the most brilliant minds when it comes to trying to survive. Unfortunately, over at NA East at the Bugle, hasn't been his type of wave overall in regional competition. Here, though, all the way over at Gamers8, it's looking good for him in threats. Every time we see him, Port-a-Fort up high, looking fly.
Look at this loadout right now. I mean, this is pretty much as good as the loadout as you want right here and now for late game. I mean, you got the blowtorches in case you want to use those vehicles. You've got the shockwaves as well. This is a very, very nice kit for this squad.
Yeah, they actually play the position for this kit as well. Really good that you mentioned that, because they're just staying all the way far back from anyone else, looking outside in. As a result, only need your AR. Never have to take a single shot from the shotgun.
Yeah, precisely. As we can see, it's going to be Pink and Anas going to be moving through the storm, moving through the edges right now, playing very, very safe, making sure that nobody's going to be spotting them out. It's looking a little bit like our current first place team last game.
Yeah, that's the top 2 POV. I guess if you want to win over here at Gamers8, find a truck, drive with the zone.
Simple as that. You'll be good to go. As right now, Cammy is looking in dire straits, down to 50 health only. Kanata, such a solid player, going to be coming out, going to be finishing off this player, making sure that they do not come back.
Yeah, a lot of NA East kind of struggling overall. You mentioned Duke and Clicks, Fatch and Carey as well as Kanata and Janice, all the way down towards, like, you know, a lower type of threshold when it comes to overall placement. They need eliminations like that. It's good for them. They're finding them early.
Speaking of which, speaking of that threshold, I just saw it pop in the corner. So some of these duos are going to need to start putting in some damage. You can see in the top left, there's 4 different duos that are crammed in the top left outside of the zone. So right there, that is going to be an extremely hot spot, because not only do they have to go through each other, they've got to go through the rest of the map, because that zone, it's not looking pretty for them.
They'll be able to have a lot of heals. Once again, Rave Cave. Should just be called Heal Out Central. Janice Canada, though, a little bit of trouble over at home. They're going to be rocking in and out of the zone. This is just unfortunate from Canada. What was that, though? Was that a no-scope, maybe? Not even sure, but from the backside, looks like one person is not going to be able to thrive. Canada now going completely reversal with it. Look at this slide. A big jump and the huge play. 2 shot from Canada, 1 from the sniper, 1 from the shotgun, and he takes him down.
Canada with a solid play, taking out Yonks and FHD. Those are the type of winning plays that you need to have in no build. But guess what, Macwood, he's going to be coming in trying to get the elim, is able to get 1 knocked. Don't think anyone's going to be able to come back to get him, and right now Janice is just trying to live.
The awareness from Macwood as well. They're not even focused on Janice too much, but look up top on that hill. You were talking about thresholds. Being on top on damage is so important right now. Huge to Prio Canada's knock body too. Big for Macwood. What's happening over at the sunny side of the map though right now? Arab Bloomy, the old heads rocking in, double forded up. They're looking fine.
And I will say, Arab and Bloomy, they've been making it pretty far. They just haven't been picking up the elims. I believe they only have 4 to their name right now. So yes, placement is good, but you're gonna need to at least pick up a few elims along the way if you want to start climbing these rankings against these kind of players.
Yeah, you heard it from Big Brain Rome all the way at the start of this, before the 4th game even happened. It is elims that is separating a bunch of the competitors in terms of how far you can go. Lucian Steno are only diamonds in the rough when it comes to that type of explanation. They've been playing placement exclusively. I feel like it's maybe 3 elims, 4 or 5 way later inside the game.
Yeah.
But they just like to rock in the skies or drive the trucks down low.
Yeah, they're not worried about elims early on. They are gonna just wait it out, and that's just such a smart thing to do. As I stated, this duo, if they were already having this strategy and it was working for them when they weren't in the lead, now that they are in the lead, it's just gonna be that much easier for this duo to survive and relax, because they have so little pressure on their shoulders right
Absolutely. You asked me before in terms of what does the solo need to do to win. I said a little bit of a joke. You need so many repair torches, almost an inventory full of them. Steno has 2, which looks absolutely insane. Right now on screen as well, we're looking at 2nd place going down. Pink and Anas gone to Malabuka. And Bad Sniper, it looks like. Adapter doesn't want to fall just yet. Kakarot once again taking a lot of damage as Amar and Vidil rock a rift outside the storm. Adapter doesn't even want to shoot. He's throwing shockwaves at people's feet. My man's a pacifist, and no one likes that on the map. He's going down.
Yeah, it gets taken out extremely quick, and as you can see, Okus and Nut going to be taking over that Port-a-Fort, feeling very good. Kai and M7 as well. They're going to be chilling, relaxing, and you can see they've got the boogie bombs, they've got the shockwave. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable, but no heals on his side.
Not just yet. Steno powering the heals for the truck. This is the thing that wins them games, basically. And you mentioned Okus as well, right? Okus and Nut specifically. What do you know about that duo, Okus, as a player himself?
I mean, Okus, he's a player that I have watched myself from when I've hosted the CCA Fortnite, Collegiate Fortnite. He's come in and absolutely terrorized players in Collegiate Fortnite. So I was expecting some pretty big things from him today. Okus is definitely going to be one of those players that I have my eyes on here in game number 5.
Let's see exactly how it goes. If they gave Thomas HD a sniper again, is he bullying Arab?
Arab and Bloomy, they're going to be going down. Unfortunate. Sorry again, Panda. He's going to be feeling so bad about that.
Look at this!
That's a headshot going to be coming in absolutely beautiful. Able to knock Hydra, and now Thomas HD flying in with the shockwave, looking to take out another one. Is he going to be able to? It's looking like that's going to be the case. That's going to be a squad wipe coming in for Tayson. Beautiful plays coming out of them.
I feel so nostalgic. Thomas HD with a sniper, once again, shouldn't be fair. He should be limited to just a 1 inventory slot, but he's here. Legendary heavy sniper in the inventory. You could not ask for a better weapon on the most accurate man with a scope in the entire world, and you can see just why. Taking out people on home turf. Once again, Kai is unable to see another game.
And that's the reason why this duo was touted as one of the best coming into this tournament. People had extremely high aspirations for this squad. They had high aspirations for themselves, and now in game number 5, they're starting to cook a little bit. Let's see if this squad can keep this one rolling.
You keep talking about the cooking too. We're up inside Tilted Towers. Things are definitely going to be getting super hot. Ooh. That concrete does not retain heat too well. At the same time, players on the hill, they'll be able to just stay cool looking for shots. back and forth. So many little rat spots you can hide. You can see Bad Sniper and Mustache right now using half a garage door to find their techs.
Oh, precisely. And I mean, Tilted, this is definitely going to be that area where you might be able to hide out and just wait for an enemy to just walk in front of you and might be able to catch them off guard. So who knows? Might be seeing some of those plays coming out yet again. But I think we can all agree a Tilted finish is a good finish.
It's always high action right now, too, unfortunately. A cost for a sniper shot. Thomas HD, it'll be his life. Just Tayson rocking in for now. I was about to say my man has no builds and that looks bad, but we are in 0 build. Gotta remind myself. I'm getting carried away waiting for day 3 and 4. Still though, 5th game overall, 5 today, and they've been so much fun to watch, Rob.
Oh, precisely. 5 out of 12, almost halfway through. And this is exactly the type of Fortnite action we want to see. You can see that zone, though. It's going to be heading on top of this hill. So all of these duos right now that are in this west side of Tilted Towers, they're going to need to make some serious plays. Whether it's going to be Rift-to-Goes, Shockwaves, there's going to be a lot of mobility used right here and now. As you can see, Bad Sniper and Mustache, they're staring at a Rift-to-Go. They might be using that one pretty soon.
Lots of utility in Bad Sniper's inventory. That heavy sniper becomes weaker and weaker, a lot riskier to use as the game moves forward, so he might trade that out for the Rifts. And Alex, though, him and Scram rocking in, see a bush and a truck, know exactly what's going down. They will stand right beside it, put that fort down too. It's dope to use someone else's pressure to bolster your own as well.
Oh, precisely, and that's exactly what you want to see is them getting the high ground and then putting a fort there to get even more leverage over the rest of these duos that are going to be trying to flood on in. You can see so many duos rotating over.
Stano found another repair torch once again. Absolute dog inventory other than just torches to heal your truck. This man doesn't care about anything but surviving. Up towards the backside, Macwood, Duke, Okus all trying to move in. It's an NA East. Oh, what is this? Fast and Furious 2? What's going on here? These guys are just rolling in, getting ready for the entire just truck-type drag race. No one actually shooting each other either. There's Steno on one side. I don't see the same type of repair torches on their vehicle. This is a pit stop.
I mean, yeah, literally, this is a pit stop on the side of the highway. So many teams are going to be coming here, getting their snacks, getting refreshed, feeling good, getting ready for this end game. But my goodness, this literally is absolutely insanity. Like, we've got, like, what, 4 duos just sitting right here, all in these trucks, just waiting around. This is absolutely absurd. What do you do if you look down and see 4 duos right there in trucks? Do you do anything?
Try to shoot one maybe, but then all 4 might shoot back. It's too much to handle. You know they all have torches as well. Kovacs is doubled up with a Chuck Cannon too, and he has a mythic Hammer AR. That's a huge inventory to work with towards the late game.
Look at this. This is pathetic. You stated it. You got Gray, you got Rift-to-Goes, and this is all you got. I mean, that is definitely going to be their strategy for this end game. They're not worried about getting elims, clearly based off of that loadout.
They're moving late too, so all they want to do right now is survive, use the rifts, and delay. It's like a pseudo heal game. Okus doesn't have a car, doesn't have a truck. He's not allowed to play. He's not going to make it out of Tilted. It's going to be tough to be able to move up these mountains as well. It's a big thing. You don't think about it. In 0 build, you don't have anything to actually climb some of these big hills. So you need a truck, you need something. Fahad trapped all the way down low. Almost a Porter Fortress type of situation that you were talking about in the previous game. It's built up by Andalex, I feel like, up top there. Yep, absolutely. Clix is beside that too. How have they not seen each other? There's Redley and Frostly. We can see them kind of in a side-scrolling POV. Everyone can kind of see each other. Andalex effective. Clix now going in for the elimination. Jelty and Vico electing not to use a rift. Knight pops in, 1 HP. What is going on? It feels like I'm watching 3 games overlapped on top of each other.
Precisely. You can see right now everyone is starting to scramble, and I think everyone's loadouts are starting to come back to bite them a little bit. Everyone's starting to realize, at least most of these players, I don't really have the loadout to start fighting. I just need to survive as long as possible, get these placement points by any means necessary. Knight with literally 1 HP in the air, floating around, not going to get taken out quite yet as threats, looking to be a threat, looking to take out one of these players falling down, not going to be able to, so he says, you know what, I'm in the sky too, let's party.
Oh my goodness, forts, bullets, rifts up in the air, players are gliding, dimensions colliding. This is going to be huge for every single person on low to find some damage, but it's all about swimming right now. You dive up in the air, it's kind of reverse, right? That's where you take a deep breath and try to glide. You go back down, take a breath by diving into another rift, keep your match alive. Let's see Swilliam though, they are big chilling. Threats doesn't even care. He wants to go straight inside that rift. Swilliam stays quiet, scoped, the only person down so far.
Yeah, they're doing a great job right now of just playing that incognito mode. You can see right now, Hellnada trying to get another elim. He's going to be able to help out on that one. They're feeling feeling pretty solid.
What game am I watching? No one is touching the ground at all. Frosty Helnata kind of in trouble. Lecce is like, maybe I got to move this van a little bit. People might catch on to this. Steno and Lucy, they've lost theirs, but they have so many rifts to keep chaining forward.
This might be no build. That doesn't mean no air. These players are absolutely thriving in the sky as Lecce, he's just waiting for someone to start popping off at him so he can dodge these bullets and make a way down.
Zandy Chapek's going for a hill game. It goes absolutely firework catastrophic up top on this double fort. The zone is starting to move.
Look at all these
That's how late
there.
it's been, and look at the sky. All of Gamers8 does not want to touch the ground. No one wants to go down.
Gamers8, and there is 50 players, it seems like, just floating on in the sky, floating on down. 22 players left, 13 duos remaining. Vico just looking to stay right here in this truck. I mean, when you don't have
Boogie
a duo,
bombs.
just go ahead and play your life. There comes the boogie bombs late game. They can be
Everyone's
so lethal.
dancing.
Everybody's dancing. It's a whole party out here.
It's just absolutely tough. Double SMG for Lucian, but he can't do much in terms of actually trying to do some damage. Lost inside the storm, 30, 20, and almost 10 HP. He needs to start rattling off shots, but it's a huge truck with repair torches in tow. Steno is there. The truck master, the man who controls the pit stop. It's not even his vehicle. Finally going down. Top 10 Porta Fort up in the skies too. Still half the lobby. 10 players are gliding. Lecce now up inside the fight. They can't even hold on to this hill. He needs to fort down, jump all the way up, and he's ready. He's back in the sky.
Yeah, and those forts are coming out, and those rift to goes as well. Lecce is able to get that full elim, so he's gonna come down here and refresh everything. This is exactly what you want to see. He's got the heals, got another rift to go, got 5 boogie bombs. My goodness, Lecce, throw them at everybody.
He's gonna try to, nothing actually to land. Swilliam on the other side,
There we
everyone
go.
dancing.
Hey.
They're burning, they're colliding. Swilliam now all on his own. Edgy, he might go for a shockwave, but no one's in zone. He melts, he burns. All up to Swilliam now, 9 elims as a team. Zandy up inside the tree. Not gonna be enough for him to hide. He'll try to glide, but Swilliam, he's got the advantage. They're starting to shoot each other. Andy with the heal game, he's got a little bit of his own. Swilliam halfway, almost there. Andy's good. He gets the win. How did he do that? Andy with game number 5's Victory Royale.
That was absolutely impeccable accuracy coming out at the end right there to clutch it up. That was so unfortunate. Swilliam had 4 shockwaves in his pocket. Wasn't able to use any of them. If he was able to get close enough, he could have just shockwaved him into the zone. Been feeling good, but no, the accuracy reigns supreme.
Zandy Chapeks, they have to be happy about that one. Gliding in from the sky, looking at an SMG looking at you. A Stinger SMG in this meta. Rattling over, shots miss. Everything was there for Swilliam, except for time, except for HP, and because of that, Zandy, with some clutch shots, racks over that game.
Precisely, and once again, I've got to state it, Lucy and Steno were still able to come out top 10 in this game yet again. Yes, they've been placing top 3 every single time, but this time, top 10, it's still good enough when you're in first by this much.
Absolutely, they had a kind of point gain of almost 30 on everyone else before that game started, and I talked about dimensions colliding. I was watching 3 games overlapped in this one. One of those games is Lucy and Steno. In their own truck, no one else on the map. They don't care at all, Ro.
Yeah, I mean, they understand exactly the strategy that they want to implement right here. And now, I mean, we've only got 1 game left. They're going to be feeling absolutely amazing if they finish off day 1 this much in first place. I mean, this squad right here, the confidence is going to be through the roof coming into tomorrow, and all eyes are going to be on them. This is going to be where players are going to start wondering, okay, tonight in the hotel, 2 o'clock in the morning, thoughts, okay, are we going to land on them instead? Are we going to make sure that they don't keep on racking up these points? Or am I just not going to worry about them and worry about myself and getting more placements for myself? I mean, realistically, if I'm a player, I've got to worry about myself. I can't be worrying about stopping these players from success because I don't know if anyone's going to be stopping it.
At the same time, you're absolutely right in all of that. The thing is, if anyone wants to jump on a Steno, what do they have, right? A gray AR and a bunch of utility. There's nothing they're really using to win this but their brains, but their strats, and the fact that they're invisible moving forward all the time. Swilliam, though, in that game with Lecce, I feel like they were on a tear in terms of eliminations. Zandy with that clutch. You don't see something like that every day in no build. I mean, that was amazing.
Yeah, I really thought Swilliam was going to be able to pull it out, but no, Zandy was able to take it instead, and that's going to be massive for him. We got to exactly see where they're going to be on the leaderboards now, because it seems like with this game, we might see some things shake up in this top 10.
Absolutely. Game number 4, kind of chaos with that tornado in the way. And the game 5 was literally a tornado of players in the sky spinning. It's so hard to be able to do that damage too. You can't see it on broadcast, but there's overshield, right? So a bunch of these shots, it's so tough to be able to get one person down. It's just huge to watch this game come around, Rome. So much fun so far in Zero Build throughout the day. Let's see exactly what we got with some of these players on stage.
Welcome to the main stage. I'm joined by Chapix and Zandy. Congratulations on the win. Now, before we came into this tournament, I was told that aggression is kind of your word, your phrase. It's kind of how you guys play. And I just wanted to find out, is that how you've been playing throughout this tournament so far?
Not really. No builds. We're pretty passive, but like we'll see like in 2 days for building.
أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا زاندي وتشابكس في المسرح بعد فوز جدا رهيب في الجيم الخامس. حبينا نسألهم في البداية إنه اللعب الأجريسيف هو الشيء اللي احنا نعرفه عنهم دائما، بس في نفس الوقت هل هذا الشيء اللي كانوا يطبقونه في الجيم؟ لكن جوابهم كان إنه لا بالعكس، احنا لعبنا باسيف ونحاول نهدي شوي وما ناخذ الجيم بأجريسيف بزيادة.
With the recent changes to storm damage, has that made you change your play style quite a bit?
Not really. Like the service stage got really low. You need to hit like 2-3 tags, and then you're chilling for the whole game because like people are dying so fast because you cannot build.
سألناه السؤال الثاني كان يتركز على موضوع الستورم دامج اللي تغير معنا في الابديتات الأخيرة في فورتنايت. هل الشيء هذا غير من البلاي ستايل حقهم؟ يقولون لا، انه ما غير من البلاي ستايل حقنا، بالعكس ان الشيء هذا بيعطينا ادفانتج بحكم البلاي ستايل اللي هم يلعبون فيه اصلا.
Well, speaking of strategies, can you let us in on what you were practicing leading up to this tournament?
We didn't really practice at all for the no building. I'm not gonna lie.
طيب حبينا نسأل السؤال الأخير، إنه دائما احنا نودنا نعرف التدريبات اللي يمر فيها اللاعب قبل ما يدخل في البطولة، لكن جوابه كان إنه التدريبات حقت الزيرو بيل تورنمنت احنا ما تدربنا، ما سوينا أي شيء، احنا دخلنا على طول على البطولة، مع إنه هم يفضلون الستاندرد بيل أكثر.
Well, no practice and claiming the 5th Victory Royale. Congratulations. We wish you the best of luck with the rest of the tournament. Please put your hands together for Chapix and Zandy. Congratulations once again, gents. A huge round of applause from the top of the stadium. Okay, we are going to be diving back to the desk to bring us into our final map of the day. Don't go anywhere.
راح ناخذ فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم ان شاء الله مع الاستديو التحليلي. راح نتكلم شوي عن المباراه هذه، زياده على كذا راح نبدا على طول الماب الاخير في اليوم الاول من الزيرو بيل تورنمنت.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk here. It's Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, and we just had probably one of the wildest games of Fortnite I have ever seen in my life.
That finish was crazy. Like, it actually went like real deep. Like, we associate zero builds with like games not being as long, not getting to the 9th circle. This was way, way in there.
I think it was kind of rude that we had a huge conversation about strategy and rotation, all that stuff, and at the end there's 5 trucks and it's chaos and boogie bombs. Like, it's kind of unfair that happened in that last game.
Yeah, I thought it was Thursday, but apparently it's Sunday with that monster truck rally right there. And I love the fact that I don't know if it's respect between the duos or a disrespect of the tournament that they just weren't even shooting at each other. They were all lined up.
Everyone's just thinking about themselves. I just want to last as long as I possibly can in this game. I don't want to give anyone problems, because the big thing is, right, is let's say I'm in my truck and you're in your truck. If we're just both existing and then I take shots at you, you're going to get mad now and take shots at me. If I don't take shots at your truck, you're just going to leave me, right? And so I think that's the mentality of all the players in this lobby, and it's a reason why we will see maybe people just be a bit less willing to engage on somebody.
But that's just a single slice of the pie that we had for game number 5. Just like our casters were saying, what was it, 30 players up in the air at that one point after Zone 7, all of the rifts coming out?
It was a lot of waiting till the last moment to make the play. Like, when we hopped over Steno's POV, his kit was barely active at all. He really had nothing, and the resources weren't really there for a lot of teams because they had like a small GA going on in the middle of that match. So it seemed that while the respect was there, it was also at the cost of actually getting yourself something useful for the end game.
And of course, I mean, Levin.
I think the big thing for me is just like watching it. It's just hilarious, right? Because even in that end game, Steno, right? He has to jump out of his truck because he gets boogie bombed. He has like no HP, but he doesn't have any shields because he's decided I'm not going to carry shields.
He's got literally nothing.
I just want the blow torches. I'm not going to carry shields. And it's like, of course, we know the advantage of it. It's why they're making it so far in every single game. But then you get games like that where you're really wishing you were carrying something.
Yeah.
And, I mean, big shout-outs, of course, to Andy and Chapix there, grabbing the VR. They were in 26th place before that game, so I'm interested to see how they're going to be jumping up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a timid day for them so far, especially that team. They are, you know, 2 very prolific players in EU, But again, right, it's never a better time than now.
Yeah, and if I'm teams in the top 4, I'm not too worried about that placement. I am worried if I'm fighting for top 8, because all of a sudden, somebody else you have to worry about jumping up in the leaderboards as well.
Well, let's take a quick look at the match ranking, everyone. A reminder that this is not the overall ranking, but what we just saw from game number 5. And of course, Chapix and Andy going to be in first place with 5 eliminations, but actually, Swilliam and Lecce, 10 eliminations, because it's going to give them more points than the VR.
Yeah, they were popping off, and of course, I think for Swilliam, it is a bit bittersweet because he was so close to the victory royale. It looked like he was going to win it. He's the only one in the zone. He loses the balloon battle, but again, it's just the nature of this mode. But yeah, certainly a great game for them.
I mean, you look at Merstash and Bad Sniper and Vico and Jelty both falling respectively. Only 2 eliminations in that game. That's not a great game number 5, especially trying to carry momentum into tomorrow.
And uncharacteristic for both those teams, we associate both those teams with, you know, high elimination games popping off, getting a lot of elims. So yeah, not necessarily the game that you'd expect from them two, but not that bad in the grand scheme of things, still in the top 10 within that game. So hopefully they don't lose too much space on the rankings.
And of course, speaking about eliminations, you have to look to Epic Whale and Malibuca. And although it is 5, you know, a little less than the 17 that we saw earlier, that's actually a pretty decent number compared to the rest of the competition. But let's actually look at the next page from 11th to 20th place right now, because I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of eliminations in this second page right here. And there you have it, Frosty and Red Lee with 10 eliminations. You have Hellfire and Tripper with 7 eliminations. I'm kind of surprised. Usually this is what we would be seeing on the first page.
Yeah, I think the big thing, right, in terms of Hellfire and Trippin is Hellfire loves to be aggressive, right? That is his MO. It's something that I've spoken to him about. He literally is the kind of guy, he wants all point formats in Fortnite to be changed to prioritize eliminations because it just suits him so well. And for Frosty and Redley, this is a team, right, that's obviously from the Brazilian region, right? They are a team that, you know, many people might not be too familiar with if you're not down there, but certainly impressing, you know, popping off in that game with all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer to round it out, but I do get a little scared given the fact that Game 5 concludes and we're looking towards the bottom. Like King God Siyun, 0 eliminations. Now we're starting to see a huge disparity in that column. And the fact that you have Red Lee leading the charge with 10, that's a big change.
Yeah, lots of big changes right here. And with it being game number 5, we're almost at that halfway mark for the zero build competition. So this is typically when we see teams making those dramatic changes, especially you want to end off the day on a high note.
Yeah, are you switching up your POI if you're in, you know, one of the teams lower down in game 6?
After that last game, I think it's no holds bar. I think players are going to be doing some weird stuff in the final game.
Yeah, understandably, right? I think I'd probably be doing the same, probably be looking to just go wherever if it's not been working at my spot.
Now's the time. You got nothing to lose if you're down there, so try changing it up. I mean, you saw 5 trucks last time. What are you going to expect?
Well, you know, you say there's nothing to lose, but everyone always thinks like, oh, it's all about first place. We want that first place. But there is a difference of tens of thousands of dollars between second, third, fourth, all the way down, right?
Yeah, and it's why we're seeing maybe players and teams like Chapix and Ziandi, who maybe are typically more aggressive, opting to play a bit safer at times, right? They don't want to play with their lives way too much.
And that's where you should be. Don't overcorrect trying to get into top 4, but going into tomorrow, you're talking about like $20,000 differences between games. This is the time to make small adjustments, because if you just get to top 10, there's a chance you make some extra cash.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Ziandi and Chapix, because we've had some research given to us, you know, and this is typically an aggressive team, but they actually seem to kind of disagree with that.
Well, yeah, typically they are more aggressive players. They're very strong fighters, right? Ziandi, a top fighter. Chapix, you know, an EU veteran. Haven't been playing together, right, in recent seasons, right? Of course, this was a duo from the past, but I think the big thing for them is that, you know, like Ziandi was saying, they can't always be too aggressive in this, right? You know, that's not always going to be the right thing to do. It's a lot harder to just straight up W key in zero builds, which some teams have tried to defy at times, but for sure it's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, they're trying to keep their challenges as simple as possible. They're not getting over aggressive, and they're not complicating a lot of their open engagements, whether they're trading individually with those team shots. Regardless, when players are funneling down and they're staying at the bottom of the zone, you don't see them over pushing and over committing, and that's really huge because it keeps that consistency there they can work off as a baseline.
I mean, we will be looking at the overall standings, and obviously after that last game, I think we're going to be seeing some shakeups in our top 10, but before we can do that, everyone, we have a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk here. Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. And, of course, Spaceman still joining me, but jumping back onto the desk, it is Takada. And after that last game, what are your thoughts?
Look, I'm back, and I'm back with chaos, right? What have we just witnessed? These players have been adapting as the day has gone on, from using more Rift to Goes to staying up longer in the matches. I mean, you look up during these end games, and I'm not sure what are birds and what are players.
Right? I feel like after Game 4, where we saw the tornado, we asked for more chaos. I didn't realize that we were going to be teleported to the world of Oz, and the tornado dropping us down on the chaos that we just witnessed there, Spaceman.
You asked for it, and they're like, you want Rift to Goes in the final zone? All right, herd mentality. Everybody just pop it at once. And I think that's the beauty of how this game's evolved over time. You had a quick discussion about how the playstyles might evolve. It seems that as things have gotten crazier, everybody's leaned into that, because when everything's crazy, nothing makes sense.
Look, it's such a new game mode that so much has to be learned still, and these players are learning as time goes on. We can see it in real time as more and more of them begin to use the Rift to Goes in the late game. They see you can survive longer by doing it. You get more placement points, but as your opponents do things, you learn from them. You adapt and you use it in your own playstyle. So this is just the beginning, and with 2 days of tournaments, 6 matches each day, I mean, we have a lot to see still.
And maybe with that chaos, that's the reason that we saw Steno's team go down a little bit early again, still in the end game, but not in that top 3 position. So I'm excited to see how that's going to be affecting our overall standings right now. I'm sure they're still going to be sitting in first place, because after such a great performance they are, but look at that, a 27-point lead going down to 22, so still doing an incredible job. Malibuca and Epic Whale with 27 eliminations are going to be in second place. Bad Sniper and Murstache showing that eliminations and consistency are key. And then, of course, our NA team, Acorn and Edgy, holding on strong.
I mean, you love to see this, right? The newly formed duos like Epic Whale and Malibuca up in the second place spot, and a lot of names here that you wouldn't see in a top 3 normally in grand finals of FNCS, but now being able to bump themselves up and do it in the no build. I mean, it's something you love to see.
Closing out the day, a 20-plus point lead is pretty healthy if you're in first place going into tomorrow. And given the fact that Game 5 was so critical and how little they had to work with from Steno's POV, that's actually a quality spot to be in. You should be feeling good going into Game 6.
Feeling very good. Another team that's going to be feeling really good is currently sitting in our 5th place spot. Lecce and Swilliam right there, jumping from 17th place all the way up to 5th. And with this being Game 5, almost the halfway point, still showcasing that so much can change in a little amount of time.
I mean, I already talked about this, but I can't clarify it enough, right? Just seeing that, the change that Lecce and Swilliam have done in this last match shows the opportunity for tomorrow. With 6 more matches to be played out, any of these teams on the lower end of the leaderboard, with just a couple or even a few good games, they can bump themselves into the top 10.
Seti and Kami also dropping down. This was a team I'd expected to potentially be top 5 contenders. How good they are consistently. They're starting to struggle a little bit, and that's kind of the beauty as this event goes on. It's going to get closer and closer the way these games go. You're going to have to really make up a lot of that ground.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can see, even if you grab a victory royale, you know, this isn't the semifinals of the FNCS. That's not going to put you to the next stage of the competition. You have to make sure that you are playing consistently, time and time again. And we had some interviews with some of the players saying that these early rotations and then placing themselves at an advantageous point is what is allowing them to make it to the end game every single time.
And even being able to effectively use these items that can help out in those situations. For example, normally, if you're put into no build and you don't have a mountain, a tree, a rock, any type of natural mobility you use, you can throw a porta fort now. But there's these little things, these little changes that these players are going to have to make if they want to separate themselves from that middle part of the leaderboard and go up to the top. You have to make those changes. You have to learn.
I'm curious, the fact that the kits have started to become less of a factor, it's been more about the Rift to Go with all the chaos that's been happening. How has that changed the approach of a lot of these players? Were given, they have been looking for that utility to get them to the late game, but now that's neutralized given the chaos above.
Right, so the Rift to Goes have been saved. They haven't been used in the early mid game now. They've been saved for that last moment, but I'm curious to see how these players that are the ones adapting to the situation is going to counter the Rift to Go, right? Because all these players are using it in the late game, but there's going to be a duo, there's going to be a few players that are one step ahead and they figure out what's the best thing to do next. How do you overcome this Rift to Go endgame?
Yeah, lots of Rift to Goes. And another thing that we got to see plenty of was the Boogie Bomb in that last game. Now, clearly when you throw down a Boogie Bomb, you're putting yourself at risk as well. Is this a viable strat, or was this just something that was kind of added to the chaos at the very end?
So for those of you who don't know how Boogie Bombs work, you can throw it at your opponent and they'll start dancing, emoting, doing whatever. But once a bit of damage is taken from them, is ticked, including storm damage, they'll no longer be dancing. So if you see see in a late game, you throw the boogie bomb and people start dancing, they just walk into the zone and they normally have to dance. They can take a shot, so it's not really effective. But in that early mid game, that's more when the boogie bomb is effective.
And we've seen it used offensively and defensively as the last zone closes in. A lot of teams using it to kind of keep the ground even, get yourself a chance to re-challenge, but also just shutting down somebody else from getting returning shots. And that's so big when you're trying to keep your health as long as possible.
And so we've already seen some changes in how our players are using the Rift to go, but the Port-a-Fort, obviously another viable, or if not viable, the most important item that we've been seeing used today. Is that something that teams are using towards the end game now, less or more so, or are they using it to save themselves in the early game?
I mean, I think it's more mid and late game. It's very helpful to get a large amount of vision of your surroundings and to do damage, but also to protect yourself. If you're put into a sticky situation and you don't want to use your Rift to go because it's early game and you want to hold it for later, you can throw a Port-a-Fort. You've got based up now, you can take shots on your opponent, you have the elevated position against them, so it can really be used in a lot of zones during the match, whether it be early, mid, or even late game.
Yeah, we definitely saw it earlier today in games 1 through 3 where it was invested early because they wanted to get those eliminations, but now it's like an insurance policy. If you're just in the end game, you don't have a lot of eliminations, just pop it then, get yourself through the zone, and hopefully you have a good placement.
Another item, the Chug Cannon. That's been a pretty important part of the competition as well.
That's interesting, right? Because not as many chug cannons as you'd expect are around the map, right? It's difficult to secure one of these items, so it's more the players that are making use of these tents, right? Where you can take the items out of them. So when we see a chug cannon in the late game, it makes it that much more interesting, right? We saw actually a heal-off happen there, so I mean, I'm curious to see if more of these items are going to be used.
Well, you're not going to have to wait too much longer for that, everyone, because it looks like game number 6 is almost ready to go. So let's head on over to Rome and Shia Wager.
Thank you very, very much, Kelly. And now it is time. Game number 6, the final game of day number 1 of the $1 million Zero Build tournament. How are you feeling heading into this one?
I'm feeling scared because in the last one we saw so much chaos. The one before that as well was kind of troublesome when it comes to tornadoes. What happens in game 6, Rome?
I don't even know what to expect at this point, but you called it. You said game number 5, that's where all the chaos happens, and we saw it come out in massive amounts in the last game. I mean, realistically, when we started to pan out, and I was like, oh, there's only 3 players left, and then I looked up, and players just start trickling in from the sky, and there's like 20 players up top, all in the sky. Literally, Takata couldn't have said it perfect, couldn't have said it more, even better, because they were all birds. We didn't know if they were players or birds. Simple as that. What are they, Eagles, Falcons? Who knows? We know there is a team, the Falcons here. They're feeling like Falcons today.
Yeah, absolutely. Feathers falling from the skies, but at the same time, these players feeling very heavy, close to the ground. Some of the top dogs not performing as up to standard. Henning Queasy got to level up, or just level up. Duke and Clicks. A bunch of these people in the bottom 25. This is their last chance to have a pedestal to go in for day number 2. That being said, the 6th game, the final one of day 1. Let's hear it. Duo Zero Build over at Gamers8. We'll see exactly who drops down.
Here we go. We saw in game number 1, a Nas and Pink were able to take the victory. Jelty and Vico took game number 2. Lucy and Stino taking victory in game 3. Naiad and Hydra winning game 4. Chapix and Andy taking game 5. All different duos winning the game. So I'm going to ask you, what new duo is going to be winning game number 6?
Number 6, I want to see Macwood kind of get all the way up top after all the struggles he's had moving from zone to zone. I want to see a Henning Queasy come back as well. I've seen Epic Well and Malibu popping off with Elims, but maybe it's time to get a VR.
Personally, I'm looking at Aqua and Vino. I mean, this duo right here, in my opinion, couldn't mesh better. I mean, they're both liquids. You got water and you got wine. You put them together, I mean, that's a perfect match. So Aqua and Vino, I think that they're going to come out in this game number 6 and get the dub.
Now, you're talking about one of the best duos in the world, honestly. When it comes to EU as well, they are water and wine when it comes to the way they play this game. It's very refreshing and very tasty at the same time, the way they take height at the same time without having builds available, with just playing the zone, just playing the lands. It's tough, and you talk about a game winner going down. Vico, unfortunately, not be able to stick around.
That is not the way that you want to start it. I don't want to call it a caster curse, but that might have been the situation that we just had. Oh, man, Vico ends up getting taken out. Mitro going to be feeling very, very good about that one to start things off.
Yeah, legendary 2-shot to be able to just get transferred into the inventory. Arkram, Milan, Falconer, Jelty still waiting close by. Lots of chances for Mitro and Milan to get their elims up.
And you see right now, Mitro, he's already got a pretty solid kit. Right now, all he's going to need is that mobility in his kit, and he's pretty much going to be good to go. He's got the AR, got the shotgun. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you can see the difference between Bugle and getting an early Elim versus everyone else on the map. Still, nothing in terms of a rainbow loadout. We're looking at just the cool colors, blue, green, rare, uncommon stuff inside the inventory. Threats and Macwood, though, they're leveling up, but it is a little bit more of a deep split at Chonker Speedway. They'll traverse the desert, get their items, and be on the move.
Yeah, precisely. They are pretty spread out, but they're going to be all right, just looting on up. Going to be tossing over those minis, making sure his teammate's going to be able to get some shield as well. And that's another squad that I definitely have my eyes on to have a solid performance. As we can see, the shockwaves are going to be coming out. His scope, he's going to be getting aggro. He says, you know what, we're not going to be waiting until in-game. We're going to be going for these elims right here and now, trying to take out this Falcon duo. Blake is able to get the elim onto Gentle, and now it's only going to be Phantom remaining in the 1v2, gets taken out, and that is a massive team wipe coming out of this duo.
Huge, and they got Boogies to work with as well. Blake celebrating. I think I saw him get thrown in a pool earlier on this week, and this time he's dancing beside one in game. So a better course of events overall for this man when he's actually inside the competition. That being said, him and Scoped, I'm liking the fact that they're actually active with the confidence. There's a game for them to come back. It's now Santa Lucia all the way up top in that first place spot. 22 points of a difference between them and second place. The biggest team, though, that took the hardest fall after that last game, an Austin Pink, Rome, from second place all the way down to sixth. They're going to be under hot pressure.
And I mean, realistically, that just shows how quickly things can change. I mean, they went from walking away with, what, $150,000 with second place to all of a sudden sixth, which is about 75,000, 50,000, somewhere in that radio. Still not going to be a bad amount to be walking away with, but they definitely, now they've gotten a taste of what it feels like to be in that top two, they want to get right back up there.
Yeah, 75K, almost of a difference in terms of how much money they lost after a few mistakes. That's a hefty amount. They want to be able to climb a little bit higher. Clicks, Duke, once again, Fahad and Yonks are not giving them an easy time over at the Shuffle Shrines. There's nowhere really to hide here either. Whoever gets the first shot, whoever has the first engagement of damage, they're the ones who just keep rocking forward.
Yeah, and you were talking about it earlier. Clicks and Duke, they're definitely a day two duo. So right now, not having the hottest day one. Maybe tomorrow they'll be able to come back in exceptional fashion. But Clicks gonna be the lone survivor for his duo right now, trying to just survive as long as possible and really walk away with as much placing as possible. That's gonna be extremely hard to do though in this lobby.
Yeah, we've seen how tough it is. It's almost like walking through quicksand when you have no vehicle, you have no duo. Every other player just makes your chances sink. It's so unfortunate. Kai, he's had the brute force of that. One single mistake and every single EO duo is on him.
And the big thing that I want to talk about is when your duo goes down early, that takes away so much mobility because now you have to say, okay, what do I actually put in my kit? I can't say now my duo is going to carry the Rift-to-Goes and I'm going to be carrying, you know, the other movement. You got to be able to carry it all by your lonesome. Got to have the heals, the weapons, and the movement. And that is just so hard to do this early on as a solo trying to survive the rest of this game.
It's just so tough right now too. A single mistake. I mean, you can see it on screen. Epic Whale, Malabuka up against Cal and Nima. This is just going to be tough overall. Sprayed through the bush, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, gets taken out very, very nicely. Epic gonna be feeling oh so good. I mean, this duo in Malabuka and Epic, I mean, there is a reason that we've talked about them so much. This duo, if they place top 5, nobody is gonna be surprised.
Yeah, 17 Elim game, over and over again, consistency as well inside the top 10. They just want one of those VRs. When it comes to the 12-game format overall as well, having that victory under your belt, it allows for you to win tiebreakers. It's huge in terms of placement as well. One team I wanted to see do good in this game, Hen and Queasy.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, they go down.
Very unfortunate. I mean, we wanted to see this duo really shine. Definitely one of the duos that was the most touted coming into this one, thinking that they're going to be getting top 3 guaranteed, but no. I mean, they might not get top 30 guaranteed right now. But I mean, either way, a lot of these teams, they're going to be walking into tomorrow with a whole new look, a whole new outlook on how to play this zero build on the final day.
Yeah, the coach is kind of waiting in tow. All over Twitter, all over Discord, just see it into these replays. Just a few hours between day 1 and day 2 starting over. Right now, Polga, Laleo, they've got a shark in tow, and they're looking to just take him out close and personal to wherever their base is.
Oh man, unfortunate. Personally, if I'm Rogue Shark, I wouldn't take that level of disrespect. I'm coming back tomorrow.
Personally, you would not let that slide.
Personally, no, not a chance. I'm coming back tomorrow. Game number 1 of day 2, I'm landing on their drop. Simple as that. They're gonna have to face that wrath. I'm not taking that level of disrespect.
We've seen that happen all over NA East when it comes to regional competition. People do not like to, you know, be kind to those who take them out or toss disrespect. They hold grudges. Amar Vadil, always good vibe. Carry and Fatch, they've dealt with their form of grudges so much over and over again. Now they're here to just see a full form of games rock out. Vico rebooted, taken down, and Austin Pink was talking about them before. They've fallen so much in terms of overall standing. They want to rise back, but they have a whole long ways to go.
Yeah, and realistically right now, they're playing the safe strat. They're going to be in the zone, making sure they're playing the outskirts, getting these heals, and making sure that they aren't going to be getting knocked out early. It's all about placement for a lot of these teams, but for some, it's all about the elims. We're seeing completely different strategies coming out depending on the duo. It doesn't really matter. One of these duos is going to be feeling oh so good going for elims. The other one's just going to be trying to run and hide till the very end.
That's all about survival, all about maximizing your chances. I like the fact that you bring up elims, though, in this game specifically. Game 6, last chance of the day. This is the game that kind of just shows you the definition of desperation for a lot of these players. If there's a chance to go for elims, people will do it. It's the last time, right? It's the last hoorah for some of them. Some of these solos who are used to surviving might do something crazy, try to get in the box. I mean, we saw in one of these last ones, Kanata, a 2v1 almost with a heavy sniper. Even right now, Steady Cammy, instead of rotating into the zone, playing with a torch, being able to do whatever they want to do, they're hunting down eliminations. Keep in mind, Cammy does not have a shotgun, does not have an SMG. They'll be here just for the spray. Fahad lands with the Fort Mansour from the backside. Is looking for beams too. They're trying to play keep up. Look at the destruction. Cammy just knows the field and exactly how to work it. A combo with the shockwave slide in with the zip line. You love to see it.
Oh, precisely. I mean, realistically, Cammy and Seti, they're definitely a duo that we've got our eyes on. A lot of people thought they might be placing very, very nicely in this event. So the fact that they're having such a solid early game right now, that's going to bode extremely well for this duo.
Seeing mistakes happen between Cammy and Seti, though. They go for a few of these hunts. They go for a few of these eliminations. Sometimes lost in the zone, forgotten in the sauce. You want to make sure you climb back, focus on the rest of your game. Halnada, he's going to be doing exactly that with his teammate in tow. Ooh, Rapid looking for a few shots, and he lands a few. It's huge from him right now.
I love the loadout. You got 2 boogie bombs. You got 5 shockwaves. You're feeling good, looking good. I love that loadout right there. I mean, that's being ready for in-game.
Tripper had the exact same one. He put down a few shields already, though, and that Port-a-Fort. We've seen the Rift Chains. This is going to happen again in Game 6.
Here we go. It's going to be another spicy one. I'm ready for it, I got to be honest.
Oh, this is going to be unfortunate for a bunch of the teams in the top 10, though. Bad Sniper also already down, so Mustache going to kind of be by himself overall in terms of what he can do if he can stick around. You can see him. There he is up in the sky, forced to use a Rift. Epic will might snipe him down. He has to land the tire. Oh my goodness.
12 health, and if he can get his duo up, it's going to be massive.
It's not. It's over. It's the tire. Unfortunate bounce. There was no fun in that one.
That was literally... that was demise by tire. That is so unfortunate. Like we saw it happen. He landed on it. Just needed to land on your duo. Instead, was almost able to get him up. He had the Riftigos in the pocket as well. So if he was able to get them up, they're out. They're good to go.
The biggest thing about that, too, that was Malabuka versus Mustache. That was former duos on the EU region. Literally playing together in this event, no. And in this event also in Game 6, the last one of the day, it's Malabuka and Epic that kind of just knives out that flame.
Oh, precisely. Malabuka and Epic going to be looking to rack up these elims yet again to be solidifying themselves as the top team heading into tomorrow. If they can do it, that would be massive because they haven't been able to pick up a win yet. It's been all elims for this squad.
How were they stopped in previous games from getting that win? Another base beside them, slightly higher than their fort. The smartest thing they're doing right now, they have one of the biggest and tallest hills, and they've perched right above it. It's relatively small too, so no one else can really jump up and shoot them unsuspectingly. Also, when they want to talk and calm, they go down towards the ground, figure out their strats there. No chance for mistakes for this squad.
Precisely, and another duo that's still up that has been pretty quiet is going to be Arab and Bloomy. They are still lurking, still up, but they are just not getting the elims necessary, and that really might end up being the demise for that duo.
Trying to see if they can have a leg back in this game. Whether you're first or 50th right now, this game can be monumental. In the total 12U play scram. Someone check his PC. What was that? Finding Sion's pixels all the way up top and tied that porta fort in that build. I'm at a loss for words. I'm stumbling over that one.
Yeah, that was an absolutely beautiful shot going to be coming out, so he's going to be feeling good having this sniper in his pocket pretty much for the rest of the game. I don't see him dropping that anytime soon.
Yeah, it's really good to just be able to combo with the heavy sniper, see a few shots after the fact. Alex and Scram have exactly that. They're looking for any more shots towards the basement of King's overall fort, but Brazil does not fall that easily. They're super strong. Cian, once again, this is the third team affecting them. This is a double heavy sniper situation as well. Through the bushes, a few shots will go straight. King and Cian, they're not moving out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, those heavy snipers are so lethal. The fact that they've each got one in their hands, I mean, they're going to be able to absolutely tear through these structures like paper. And that's, I mean, that right there is a big thing in the late game. I mean, if you're able to really get into these porta forts early, unsuspectingly, I mean, realistically, you can catch a whole lot of teams off guard.
It's a transfer of power as well. You saw how many rifts in the late game keep your team alive. If you can jump one of these porta fort teams, steal their rifts, have them in inventory, that's like 3 more minutes of play for you and your duo overall. I'm making up that number, but it's a lot of time you get to survive in that 9th zone. Amar, Vadil, I mean, talk about God content, talk about having good vibes. They're getting absolutely just snuffed out right now. Adapter, Kakarot, not letting the big boy survive.
Yeah, they are going to be taking them out very nicely yet again. You see 2 Rift to goes in the pocket of Giannis. Make it another one if he decided to pick it up. Nope. Decide to go with the porta fort instead. I mean, I'm not mad at it. Variety, that's a good thing here.
Might be able to have it in Kanata's inventory. Kakarot Adapter, they're not done with this one yet. Brandon up on top of the fort. Janus down, a very bad spot. He might have to rip by himself, but no! The pressure, it's too much, and he pops Kanata with another 1v2. He's landed every single shot now on low HP. Down below with the chunk splashes, Kakarot has the option as well, but his HP is also just too high to use it! Kanata, unstoppable!
Absolutely destroying Kakarot. That was a beautiful play. Just went into the porta fort and said, it doesn't matter. I'm taking out everybody. Beautiful plays. Those are the winning plays that you have to have. As you can see, a duo gets stranded out in the middle of nowhere, gets taken out.
Talk about going even higher, further beyond, and just super staying on a different scale. That's huge from Kanata and Alex, though. So much pressure from the backside. Now just has to get away. They've got rifts. Chance to replenish them, too. They'll choose to just fly in.
Yeah, and that's going to be a smart play for sure. Not going to be wanting to go around taking any senseless damage right now, as they're going to be putting up that porta fort on the high ground again, and that's really what you see is a rift to go into a porta fort on the high ground.
Stano Lushi, they're now getting involved inside the business.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be huge with the legendary AR in terms of damage. It was unfortunate. Where exactly Kanata and Janus popped that porta fort, the ground uneven. They weren't protected as soon as it came down. You can see Steno is aware of everything. They're not sleeping behind the wheel. They've got 6 eyes on all sides, all mirrors clean and active. Any chance for a shot, Steno has it.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely everywhere.
Oh!
But this might be huge coming in. As Arab able to use that to get them out the truck. Beautiful plays. Bloomy ends up taking it over. Somebody hit a rift to go up top. Bizzle ended up dropping as well in all the action. Bloomy right now gonna be down low with Arab, just trying to stay up right here, but that's gonna be extremely hard to do. Might need to use this rift to go, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Very nice from Arab to be able to just make that call. A lot of the times when it comes to IGLs, they want to make calls for the entire duo, not just the survival. He knows Bloomy has those rifts on the side. He can pick them up and drive by somewhere else. The truck survives from the skies to the ground. It's able to get out of that little troll section of the bridge. What a beautiful display of boogie bombs though by Arab. You can not only use them to control the ground, like Space was saying on the desk towards the end game, you can stop people from driving. Remember, you can't dance and drive.
Oh, precisely. I mean, you got to get out the car before you do some dancing. I mean, that's just not safe for anybody on the road for sure. As Malabuka still looking to put a hurting on these duos, still has this sniper, and I mean, really just putting in that pain. They're not going to need to worry about Storm Surge whatsoever. If that threshold ends up popping, they're probably going to be about 2,000 above it. They are putting in so much damage everywhere around them.
It's huge for Malabuka. This man is active. He's looking for long-range fights. You're talking about Surge, but they're getting so many eliminations in this lobby, they might not be thick enough for Surge to even activate. Aquavino, you talked about water and wine. Looks like they're going for way past their expiration date. Kanata Janus on the other side, fall damage taken. Once again, that fort, so unfortunate on where it is vertically. They're forced to the skies. No protection. Kanata, 1 HP, done down.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate for Kanata. Giannis in the truck now, in the tree now, just gonna be trying to make something happen. As you can see, Aqua, they are feeling good, still in that porta fort. Giannis gonna be hitting that rift to go yet again. He's got 121 HP currently in the air, just looking to float down to a safe location.
Cammy's playing Duck Hunt. What is this from the backside? Brazil's Porter Fort's been taken down. Tripper and also just needs to move. They start to fly. Look at his inventory though. 2 heavy sniper shots, barely any ammo. This man is down atrocious.
Yeah, if you get into a close range situation, you are going to really need to hope for the best, and that's about all you can do. Because realistically, they're just going to be putting in some damage long range. Anything close range, it's going to be a problem.
Problem for Vino and Aqua though. Lots of people jumping into their builds. Ziandi Chapix on the glide. Chapix goes down. Traffic jam in paradise. What's this? Kovacs is also stuck. Cammy down below has 2 different duels to deal with. Not the chuck cannon, my friend, not the shield keg. What's going on? I'm not even sure, but Seti's there with the spray.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now everyone is just starting to converge on this little area. You can see even in the mini map, so many players in the bottom right quadrant of the circle that is remaining. Look at another truck stop yet again. It seems like there is so many stops along this highway.
Someone call Arab. We need another boogie bomb down here under the bridge. Too many people camping inside the trucks. Where is Arab? There he is, and he's down. This goes over.
Yeah, the party has stopped for sure, as they're all going to be feeling comfortable in those trucks. I mean, the fact that he's not going to be able to boogie bomb them, they're going to be feeling very, very safe for now. Man, 7 HP. There are so many players that have low health that are barely surviving. Pink, another one, extremely low, going to need to heal up in that fort.
Oh my goodness, 1 chunk splash missed by Epic Wheel. Will that be the difference maker? Alex now, he was the one clowning around all these forts. Panic from Scram all the way up into the skies. Cammy, he sent someone down below. I'm pretty sure Kovacs was there, but he escaped too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is the awareness that needs to come out of these players in these later game scenarios needs to be absolutely on point. You have to be aware of your surroundings, even if you have to guess sometimes. That ends up being a very big payoff, because if you guess right, guess what? You got to free heal him.
It's looking good. We can see Sion's POV. He's going to be at a solo situation for now. Lots of people gliding up top as well. Oh no, King is up and alive right beside him. Barely surviving. Shockwave gonna maybe toss him back towards the zone. They have a rift to get in. They're just waiting on the time. Malabuka now getting active inside his own Porta Fort up top. The scaffolding's not gonna be the best spot to be in, especially in a heat like this inside game number 6. Kovacs found another fort down inside the builds. Bloomy and Macwood, another duo that's made impromptu towards the end game. What is this? Macwood is switching teammates over and over. His threat's not enough. I'm not sure. Epic, though, he takes towards the skies.
Hey, when your duo goes down, just find another duo. Might as well. Oh, man, only 12 duos remaining in this one as Bloomy is trying to keep the hope alive for his duo. Big play going to be coming out, and he said, no, I'm going right back into this Porta Fortress, if you will, right above King.
It stops. It falls. It's broken. That's huge. Bloomy. So many builds just taken away from the center side of the zone, and that just might take King all the way down.
Yeah, beautiful play for sure. He's going to need to take out Polga down low. You can see he's got the SMG, not able to get the right angle on him, though, and that is going to be big, because now he's just going to be waiting in the wings as Bloomy. He understands there's going to be a couple players over here on the opposite side of this tree. If he's patient and just waits around, he might be able to pick one of them off.
The Stiller, he waits. The less dynamic he is on his movement, Knight and Shark from that tree might take him down, but no, they take towards the skies. Okus, they want to take down King. He'll fly too. Rifts now being chained as we move towards the 6th zone. This is where the big brain moments come into play. Seti is trying to get fast to carry off the top rope, and they come tumbling down. Huge from Seti, and he has a chance to keep moving.
Big plays coming out right now.
Look at Steno's truck. What was that? Triple kickflip.
I mean, listen, you got to do what you got to do at the end of the day. Look at this, though. Are you going to be able to get something right here? Lucy, they're still feeling good. Lucy and Steno in the truck yet again. This duo is so scary when they find themselves inside of a vehicle.
A truck fight, but Steno and Lucy, they were born in here, molded by the automotive industry inside Fortnite, and they're just toppling every fort down. People have to start getting annoyed by this one. Fatches is looking for a few more sprays, and we know those torches, they're running true inside Steno's POV and inventory, but he's getting taken down to just low HP. Has the rifts to be able to use as a way to keep himself alive. Everyone is now just running. There's no rifts inside the sky anymore. They're all on low ground. Truck fight, and one goes tumbling down.
It is a monster truck fight for sure. Look at the health bars, though. So many players are extremely low. Thatch ends up dropping. The rift to go is going to be there. And
no one's on the ground.
We're taking it. Yeah, nobody's on the ground. This is absolutely beautiful. It is a party in the sky yet again. We had one game 5, and we've got another one game 6. Lalelo, he understands the situation. Get on the ground and look up. That's all you need to do. He's going to start to heal up right now because that's the #1 priority because his health is so low.
He has his teammate still alive all the way inside the trucks by himself. They're going to be rifted up to the sky once more. Leo dodges it. Fatch now down. Carry coming straight towards the ground, looking for revenge against the region of Brazil. At the same time, Seti up top in the sky. It's another chain. Lucy, he's away from home. He's not letting in the truck. It's a two-man situation. He'll head out towards here. Is it a peek from the window? Is it a dive from the sky? He doesn't know just yet, but look at his inventory. He has so many shocks to be able to work with. Fuel in the way. It's a shock, but it misses. Another one sends the truck towards Sion, but he rips out of the way.
Oh, that was absolutely an amazing play coming out. I thought it was going to work for just a second, but no. Oh, everyone's going to the rift. Everyone said, you know what, we're not going to worry about anything else. I'm just going to go to the rift. I'm going to stay in the sky. I'm going to be trying to stay up as long as possible. This right here is some epic end-of-game Fortnite action, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what we want to see.
This is only possible in Zero Build. Is going the full mile. One duo just left. I believe that's Laleo. And at the same time, you have Polga as well. Sion is rocking in. Laleo's looking for his next shot, trying to find it. Not going to really see much. There's a porta-fort way deep into the ground. Lucy now all the way up towards the sky. Laleo is also bouncing. It's an entire trampoline park for these duos. Tires in the way as well. Sion now down by the river, just needs to hide. Carry another rift towards the sky. This game's not ending.
It is looking like a bouncy house right now. Somebody, it seems like everybody in this lobby signed up for skydiving classes because every single person, they are absolutely living in the clouds. As Stino able to take out one, gonna be looking to take out more. Stino and Lucy right now, the only duo remaining. They get shockwaved out though.
Another Seti interruption. It is the duo that's down, but they respond right back. Steno, low HP. All up to Lucy to be able to do the maximum damage towards the end of the game, but it's another rift all the way towards the skies. The utility is now gone. All up to the shots. Seti comes crashing down. He's beamed out. 2v1v1 for Steno in the late game. Is it another win? Absolutely. They start off the day. They look so good. They get the third win. They look so fly. And now towards the end of the day, they are those guys. That's what you love to see from this duo. The kings of no-build Fortnite.
Steno and Lucy taking game number 3 and 6. Solid stuff coming out of them. Beautiful in-game play. A lot of times you say high ground reigns supreme, but when everyone's going up in the sky, eventually you're going to need to come back down, and they were down there chilling as a duo, the only duo left in the lobby, and they were able to clutch it up as they should.
When it comes to no-build, when it comes to Gamers8, it's all about whatever goes up must come down. That is not true for this most winningest duo. You can see them on screen. There it is. Steno, Lucy. Look at their pictures on stage. They belong there. They've been there before too. It's huge, Roman. I like the fact that you pointed out that they were the only duo still alive while everyone was still in the sky. They prioed being on low ground, and because of that, they did the most damage, and they got that win.
Precisely. They got a bunch of elims in that game. Not sure the exact number, but that end game went literally perfect for this duo. Not only did they pick up another victory royale, giving them a ton of points, they were already in first by 22 points heading into this game. So the fact they picked up that many elims, got the victory royale, this duo heading into tomorrow, they're your team to beat.
Absolute heroes, villains, no idea, because I know the entire rest of the lobby wants to take them down, but they will be the pedestal to look forward to on day number 2. That was the 6 games of Zero Build for day 1, though. 6 more tomorrow, Rome. And wow, man, you are a natural talent at this. It was so much fun rocking it with you.
Thank you. Listen, first Fortnite cast, it went absolutely incredible. Doing it overseas, doing it with Big Time himself. I mean, listen, this is absolutely incredible. Today was an absolute treat. The players really showed out. They showed so many different strategies, so many different maneuvers. It wasn't everyone coming in here thinking the same thing, thinking, oh, we're not going to be fighting whatsoever. We're just going to be waiting. Some duos came in and said, we're going for these elims. 2 points per elim, might as well have some fun.
Absolutely, and everyone adapted towards the end of the game. A little bit more truck action in a bunch of the games that we saw 4 and 5. Tornadoes in the way, so if you had a plan, throw it out the window, straight to the wind. But the adaptation for Steno and Lucy, that truck strap for them, they ditched that truck too and are able to play their own game towards the end. That's the key. A bunch of these players just tried to stay in, Arab danced them out in this game specifically. So many fun things so far in Zero Build.
Precisely. This was an absolutely incredible game number 6. Beautiful stuff coming out of every single player. Shout out to every single person. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage for another interview.
The 6th and final victory royale of today has been claimed by Liushi and Steno. You guys have been so consistent throughout This entire day, now I have to ask you, how comfortable is that making you feel going into tomorrow?
I think we're gonna win. Like, I'm very comfortable we will win, but I don't know.
رجعنا مرة ثانية في المسرح مع استيمو واللي بعد فوز كان جدا جدا قوي في الجيم الأخير. زي ما احنا عارفين هم قد أصلا جابوا نقاط جدا عالية في الإليمينيشنز والحين رجعوا مرة ثانية في المقدمة، فحبينا نسألهم كيف ثقتهم. كان جوابهم إنه احنا بالعكس بنشوف إنه نقدر إننا نفوز زيرو بيل تورنمنت بدون أي مشاكل.
Well, you are currently over 30 points clear of second place at this moment. So I have to ask you, what, if anything, are you going to change about your strats tomorrow?
We're not going to change anything. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing because it's working. And then, yeah, but anything can happen. But yeah, I think we're going to win.
احنا زي ما شفنا اعزائنا المشاهدين ان هم في المركز الاول الان في النقاط، وبين المركز الاول والمركز الثاني حوالي 30 نقطه، فكان السؤال بكل بساطه انه هل بيتغيرون شيء من الاستراتيجيه حقتكم في مباريات غدا؟ لكن جوابهم يقولون ما راح نغير شيء، الاستراتيجيه حقتنا هي شغاله بشكل كويس وناجحه جدا، فليش نغير فيها شيء؟ بنخليها زي ما هي.
I think that people at home, they underestimate the pressure, the added pressure of the crowd, the stage, the lights. How are you coping? Are you feeling the pressure or are you still pretty calm?
I think it's because like in no build there's not that much pressure, but in the build tournament I'll probably like feel the pressure way more since I'm just driving in the car.
طيب زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين انه البطوله هذه احنا هي لان تورنمنت، زياده على كذا في عندنا جمهور وعندنا ايضا الاضاءه والمسرح الكبير وكل الاشياء اللي قاعده تحدث الان، فكان سؤالنا انه هل الاجواء هذه بتعطي اللاعب ضغط جدا كبير انه كثير من الناس يستهينون بالضغط اللي يصير في اللان تورنمنت؟ لكن جوابهم كان انه في الزيرو بيلد ما راح يكون في ضغط كبير، لكن وقت ما نبدا بالستاندرد بيلد تورنمنت راح نحس بالضغط وقتها لانه وقتها بيكون الشغل جدا كثير.
Belushi, Steno, congratulations once again on your victory royale. You guys have played absolutely incredibly today. Fancy, you have been an amazing co-host as per usual. And I'm going to throw it back over to the desk to round out the day.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين، راح ناخذ فاصل بسيط الان ونرجع لكم في الاستوديو التحليلي وراح نتكلم اكثر عن المباراه الاخيره ونسوي ريكاب لليوم كامل، فعلى طول عند الاستوديو.
Thank you so much to our hosts there. And of course, another big shout out to Lushi and Steno grabbing their second VR of the day.
I mean, that must feel great, right? Getting one victory royale is one thing, but getting two of them, being at the top of that leaderboard, I mean, that's a way to end day one.
From no kit to no plan, what was happening in that final zone and the way that they clutched up the ice and that chaos, I mean, that's what gets you towards a championship point.
And I do appreciate, you know, at first they were like, yeah, we're going to win. I think we're going to win. But you never really know.
They were like, yeah, you know, we're going to win, I think. Maybe. Yeah, we'll probably win. It's about that confidence, though, and they'll be building that up now that you can see with that first place finish alongside the 20 eliminations. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's got to be difficult because you can't game plan for anything that happens in those final 5 minutes. So how do you approach it? Well, put yourself in the best position possible just to keep up with everybody else. And so far today, you have a Game 3 victory, closing out the day with a win as well. That is a terrific start in this tournament.
Wait, you mean you can't prepare for a million Rift-to-goes back to back to back to back?
Truck, baby, let's get it going. Come on.
It's looking like a rally in these late games. Like, we kind of have almost a bunch of birds in the sky drifting through the wind, right, as we have monster truck rallies down below. I mean, there's so much going on. There's so much chaos, but it's what you love to see.
And it started relatively routine, but it just came down to, again, breaking down those porta forts and then also capitalizing on the insane amount of Rift-to-goes that everyone was just spamming in the final zone.
Oh my gosh, and also using the truck to topple down all the porta forts as well. I mean, I think that's a strategy that we're going to be seeing more often.
Right, it's all about adapting, right? We talked about it before. So now what these players are starting to do is use a lot of Rift-to-goes, use a lot of vehicles, trucks in this late game to stay up as much as possible. But you have to find what is the counter to that.
Start praying. If you don't believe, find something to believe in because it's going to be tough to be able to counter this, given the fact that it seemed that we started today relatively cohesive and then it just got a little bit loose as these games went on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if day 2 is just going to be continuing on the chaos, or is it going to be kind of a reset where it starts off normally at game 7 and then it just becomes more and more chaotic. But after that game right there, I'm guessing we're just going to see absolute chaos.
Look, these players have had a little bit of time to study and prepare for their upcoming matches during the day, but now they have a whole night. They can sleep on it, they can brainstorm, they can think, and they can counter what their opponents are doing. So I would not be surprised if we see a lot of changes in strategies going into day 2.
Yeah, what the top team should expect is a lot of aggression from that lower bottom 6 going towards the top 20. You're going to expect these players to be making up a lot of that movement, and the mobility is going to be an absolutely huge factor tomorrow. But the aggression that we see in a lot of these front pushes on those initials, those are going to be a variable that a lot of teams are going to have to deal with tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, at one point, I think Shia was saying that there's not a single player on the ground right there. So there's literally just moments of the game where no one is even competing. But everyone, let's take a quick look at the match ranking right there. Obviously, we're probably going to be seeing Steno and Lushi up on the top, but who else is going to be in our top 10 leaderboard? And it's going to be Carrie and Fachi, as we saw there, grabbing 39 points there with 5 eliminations. Arab and Bloomy, hey, jumping into 3rd.
Content creators repping, right? Showing what they're made of. And although there was only one Elam on the board, to be top 3 and secure that many placement points, I mean, that's a good little confidence booster for the duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 bounce backs, Arab and Bloomy, of course, but also down to Knight and Rogue Shark and Sion and King God. For the fact that they were struggling in the leaderboards and struggling to get things going, this was a huge response to end the day on a high note, which absolutely could help them going into tomorrow.
And Liquid Polga with Loud Leo grabbing 8 eliminations in that game. And although they may not have grabbed the most placements, they were able to collect 40 points in that game right there. So again, besides Steno and Lushi, I think we're going to see a little bit of a shakeup in our top 10. And a reminder, it's not all about first place. Yes, that's $250,000, but between each placement is a huge chunk of cash.
Right, and it really is just about that consistency, seeing that there is 12 matches to be played out. What I find interesting is that in the first matches of the day, we saw a lot of double-digit Elim matches. But I don't see any duo so far in the top 20 all the way to first of this match that had a double-digit eliminations. So it seems that these players are finding it more difficult now to rack up those eliminations as the late games have been changing. More players in vehicles, more players in the sky. I mean, like you mentioned before, there was not a single soul on the ground at one moment in that late game. So it's definitely shaking things up, not only during the matches, but also on the leaderboards.
We had seen players with 17 eliminations versus the rest of the lobby that had 4 or 5, but now it's just simply about keeping yourself involved in the action. And all the way down from 21st to 30th, I mean, Arkham and Falcon are struggling for sure, but a lot of zeros across the board for a lot of our slower teams.
Yeah, and even seeing Kanata and Janice there grabbing 4 eliminations, but being this far down just showcases that you might have a great start at the game, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to translate that into a good mid and late game right there. But everyone, that is just the game matching, of course. We do want to break down just a little bit more of what we saw in that game. So let's head on over to Takata with our telestration.
Thank you, Kelly. A lot of things happened during these matches, but there's 2 key moments that I want to bring up. The first one is with Seti and Cammy. So Seti was making a push here against an opponent, and he had a lot of options, a lot of opportunities. Here, he had to get to the other side of this ridge, and one option would be you could impulse directly to the ridge, you could impulse on the high ground up on top of this porta fort. But what he chose to do is interesting here. He actually made use of the environment. So we'll see as Seti uses the impulse, he actually very quickly latches on to the zip line, and when he latched onto the zip line, all the builds of that porta fort broke. So he opened up a gap for him to get the elimination here and do it in the most effective way possible. But another key highlight I want to bring up is talking about the vehicles, right? We've seen so many vehicles in this late game, and how do you counter them? We've seen Rift-to-Goes, we've seen vehicles, but what Arab did here is special. So you can see he has 2 opponents in a vehicle up here, and he's like, all right, I want to get the elims. What can I do? He has a boogie bomb in his inventory, you can see. So he throws the boogie bomb at the vehicle, causing both players to start dancing, getting a party started, and opens up an opportunity to get those eliminations. So I wouldn't be surprised if players adapt to these changes, and if you want to make less vehicles be roaming around the late game, having the derby going on, then we could see more boogie bombs.
Thank you so much, Takata, for that breakdown right there. And we saw Arab doing those changes right there, and that is the reason that he was able to move his team up into that 3rd place spot for that match. And I mean, that kind of speaks to his ability as a coach, right?
Right. I mean, it really is interesting to see how much these duos have changed, right? And that's what you love to see with Fortnite competitive, because it's all about adapting.
I love the moments of playmaking that we see from a lot of these young players, like the creativity that helps open up opportunities. It's tough in chaotic moments, especially as today's gone on, because it's been like an 8-hour day for these players to have that level of creativity when things are getting tough, knowing the standings and the money that's on the line. But even just in moments like that where you're taking the most out of nothing, those are the players that are going to have the most success tomorrow.
Yeah, that Boogie Bomb play right there is, game-changing right now. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of other players adapting and using that into the following day. But guys, this is, just day number 1. We still have 6 more games to go, the halfway point for the competition.
Right, normally you have the halfway point being the 3rd match, but having 2 days of competition makes the halfway point that much more interesting, and I really just can't wait to see how the players adapt, right? We've seen refinements of these duos throughout the day, but we haven't seen major changes, and that's what I'm interested to see.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be even more chaotic. It's a foot race for a lot of teams to get into that, I will call it like the money pit, where they want to get into that zone. So you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars of a difference. This is a lot of money on the line for these players.
Now, everyone, I know what you're looking forward to. It is the total rankings, and this is brought to us by VOV, so thank you to our sponsorship right there. But we're going to be pulling up, and of course, Lucy and Venno or Steno, they're going to be probably up at the top right there, but I'm excited to see where everyone else is going to be falling. And yep, Steno and Lucy, they are now 34 points ahead of the competition. That is a full victory royale separating them from 2nd place. Malibuca and Epic Well with 32 eliminations. I mean, we saw it right now, 17 elims is the score to beat if you're trying to go for that aggro play. Of course, Anas and Pink, who we had an interview with, grabbing that VR, is going to be in 3rd place, but it's actually a tie for 3rd right now between Anas and Andalex. And just to remind everyone, those tiebreakers goes to the team with the most victory royales. Acorn and Edgy, representing North America, is going to be sitting in 5th.
What I find so interesting about this is there's some duos like Pink and Anas. They've been competing together for such a long time, but then there's duos like Malibuca and Epic Whale. One player from North America West, one player from Europe. They're titans of their regions, but when they're put together, even if they didn't have as much time to practice as some of their opposing duos, they're still at the top in 2nd place.
Yeah, and if you're Steno and Lucy, you're a little bit worried about that 2nd place spot. You're worried about Malibuca coming up. The consistency of those eliminations, the pace and the ratio of which they're finding those engagements is so much higher than everybody else in the lobby, and that's what scares me, is that though you have 2 wins, you're not getting as much as everybody else.
Although more than half of their eliminations came from just 1 game right there, and there is a 34-point difference between 1st and 2nd, and then another almost 30-point difference between 2nd and 3rd. So it looks pretty confident right now for our 1st and 2nd place team to carry on this momentum into day 2.
But remember, Kelly, anything can happen if these players are able to make an incredible comeback in day 2, get even 2 victory royales, some back-to-back nice matches with possibly double-digit eliminations. They're going to be getting more than 100 points in just a couple matches, and it's going to blast them up the leaderboard.
This is a great 2nd page. You're looking at about maybe a 3 elimination difference between 11 and 14, but that's where things start to spread out, because you have Pilkey and SJ Cash still fighting for a spot, but they only have 5. That's surprising to me, given that they're still within the top 20.
Shows you how well they can survive the competition, and you can see it's a 3-way tie between 15th and 17th place, so this is still a pretty close competition for a lot of these players, because again, they might not be able to climb into that 1st place spot, but the difference between 17th and 15th place is thousands of dollars.
And you want to do the best you can, right? So I'm sure that these players, after getting the review sessions in, preparing for tomorrow, they'll be able to do something special, right? Especially some of the fan favorites. I saw Tayson and Thomas HD there, I believe, in the top 16. So they're not in that top 10, top 5 like they'd like to be, but anything can change.
I really thought that Hen might have a better performance as a duo. I mean, he is so hyper-aggressive, and this team are already FNCS champions, and the fact that they did split up prior might be coming back to bite them, but struggling, to say the least. And with a lot of these duos, it's going to come down to a late push.
Well, I think, our expectations for a lot of these duos come from our observation of them in the FNCS, which isn't zero build, that's the normal Battle Royale mode. And we even heard it from Steno's team there in the interview, saying that like, oh yeah, we feel pretty confident, but I don't know how I'm gonna feel once Battle Royale changes. So showcasing it's not even the tournament, it's more of the setting and the atmosphere that can shake up these players.
What I like about the veterans of Fortnite competitive though, is they're used to adapting. Even if they haven't had a lot of experience in the zero build game mode, they're able to adapt so quickly. I mean, you see it live as these players keep changing their playstyle, especially in the late game. More Rift to Goes, more vehicles. As time goes on, there's always changes happening, and that's not going to stop until the last match of day 2.
And we really see those personalities sneak through for a lot of these players. As the day goes on, they get a little more freedom, they get more creative, and we get to see them really do what they do best, whether it's aggression, routing, anchoring, regardless. The parallels are there, and they're showing up.
Oh man, so day 1, we had tornadoes, a boogie bomb party, we had 30 players up in the air at once, and I don't think anyone on the ground. We've seen trucks tearing down porta-forts, pretty much everything, but if there was something that you didn't get to see today, what would it be?
What I didn't get to see was as much countering as I'd like to. What we did see was players beginning to kind of copy what other players were doing in the late game once they saw it was efficient and good for surviving. However, we did see the one play from Arav, which was he saw so many vehicles in the late game, he said, I've got boogie bombs. I can throw that at a vehicle, they'll get let out. Those are a few couple elims. So I want to see players continue to find little strategies like that tomorrow, especially ones to counter, I mean, all the players flying in the sky.
I'm surprised the early games haven't been as stacked as they normally are. Now, granted, Zero Build's a completely different story, but we've had a majority of the lobby still up by the time we're closing in on the final zone. I'm just surprised that these players have been so keen on playing that respective amongst one another and having that kind of freedom.
Well, as you talk about closing in on the final zone, we're going to be closing in on the final part of the day, everyone. But if there's something that I want for tomorrow, it's a 20 bomb. That's right. I want to see 20 eliminations. Will it be Epic Whales team? Well, everyone, we're going to have to find that out tomorrow. But for all of us here on the analyst desk for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, we appreciate you guys so much, and we can't wait to see you on the Battle Bus.